Freedom brand is a component of many things. We have around 5,000 customers that choose the Freedom overall. The successful of our brand is good work of team. 2018 we have concentrated our activity on the next level. The attention that we have on the prints and embroidering that we do on our apparel, to be able to keep 100% production in Italy. This, I think, is a mix that creates the successful of the brand. My goal is never stop innovation.
Un saluto a tutti gli appassionati di motori e di motorsport, benvenuti in Turchia, benvenuti all'Istanbul Park. Nel tracciato inaugurato da Herman Tilke nel 2005 si terrà il quarto round dell'eSport Endurance Series di eRacingSeries.com. Buongiorno, buon pomeriggio amici di Pit Lane TV e benvenuti quindi a Istanbul. Un saluto da Matteo Pittaccio in questa prima ora di gara in cui sarò al commento. Ci sarà al mio fianco Federico Soave che, lo sappiamo, coordina tutte le attività del team Simframe Sports e che ci darà le nozioni base, le curiosità per capire al meglio questa difficilissima endurance in Turchia che tra l'altro, Federico, sarà anche macchiata dalla pioggia.
Ciao Matteo, buongiorno a tutti.
E sarà una gara difficile, molto complicata. Tutti i team vedo che dal monitor dei tempi hanno optato per le gomme Rain. Ricordo che in pista avremo le Hypercar, le LMP2 divise in Pro e Pro AM e poi anche le GT3 Pro e GT3M, quindi un parterre di iscritti veramente ricchissimo. E andando a ricapitolare le classifiche, tanto stiamo aspettando che la griglia di partenza si vada a formare, abbiamo Simframe Sports con l'equipaggio numero 8 in testa con 9 punti di vantaggio sulla vettura gemella, sul team gemello. La numero 7 ha 13 punti di distanza dalla prima posizione, dal leader, dopo il round che abbiamo visto svolto più di un mese fa a Indianapolis. C'è Black Hawk Racing che ha totalizzato fin qui 61 punti, 59 punti a 15 lunghezze dalla vetta per il team Iris, poi Dose of Blue Steel 58 punti raccolti, Simframe Sports con la terza auto, la numero 9 a 54 punti, poi Hot Rocket, SD Shiba e Ground Effect. Queste sono le 9 squadre partecipanti all'eSports Endurance Series. Poi in LMP2 Pro abbiamo una lotta tra Hyperion e il Go Team Racing, separati da 14 punti. La finestra si va ad ampliare nel momento in cui si incontra il Team VEM, che che a 21 punti dalla vetta del campionato del trofeo LMP2. Sinfrimi Sports è in quarta posizione con 33 punti di svantaggio dal primo posto. LMP2 Pro M comandata da Sunset Motorsport, che fino a questo momento è riuscita davvero a fare molto bene, non solo veloci ma soprattutto costanti, con tutte le gare chiuse a podio. Davanti a pari punti con Live eSports sono i due team di riferimento, hanno fatto davvero una prima parte di stagione strepitosa, alternandosi tra la prima, seconda e terza posizione nelle 3 tappe fin qui svolte. Poi Red Eye Speed Eagles 70 i punti, quindi -7, una lotta apertissima anche in LMP2 Pro M. Poi lo spettacolo della GT3, GT3 Pro e GT3 AM, che vedono in testa nella categoria dedicata ai professionisti Satellite Racing, che va a caccia del poker, tripletta fino a questo momento nei primi 3 round corsi. Poi a -28 punti abbiamo le Cascou Sim Racing, che ha ottenuto fin qui sì 3 podi, però non è mai riuscita a mettere le ruote davanti a Satellite. E passando alla GT3M, Carloni Racing Black 60 punti, arriva con 60 punti all'attivo a Istanbul, con 3 di vantaggio su Emar Motorsport e 8 sia su Flangot sia su Carloni. Insomma, Federico, vedendo e leggendo queste classifiche, tutte le classi, ogni categoria è aperta a qualsiasi tipo di scenario, e non vediamo l'ora di assistere allo spettacolo della Turchia.
Sì, anche perché è la quarta prova appunto del campionato, quindi siamo sostanzialmente al giro di boa, quindi c'è ancora tanto da correre. Poi avremo anche la 24 ore di Le Mans, che è l'ultima gara che darà più punti di tutte le altre. Rimane ancora Sebring, la 1000 miglia, quindi diciamo che di chilometri da fare ce ne sono ancora tanti, però se, come dice il proverbio, chi ben comincia è a metà dell'opera, sicuramente quelli che finora hanno fatto un campionato di assoluto rilievo portando in sacca tanti punti, ovviamente sono sempre più avvantaggiati di quelli che ne hanno fatto meno, ma manca ancora tanto.
E sarà la prima gara a conti fatti con la pioggia. Questo potrebbe mettere un po' in crisi la gestione strategica delle squadre, da parte delle squadre. Sono molto curioso di capire se tutti andranno sulla wet, ma considerando l'intensità della pioggia penso che possa essere questa la scelta più comune. Saluto tutti gli amici e gli appassionati che ci stanno seguendo e che ci raggiungeranno nella chat della live su YouTube in questo quarto appuntamento. Ricordo Pitlane TV, andate a seguire le pagine social sia su Facebook sia su Instagram per rimanere aggiornati anche circa i risultati e le classifiche post gara. Federico, siamo ormai pronti sulla griglia di partenza a iniziare il giro di formazione. La pioggia crea ancora più suspense, no? Da quell'elemento di forse incertezza che fin qui è mancato nelle prime 3 gare svolte, nelle prime 3 gare corse, e adesso vedremo un po' chi è messo meglio sulla pioggia. È già un circuito difficilissimo questo, tracciato da 5 km 3, che ha come simbolo la mitica curva 8. Però ecco, la pioggia va ad aumentare il livello di spettacolarità e di rischio.
Sì, è sempre quella componente che è bella da vedere quando sei seduto al di qua del monitor, quando invece sei in macchina è molto più complicato. Quindi, però è sempre quella, tra virgolette, quella, diciamo, per lo spettacolo, quella chicca in più che può mescolare le carte. Diciamo che non dovrebbe esserci un pioggia smetti, ma dai live meteo dovrebbe dare pioggia fino a fine gara, almeno questo è quello che dicono i radar.
È partito il giro di formazione, parlando dei dati: 7 gradi la temperatura dell'aria, 16 invece l'asfalto, con un 5% appunto di possibilità di pioggia, un'umidità sì abbastanza bassa per ora, 15%, ma vedo tutti in pista con le gomme wet, quindi le gomme intagliate, ad eccezione di, incredibile, Giussi Neirola, che il Livetiming, il monitor dei tempi, mi segna con le gomme soft, con le gomme slick. E attenzione, perché anche in LMP2 vedo qualcuno che rischia medie montate da parte di Arms Sirba, anzi adesso si aggiorna, infatti mi sembrava strano la gomma media, però attendiamo questi primi metri per capire se effettivamente qualcuno è andato sulla gomma soft. No, si aggiorna anche Giustinero là con il team Dosov, che con il numero 1 sulla carrozzeria ha scelto giustamente, diligentemente, di selezionare la gomma da bagnato, la gomma arena, anche perché la pioggia, come vedete, non è fortissima, non è intensissima, però la pista ormai è bagnata perché sta piovendo dal warm up. Ci sono tantissime penalità, abbiamo citato Dose of Blue Steel. Dose of Blue Steel dovrà scontare un drive-thru che va a combinare, nato dai 2 avvertimenti tra gara 2 e la terza gara svolta a Indianapolis. Penalità anche per il leader della classifica, Sim Free Sports, con la numero 8, 2 stop and go da 20 secondi, quindi se a inizio corsa vedremo qualcuno rientrare ai box nei primi 3 passaggi sarà per smarcare la penalità e quindi per cambiare magari strategia e puntare a una gara di rincorsa. Federico, questa è la curva 8. Nel mondo del motorsport è chiamata la diabolica, no? Citando anche la famosa parabolica con un pizzico di ironia di Monza. È una curva veramente infernale, non oso immaginare, con i doppiaggi, e lo abbiamo visto nelle altre edizioni delle eSports Endurance Series della 6 ore di Istanbul, e lo abbiamo visto poi anche nelle gare reali. In più mettiamoci anche i track limits e la pioggia che rende tutto ancora più complicato e complesso, quindi sono molto curioso di capire come i piloti si comporteranno soprattutto nei doppiaggi in questa curva 8.
Sì, questa curva dà problemi come setup, perché sull'asciutto consuma tantissimo le gomme anteriori, e sul bagnato invece c'è il problema appunto dei doppiaggi, anche perché non si hanno molti favori di traiettoria, quindi si fa molta fatica a spostarsi anche per doppiare, quindi sarà secondo me uno dei punti cardine per perdere e guadagnare secondi in qualsiasi condizione dell'asfalto sia. Volevo segnalarti che c'è anche una P2 su gomma da asciutto.
Go
che
Team
è,
Racing,
sì,
giusto?
sì.
È rimasta sulla slick, è incredibile, slick media, quindi
Sì.
per Zoltan Varconi.
Grande azzardo, devo dire.
Decisamente sì. Poi vedo anche tra le GT Sunset Motorsport con la 84 Pro Am con le hard, con invece le Rain Gianluca Scalvini, sì, ok, altra hard per il team Sinister.
E anche per i Rookie Monster che sono in 47esima posizione. GT3 Am.
Vero, è vero. GT3 Am, quindi attenzione, qualcuno che ha provato l'azzardo c'è, e sono molto molto attratto, ecco, da questa strategia. Intanto sembra che la direzione gara abbia dato la bandiera verde, aspettiamo che si passi sul traguardo, e quindi iniziata la 6 ore di Istanbul, il quarto appuntamento dell'eSports Endurance Series. Attendiamo solo l'ok da parte della direzione gara. Io ringrazierei anche la regia, il contributo, l'organizzazione da parte di Mariano Calò, che è sempre super attivo, super pronto nel gestire le gare dell'eSports Endurance Series organizzate da iRacingSeries.com e trasmesse su Pit Lane TV. Ricordo che tra l'altro in questa gara avverrà un grande debutto, prima corsa per il team Pink di Sim Free Sports. È stato già annunciato nella presentazione della squadra, questo team dalle quote rosa che cerca di inserire l'universo femminile in un mondo assolutamente competitivo. Ci sarà Lucrezia Milanese, una giovane pilota 22enne che verrà affiancata da Gianluca Scalvini, che sarà al volante dell'unica Porsche presente in pista con la numero 91. Poi racconteremo anche attraverso Federico tutti i segreti di questo progetto Pink, di questo progetto rosa. Intanto eccolo qui, la bandiera verde, ecco qui l'ok dalla direzione gara con la 6 ore di Istanbul che parte, quindi ottima la partenza di Riccardo Corazzari, che riesce ad avere uno spunto migliore rispetto a Ground Effect e riesce a prendere margine, quindi buono slancio nella parte centrale del circuito. Si avvicina a grandi falcate, ad ampie falcate, la famosa curva 8. Attenzione, addirittura c'è Christopher Kianek con l'altra auto del team Sim Free Sports, la numero 8, leader del campionato, che va addirittura all'esterno, sul cordolo accelera, la macchina si scompone, nonostante tutto riesce a rimanere ben stabile in traiettoria. Eccola qui la curva 8 per la prima volta a pieno regime, rimane vicinissimo mentre aiuta mettendo pressione a Sander Callas Riccardo Corazzari a scappare via, a prendere subito margine per essere un pochino più tranquillo. Quindi Federico, le prime curve sono già andate in archivio, vediamo qui un team S di Shiba, Lorenzo Di Sciutis all'attacco, le posizioni tuttavia non cambiano, sarà molto molto difficile trovare la sensibilità giusta per arrivare al compromesso, spingere ma in sicurezza.
Sì, parole mai meglio dette. Ti avviso intanto che c'è, ovviamente, che era abbastanza prevedibile, è scesa in 27esima posizione, addirittura quasi dietro a tutte le LMP2, la macchina dei Go Team, che era l'unica che aveva le slick. Quindi adesso, oltre a dover fare un giro stando molto attenti a non commettere errori, dovranno anche fermarsi a mettere le gomme da bagnato.
Strana come strategia, intanto vedo appunto la Ferrari dei Sinister che si era già fermata ai box, evidentemente hanno subito capito, il team brasiliano ha subito capito di non poter trovare la quadra con queste gomme, ci hanno provato, la corsa è comunque molto lunga, immagino che con queste condizioni le situazioni possano susseguirsi a favore e a sfavore per cambiare un po' la classifica, quindi per ora al termine del primo giro effettivo di gara abbiamo Riccardo Corazzari con i Sinfremi Sports a dettare il passo, Sander Callas in seconda posizione, terzo Christopher Chianek, i primi tre racchiusi in 3 secondi e mezzo. In LMP2 Pro c'è il team Hyperion con la 44 davanti a Luca Martino, 711 millesimi a separare, quindi una finestra che permette a Luca Martino di sentire ancora la scia di Swiatkowski, e poi Christian Pasquale, rappresentante di Blue Bolt, con la vettura numero 11. LMP2 Pro M comandata da CR Prototype, Riccardo De Marchi in testa davanti a Mateusz Prusak per 1 secondo e 4 di vantaggio. Passando alle GT abbiamo GT3 Pro, Marco Santoni e Mar Motorsport davanti, e in seconda posizione, in testa alla classe GT3M, scusate, c'è il Carloni Racing Black con la 104 pilotata attualmente da Marco Lodi Rizzini, mentre come dicevamo c'è anche in pista l'auto numero 91 che è guidata da Gianluca Scalvini, attualmente si trova in seconda posizione la Sinfrim Pink, una grande novità. Federico, devo dire che sicuramente un grande orgoglio portare al debutto questo progetto che è stato annunciato solamente poco più di un mese fa.
Sì, diciamo che c'è stato un lavoro di 1 anno e mezzo per riuscire a mettere in pista appunto una vettura che avesse una quota rosa. Stiamo lavorando per aumentare appunto le ragazze all'interno del team, e quindi confidiamo entro la fine dell'anno, quindi per la prossima stagione, di riuscire ad avere un equipaggio completamente femminile. Devo dire che è un bel battesimo c'è del fuoco per lei oggi, quando salirà in una situazione del genere, pista complicata, condizioni meteorologiche che non aiutano, 50 vetture in pista, quindi dovrà darsi da fare, però l'abbiamo vista durante gli allenamenti e tutto l'impegno che ha dato finora. Devo dire che sono molto orgoglioso di questo progetto e di quello che attualmente sta facendo Lucrezia.
Beh, assolutamente, poi abbiamo visto nel motorsport reale molte società, molte aziende, molti team muoversi, no? Quindi essere anche uno dei primi esponenti del movimento del femminile, ecco, del movimento femminile, non può che renderti orgoglioso e rendere orgogliosa Sinfremi Sports. Ho visto qualcuno andare a sfruttare già la parte esterna del cordolo sul tappeto verde, è molto molto rischioso, però ricordiamo che queste sono auto fornite di tanti aiuti elettronici, il pilota però fa ancora la differenza, e Federico, Riccardo Corazzari sta letteralmente volando. Nell'ultimo giro ha fatto un 41.398 e ha staccato Sander Callas di 1 secondo e 9. Callas sì, nel passaggio appena concluso si è difeso, ma non è ancora sui livelli di Riccardo Corazzari. Dietro invece Christopher Chianek, che si è un po' allontanato dalla seconda posizione, ha preso le distanze stampandosi un 41.8, però è a sua volta 1 secondo e mezzo dalla seconda casella, dalla vettura, dalla Porsche 963 di Ground Effect, quindi valori abbastanza definiti in questo momento, mentre vedo una bandiera gialla nel secondo settore. Qui siamo nel bel mezzo della classe GT con Carlo Dianda dei Virtual Drivers Alliance che prende la scia della McLaren. Satellite Racing dovrebbe essere proprio quella di Satellite Racing, che ha dominato questa prima parte della stagione con al volante attualmente Jimmy Nisula, letteralmente incollato a Gianluca Scalvini. Sono però due auto di categoria differente, non lottano per la posizione nella stessa categoria, perché Satellite è in GT3 Pro, GT3M invece per Gianluca Scalvini. Vediamo se Nisula riesce a prendere la posizione. È importante qui ingranare giro dopo giro, chilometro dopo chilometro, conoscere la macchina, conoscere la pista, le condizioni dell'asfalto, trovare i riferimenti e poi non spezzare il ritmo con le sbavature. Allora, tutto lì.
Attenzione che è successo che è smesso di piovere e ha ricominciato subito, quindi c'è da capire perché i Go Team sono rimasti fuori con le gomme slick, quindi dei funamboli in questa situazione.
Guarda che comunque sì, hanno perso un po' di terreno, però Go Team attualmente si trova parlando di LMP2, dovrebbe essere tra le pro in 10ª posizione.
È ultima c'è delle Pro e penultima
ultima delle Pro.
dell'LMP2. Hanno giocato questa carta perché tecnicamente posso dirti che
occhio,
per un'ora
scusami.
non dovrebbe... Vai.
Colpo di scena perché c'è Black Hawk che si ferma ai box per una penalità, credo per
Sono cominciate le penalità,
go.
credo.
Sono cominciate le penalità, esatto. Sono cominciate le penalità per Black Hawk Racing, la numero 3 doveva scontare uno stop and go di 20 secondi. Scusami Fede, ma giusto per dovere di cronaca.
Assolutamente, no, volevo darti delle informazioni dal radar meteo, dove le nuvole, c'è un gruppo di nuvole proprio sopra il tracciato, e la temperatura attuale che oscilla appunto intorno ai 7 gradi e tecnicamente per un'ora ancora dovrebbe rimanere questa pioggerellina molto fine, dopodiché dovrebbe intensificarsi.
Vediamo poi infatti questo 5% che non crea proprio una situazione completamente chiara, e tu hai confermato effettivamente questa tesi, hai dato riprova, guardando un po' i tempi dei Go Team girano sul 53,6 lì davanti, Nage ha girato in 54,7, non so se per traffico o per altro, non sono così distanti nei tempi. Guardando invece Hyperion è sul 51,3, Sirba in seconda posizione 3 Pro 51,6, sì, c'è un distacco di 2 secondi e poco più tra la gomma slick e la gomma wet. Intanto anche Ground Effect si ferma ai box, sta iniziando questo giro di penalità per andare a scontare le penalità, e sono tantissime. Tra parentesi, la numero 63 di Ground Effect deve scontare uno stop and go di 20 secondi come Black Hawk, anche se in Freemi Sports ai box con la numero 8, quindi pure lei ha perso delle posizioni in classifica, si è fermata ai box. Riccardo Corazzari invece con la 7 continua a spingere, proprio perché la 7, Fede, potrà ringraziare, ecco, di tutte queste sanzioni e penalità, e avrà almeno nella prima oretta, nel primo stint, pista libera, non dovrà preoccuparsi, non deve scontare sanzioni, non deve scontare penalità, e è la gara perfetta per ora per provare a prendere la leadership del campionato al termine della 6 ore di Istanbul, scusate.
Sì, assolutamente. Poi ecco, un'altra che sembra una notizia che conti poco, ma l'entrata box di questa pista è molto molto insidiosa, perché c'è una curva molto lenta a gomito e ovviamente lì c'è molta più acqua di quella che c'è rispetto alla pista, quindi bisogna stare molto attenti anche lì quando si entra, perché si rischia il fenomeno aquaplaning, perché c'è più acqua, in un attimo ci si trova da bagnato a completamente zuppo.
È un circuito pazzesco, fantastico, è un gran dispiacere che nella realtà venga utilizzato poco. Ultimamente la Formula 1 c'è tornata, sì, ma solo in periodo Covid. Intanto guardate come si aprono addirittura in 3 Paride di Vico nel mezzo, anzi all'esterno, cerca di prendere la posizione con la sua Callaway, con la sua Corvette si inserisce anche la Carloni, la Mercedes. Che spettacolo, che battaglia fantastica, mentre i pannelli indicano le bandiere blu si aggiunge addirittura un'altra macchina. Attenzione all'interno, nell'ultimo settore del circuito è esattamente la 401 che prova a guadagnare posizioni con Ayman Asik, che va all'interno poi all'esterno, si trova proprio in lotta con l'auto del team Carone e ce la fa, riesce a passare. Che battaglia splendida tra due piloti comunque appartenenti a due categorie diverse. E qui intanto, come abbiamo visto, anche la Callaway numero 20 di Paride di Vico, che attualmente sfrutta la scia di un hypercar che si è proprio messa davanti, e stanno risalendo i prototipi dopo le penalità scontate, prima da Ground Effect, poi da Freemi Sports. Guardate quanto sia difficile anche trovare lo spazio giusto, è una pista molto molto larga, però la maggior parte delle curve è cieca. Anche qua in discesa ad esempio non si riesce a vedere bene, ad avere un quadro chiaro della controcurva successiva. Qui siamo con la regia ritornati su Christopher Kianek, che cerca di portare la sua Porsche 963 targata Freemi Sports davanti a Ground Effect. Sono in lotta attualmente per, guardando la classifica, la settima posizione, dovrebbe essere sì, la settima posizione, con Callas davanti a Kianek. non sono troppo distanti, 12 secondi da Simon Speth di Hot Rocket SRT. Guardate che rischi che si prende Chianek, che è rimasto bloccato alle spalle di due auto GT, di una BMW e di un Audi. Chianek sì, esce indenne, però ha perso qualche secondino rispetto a Sander Callas, che ho visto uscire completamente in sovrasterzo dalla curva 7. È uno spettacolo vedere questi bolidi, queste auto correre a Istanbul, e tutto questo show viene anche aumentato e potenziato dalla presenza di una gara multiclass che rende sicuramente molto più bella per noi da fuori seduti, come diceva giustamente Federico, la gara, mentre i piloti immagino che siano tanto impegnati a livello psicologico, a livello fisico. È molto molto stressante. Adesso ritorniamo sulla Ferrari, sulla 488 GT3 di Virtual Drivers Alliance di Carlo Dianda, che attualmente occupa il quarto posto nella classifica dedicata alle GT3 Pro, mentre vedo lì davanti Marco Santoni che scappa. Insomma, tanto movimento, tanta azione in questa prima parte della corsa, e i Go Team continuano con le gomme slick, anche se quest'ultimo giro hanno stampato un 2.05 649 molto molto lento. Non proprio una strategia attualmente indovinata, più che altro perché Go Team arrivava in questo round, Federico, con 14 punti di ritardo da Hyperion, che tra le LMP2 è messa comunque bene, perché è in testa nella classifica di categoria.
Sì, faccio sempre un appunto tecnico.
Vai.
Con questa pioggerellina che quindi scende molto molto fine, si vede proprio anche dalle immagini, dalla diretta, che in parecchi punti del tracciato c'è una linea, cioè non diciamo asciutta, ma dove c'è meno acqua, e quindi per i piloti adesso è una condizione ancora più complicata, perché quando si esce da quella linea per andare a superare o doppiare, specialmente in staccata, anche qui c'è un cambio di grip che è pazzesco. Proprio la macchina sembra passare da da asciutto, faccio per farvi capire, a una lastra di ghiaccio.
La cosa più complicata, e la sfida più complicata, potrebbe essere poi un eventuale passaggio alle slick. Se la pista dovesse smettere di piovere, magari sarà necessario un passaggio alle slick. Il problema è che ci sarà la traiettoria ideale asciutta. Se si dovrà tentare un sorpasso o anche una manovra sui doppiaggi, bisognerà andare sulla traccia bagnata e rischiare molto con le gomme slick. Quindi se dovesse smettere di piovere sarà ancora più difficile, ancora più rischioso. Vedo anche, proprio anche nel momento in cui la pista cambia pendenza, qualche rigagnolo che attraversa il tracciato. Questo è proprio nato dal fatto che l'Istanbul Park nasca su una zona collinare che vediamo vada a seguire appunto la conformazione del territorio. E qui Tilke ha fatto veramente un capolavoro a livello di design, come hai detto. Purtroppo nella realtà non viene molto utilizzata, mentre iRacingSeries.com ospita, anzi viaggia verso virtualmente la Turchia da qualche anno, da qualche edizione del campionato. Sta dominando Emar Motorsport. Marco Santoni ha un ritmo pazzesco, nell'ultimo passaggio ha stampato un 2.890 rispetto a Francesco Geniale di Arms Sirba, guadagna quasi 8 decimi, e Geniale è staccato di quasi 8 secondi dalla Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo di Marco Santoni. Emar Motorsport quindi per ora può star relativamente tranquilla, però siamo solamente a 20 minuti dall'inizio della gara.
Ma Milan è pro, quindi a 2 secondi e 6 da Santoni.
Ah sì, giusto, 2 secondi e 6 era la vettura che Mariano ci aveva specificato nel prediretta, giusto?
Esatto.
Che è indicata come GT3, però è GT Pro, quindi la numero 151 è 28esima, sì, seconda posizione a 3 secondi e 3. È comunque un ritmo abbastanza veloce per entrambi, però Santoni sta facendo quella differenza nell'ultimo passaggio, sì, 5-6 decimi rifilati a Miljan, che ora come ora può solo che inseguire. Qui invece ci spostiamo sul confronto in LMP2 tra il quinto classificato Christian Pasquale di Blue Bolt Pro, che è alle spalle della vettura di CR Prototype, sì, dovrebbe essere proprio lei di classe Pro Am, solamente 319 millesimi tra Christian Pasquale e Riccardo De Marchi. L'effetto elastico si fa notare, si fa vedere, mentre
Attenzione,
arrivano...
ha smesso di piovere.
Ha smesso
Quindi
di piovere, quindi attenzione, occhio, perché qualcuno potrebbe effettivamente far funzionare tra poco la gomma slick, provare la carta della gomma slick. Guardate le scintille, che immagine spettacolare, Federico, nel momento in cui l'auto va a comprimersi sull'asfalto nel velocissimo curvone della 10, poi la 11, 12, 13 e 14 per chiudere il giro. Attenzione, perché Pasquale prova a farsi largo tra Audi e BMW, quasi si toccano, quasi arrivano a toccarsi, e attenzione perché Pasquale forse va ai box anticipando la mossa dell'avversario, anticipando la mossa tra tutte le squadre LMP2,
non
chissà se
credo,
monterà.
perché aveva penalità Pasquale.
Aveva penalità, sono passati 22 minuti dall'inizio, ora controllo con la numero 11, aveva probabilmente penalità, sì, drive thru e stop and go 20 secondi, quindi probabilmente è quella. Bravo Federico, anzi grazie, pensavo fosse una mossa un po' anticipata, però effettivamente già vedo questa linea che si sta creando, delineando quella che tu avevi citato in precedenza. Guarda com'è ben più nitida.
Sì, adesso è un bel... Penso che sia più facile beccare il Super Enalotto adesso, decidere cosa fare. Che è molto
Intanto Chiane che
complicato
registra
adesso.
il record in gara in 41.280, i tempi effettivamente si stanno abbassando lì dietro. Simon Speth, Christopher Chianek e Sander Callas, tra parentesi Chianek ha passato Callas fuori dallo sguardo delle telecamere. Callas ha stampato un 41.021 rispondendo al portacolori Sinfrim, quindi sì, si stanno velocizzando. Corazzari invece lì davanti, probabilmente anche per il traffico, sta girando sul 43.7. Guarda anche il sole, è tornato il sole a Istanbul. Oh, che bella immagine con il riflesso sull'asfalto, davvero scenografico, davvero spettacolare. Qui intanto Level 1 eSports, Nick Mura in sesta posizione, ne ha guadagnata una con la penalità appena scontata da Pasquale. Siamo nella parte centrale della classifica di classe LMP2, Nick Mura LMP2 Pro, mentre Pro Am per Matteo Prusak, che è 1 secondo e mezzo più avanti. Ad 1 secondo e 3 da Mura c'è Corn Borkers di Level 1 Esports, quindi due compagni di squadra appartenenti a due classi diverse per conformazione degli equipaggi, si stanno trainando e si stanno dando forza a vicenda per collaborare. Occhio al Team Iris, perché Stanislas Pagliaud attualmente si mette a ricoprire il ruolo di ombra di Mattia Grigolon, che con la Porsche del team Sinfrim Sports, la numero 9, è a 13 secondi dalla vetta e ora deve proteggere il podio provvisorio. Quindi ora la gara potrebbe cambiare volto, da un inizio umido, bagnato, non così tanto, ora si potrebbe pensare già a un passaggio alle slick, anche perché anche il monitor dei tempi da 0% di pioggia.
Sì, stavo controllando appunto il radar meteo. Allora, è da capire adesso dov'è il crossover della gomma. E per capirlo, parlo ovviamente per l'LMP2 in questo caso, e infatti siamo già al crossover, perché in questo momento Zoltan Varconi ha fatto registrare il tempo più veloce di tutte le LMP2 con la gomma slick.
E quindi potrebbe essere già funzionale
sì,
alla pista. Il problema però è quello che mi spaventa molto, è uscire dalla traiettoria con la slick. Ora non so quanto queste gomme siano sensibili, quanto grip offrano sul bagnato, sull'umido, però considerando anche la dinamica dei doppiaggi e del multiclass mi spaventano un poco, Fede.
Ma posso dartela io la risposta? Molto poco di grip.
Quindi credo che le tireranno più possibile queste wet.
Sì, l'unico problema che tu puoi avere è la temperatura della gomma che schizza
alle
in
stelle.
alto. Esatto.
Sì, si surriscalda la gomma. Il problema è che poi, se le hypercar e le GT hanno più margine, intanto qui vedo ancora Nick Mura che si sta tenendo dietro la Porsche 963, vediamo di classe hypercar, che prova a farsi largo ma non ce la fa, perché le LMP2 sono comunque molto veloci, hanno un buon carico aerodinamico e quindi spingono. Intanto c'è un contatto lì dietro, attenzione, subito colpo di scena in uscita dall'ultima curva. Prima di arrivare sul traguardo c'è una vettura che è una LMP2, mi pare che si sia girata, una Oreca, quasi finita contro le barriere. Immagini che poi si confermano sempre su Nick Mura. C'erano tante auto condensate in poco spazio. Nick Mura che attualmente è in quinta posizione di classe LMP2 Pro e sta seguendo la Callaway, la Corvette C7R del team Shiba, che rimane ben stabile in pista. Dicevo, forse se le Hypercar e le GT hanno un po' più di margine a livello di stint, per l'LMP2 penso che sia obbligatorio tra poco entrare ai box per rifornire. E che fanno a quel punto? Mettono le wet per fare altri 35-40 minuti con le gomme intagliate, oppure giocano la carta della slick?
Questo non te lo posso dire ovviamente avendo un LMP2
giusto.
che sta correndo.
Sì. Era più una domanda retorica per provare a immaginare, ecco, però potrebbe essere, ecco, forse il problema più grande, perché alla fine le LMP2 sono le auto che prima di tutte si fermano, e per Carlo abbiamo visto nelle altre gare un'ora di stint lo fanno anche grazie al sistema ibrido che permette di abbassare i consumi, e al serbatoio un pochino più grande immagino. Le GT ormai lo sappiamo, passano anche facilmente l'ora, soprattutto con ritmi un po' più lenti, quali sono quelli sul bagnato. Sulle LMP2 invece c'è un grande punto di domanda, intanto Daniele Vella del team VEM è in scia nel lungo rettilineo che per un attimo piega a destra. Attenzione perché prova ad approfittare della presenza di un doppiaggio Daniele Vella per andare all'attacco del sesto classificato della classe LMP2 Pro, e forse ce la fa all'interno di Coptaget, ce la fa a guadagnare la posizione con una staccata molto precisa e soprattutto profonda. Vediamo se va ai box. Sì, si ferma ai box adesso insieme al suo rivale appena scavalcato, quindi il team VEM seguito a ruota da Dennis Bank che va ai box, attiva il limitatore. Sarà un pit strategico? Immagino di sì.
Sembra di sì. Sembra di sì.
Aveva da scontare il team VEM un drive-thru che però credo abbia già
no, ma è un
fatto
drive-thru
a inizio gara.
che durante il controreclamo è stato tolto ed è stato passato a warning.
Ok, nella tabella non c'è. Ok, era ancora segnato drive-thru, infatti abbiamo un warning, quindi a posto. Dovrebbe essere effettivamente un pit stop, perché poi vedo la macchina ferma. Ora aspettiamo le gomme. Dalle gomme potremmo avere un'anteprima delle strategie, ecco, anche dei piloti che occupano la parte alta della classifica in LMP2 Pro e Pro Am. Esce adesso dai box Francesco Geniale con l'Aston Martin Vantage di Arms Sirba GT, sollevando ancora molta acqua. Ecco, immagino anche che con le slick uscire dai box sia difficilissimo, bisogna parzializzare alquanto il gas nonostante la presenza del traction control, è sempre molto molto complesso. Marco Lodi Rizzini di Carloni Racing Black, inquadrato dalla regia in testa. Volevo vedere nel frattempo gomma slick soft per Dennis Bank per Coptaget, che rimane al volante della LMP2 precedentemente passata da Vella, e Vella va sulle slick medie, quindi attenzione, la soft va in temperatura più facilmente rispetto a una media, che invece dovrebbe assicurare un po' più di margine sulla lunga durata. Qui ancora Nick Mura che è stato a lungo inquadrato, quindi Federico, quindi pare che la scelta per l'LMP2, che tra poco si fermeranno in massa, sia quella, passare alle slick.
Sì, da come si sta mettendo sembra proprio di sì. Stiamo a vedere, perché c'era uno sprazzo di sole che poi se n'è andato, quindi adesso è tutto ovviamente, come ti dicevo, è un terno all'otto,
Bello
ma
però,
di quelli...
È bello perché te ne svegli anche, immagino, tutti i moretti box più del solito, ancora più del solito. E occhio, ecco, questa è la parte difficile. Guardate, arrivano appaiate le Hypercar e le LMP2 che si fronteggiano. Qui è passata con Alex Beigi che ha visto le due auto affiancarsi e uscire indenni dalla curva 8, la temibile, bellissima curva 8. Si è inserito in questo parterre anche la Hypercar, la Porsche 963. Tra le altre cose, sto guardando la classifica, mi sono fermato un momento perché mentre Beggi lotta per la seconda posizione con Luca Martino, a 468 millesimi viene esposta bandiera gialla, stavo notando che Christopher Chianek ha perso tantissimo, ha perso veramente tantissimo, ed è nono in Hypercar, nono assoluto, con un distacco di 20 secondi da Sebastian Pfeiffer di Black Hawk.
Sì, avevano doppia penalità.
Doppia penalità, ecco, infatti. Doppia penalità, 2 stop and go, quindi effettivamente credo che abbia tolto anche il secondo.
Sì, sì.
Sì. Ok, quindi confermato, c'è una lista, Mariano ci ha passato il file, una lista infinita di penalità che ovviamente derivano anche dalla gara precedente. Alex Beggi quindi ingaggia la battaglia per la seconda posizione, stanno allungando con le gomme Rain, con le gomme da bagnato per arrivare al limite con il carburante, avere macchina leggera, rientrare nel box e poi montare le slick, pare una scelta assolutamente obbligata. Nel frattempo Zoltan Varconi con Go Team prende velocità e schiaccia contro l'erba quasi la LMP2 che lo seguiva. Che rischio tra Zoltan Varconi e Korn Borges. Level 1 eSports si è dovuta piegare. È un Go Team che ha tentato di ha sperato anzi nell'asciutto per tutta la prima parte di gara, ha smesso di piovere solo qualche minuto fa, però non è messo malissimo, non è messo assolutamente male. Intanto che rischio, cosa ha rischiato, che rischio pazzesco per Luca Martino che con la LMP2 di Arms Sirba è andato quasi a contatto con una GT. Credo che anzi il contatto ci sia stato e ringrazia Alex Beggi che riesce a recuperare altri decimi. Ma Federico, che spavento!
Sì, come vedi qua appena si esce dalla traiettoria per tutti basta veramente mettere 2 ruote sul tratto bagnato e anche chi è dietro che deve frenare, la macchina non fa fatica a fermarsi nel raggio centimetri che tu pensi che lei si fermi, quindi diventa veramente un problema. Questa ovviamente è una condizione veramente bruttissima. Io mi ricordo 2 anni fa avevamo fatto una 24 ore di Le Mans dove la gara è stata per circa 12 ore così tra bagnato e asciutto, pioveva.
C'è un'auto ferma in curva 1, forse Level 1 eSports, forse una LMP2 di Level 1 che si è girata in curva 1.
Sono veramente situazioni dove i piloti devono veramente fare i funamboli e i muretti devono prendere delle decisioni che poi se le azzecchi sei bravissimo, se le sbagli non capisci niente, quindi il filo della decisione per chi ha il muretto è molto, molto sottile.
E tra poco potrebbe aprirsi anche una splendida battaglia per il primo posto tra Sinframe Sports e SD Shiba, perché nel traffico Corazzari ci è andato con calma, giustamente perché la corsa è davvero molto lunga e longeva. 1:41.2, però De Sciutis sta spingendo e ha appena firmato il nuovo record in gara, 1:39.982, e il gap scende a 4 secondi e 4, quindi attenzione alla prima e alla seconda posizione. Qui giustamente la regia si sofferma su Giussi Neirola di Blue Steel Racing, poi si ritorna su Mattia Bossoni. Parliamo di Pro Am del team Blue Bolt che è in seconda piazza, lo vediamo anche in grafica a caccia di Riccardo De Marchi. Nel mezzo c'è Nick Mura che rappresenta Level 1 Esports. Attenzione alla Callaway, che rischio, se è girata e finita in testa coda, forse sì, la Callaway ha provato la strategia della gomma slick senza tuttavia riuscirci. Che rischi che si stanno prendendo anche qui tra Mattia Bossoni e il suo diretto rivale Nick Mura. Sebbene non sia questa battaglia per la posizione in classifica in classe Pro Am, abbiamo una LMP2 Pro e una LMP2 Pro Am che sono differenziati dal logo viola per la Pro Am invece blu.
Martina e box.
Luca Martina e box. Luca Martina e box, grazie mille Fede. Si ferma ai box e quindi dopo poco più di 40 minuti di gara arriva la sosta ai box per Arms Sirba, che occupava la seconda posizione.
E dobbiamo capire se ha avuto delle ripercussioni di danni sul contatto che ha avuto con la GT.
Tocca vedere un attimo quanto tempo perde ai box. Per ora me lo indica con le medium, quindi gomme medie, slick per Luca Martino. Lì davanti invece tra le P2 si continua a girare. Hyperion 44 in testa, Sinframe eSports con la 47 di Alex Beggi in seconda posizione a 11 secondi e 9, poi Mateusz Dabrowski con la Hyperion 45 a completare il podio provvisorio, lo specifichiamo, mentre i Go Team, che sono partiti con la slick rischiando tanto all'inizio, sono in quinta posizione di classe LMP2 Pro, non troppo distanti da Blue Bolt di Pro M. Però intanto ecco qui le immagini di Giussi Neirola che sta cercando lo spazio per passare su Stanislas Pajaud, che prende l'interno, cerca un po' di bagnato, perché come dicevi tu giustamente adesso con la traccia asciutta le gomme da bagnato, le gomme Rain iniziano a surriscaldarsi, pare averne di più Giussi Neirola che esce più veloce da curva 1-2 e si avvia verso la 3 e la 4 con più slancio, viene bloccato nel frattempo Payaud, scusate, da una LMP2 che poi fa strada, lascia spazio e lascia scorrere i piloti della classe Hypercar. Che rischio qui intanto per Neirola che va sopra il cordolo e subito dietro nei suoi specchietti vediamo la Hot Rocket di Simon Speth che ha accorciato le distanze, sono letteralmente in tre, sono in tre adesso per la quarta posizione. Payaud, Neirola, Speth, tutti desiderosi di avere strada libera per chiudere il buco e il gap che si è creato tra penalità e strategie rispetto ai primi tre classificati. Attenzione intanto, guardate che caos in curva 8, sicuramente qui ci sono dei piloti che hanno puntato sulle slick e che adesso stanno faticando, con due GT che si mettono in mezzo, rimane davanti Payaud, Neirola all'esterno, occhio perché c'è anche Sander Callas che si invita alla festa, sono 4 Hypercar, 4 Porsche 963 a lottare per la quarta posizione. Grande spettacolo, incredibilmente nonostante il marasma le posizioni non cambiano, però ne ha tanto, ne ha davvero tanto di più Sander Callas che va subito all'interno per scavalcare Giussi Neirola. È un duello tra Blue Steel e Ground Effect, vediamo chi ha la meglio. Sembra davanti Callas, ma Neirola tira la staccata, una staccata veramente lunghissima, addirittura si infilano sulla McLaren di Satellite Racing. Un duello incredibile, mastodontico lo sforzo di questi piloti, di questi ragazzi che ci stanno facendo divertire. Dopo 40 minuti circa dall'esposizione della bandiera verde, qui Neirola che prova a scappare, per un attimo ha dovuto cedere la quinta posizione a Sander Callas, ma si è ben difeso poi alla staccata di curva 11. Federico, abbiamo assistito a una fase di gara veramente adrenalinica. E c'è Code 80, mi sembra, perché tutti i piloti hanno rallentato, mi sembrano andare piano, più piano rispetto al solito. Non vorrei che ci sia una Code 80, però con questa telecamera statica no, credo che siano tutti a massimo regime. Aspettiamo eventuali comunicazioni, però è successo di tutto. Che spettacolo questa eSports Endurance Series. Qui Marco Santoni che si è fermato ai box, adesso è quinto. Nel frattempo Riccardo Corazzari continuando a spingere con il serbatoio che piano piano si scarica, stampa un 40-537 40-537 nell'ultimo giro ed è il suo miglior giro personale. De Sciutis rimane lì a 3 secondi 8. Qui con Santoni in quinta posizione, rimaniamo sulle GT. Santoni è alle spalle dell'Audi R8 del team Le Cascu, a solamente mezzo secondo da Sebastian Zico, ma Santoni si è fermato e ha optato, così come tutto il team Emar Motorsport, su una strategia diversa. Le gomme hard slick e adesso cerca di recuperare terreno sfruttando la traiettoria già asciutta, quella più consona alle gomme appena montate. Guardate però, andando sull'umido il posteriore inizia a scivolare, ma la controlla molto molto bene Marco Santoni. Magnifico, veramente incredibile questo inizio gara. Callas ha passato Neirola, Sander Callas ha passato Neirola nell'ultimo giro, dopo il caos che abbiamo raccontato e vissuto qualche minuto fa. Alla fine Neirola è stato superato da Sander Callas e Ground Effect è davanti. Abbiamo Corazzari, De Sciutis, Grigolon in prima, seconda e terza posizione, quindi Sinfrim in prima e terza, in mezzo SD Shiba, Timiris con Stanislas Payaud, bravissimo nella difesa, stoico in quarta posizione. Callas a 2 secondi dal Porsche numero 707, Neirola, Simon Speth, Sebastian Pfeiffer, Black Hawk e poi Christopher Kianek con l'auto di Sinfrim Sports, che nel giro di uscita box e che ha dovuto scontare 2 penalità, lo ricordiamo, a causa di incidenti verificatisi nella gara precedente svolta a Indianapolis. Intanto che rischio davanti a Nick Mura, rischio pazzesco di una LMP2, e adesso Nick Mura riesce ad avere di nuovo strada libera. Doveva essere Koptaget, sì esatto, che ha sbagliato. Stanno duellando dall'inizio della gara, da parecchi minuti. Veramente, veramente uniche queste immagini. Intanto vedo anche che la chat si sta muovendo e Federico Soave è super impegnato a coordinare il suo team in queste fasi che ormai vedono anche la Hypercar vicina al pit stop. Salutiamo Flavio Azzori, Forza Team SD Shiba, Mario Serafim che fa i complimenti a tutta l'organizzazione, diretta da Mariano Calò, dallo staff appunto di P3 TV, di recenseries.com. Ragazzi, scrivete in chat, noi ci siamo, noi vi leggiamo. Attenzione intanto con Corn Borkers che si vede ormai raggiunto dalla Porsche di Symphony Sports. Guardate la differenza in percorrenza delle curve 8 e soprattutto poi in uscita, quando viene erogata tutta la potenza delle Hypercar. Corn Borkers che con la sua Oreca è in quarta posizione. Siamo vicinissimi ai pit stop, vediamo se qualcuno lì davanti tenta l'azzardo. Corazzari continua, non vedo più i tempi invece di The Shooties che resta lì, Sormione a 4 secondi e poco più, in attesa di qualche colpo a favore da sfruttare. Intanto vediamo appunto The Shooties che con la Porsche numero 320 si libera del traffico e ritorna ad avere l'aria pulita davanti a sé, anche se tra poco dovrà incontrare Borkers. Non è finita, non è finita, perché Callas e Neirola hanno recuperato il distacco che li separava da Payaud. Prende la scia Sander Callas, Neirola lo segue all'esterno. Callas nei confronti di Payaud frena sulla traiettoria più asciutta e riesce a conquistare la posizione con una manovra da Cineteca. Grande astuzia nel prendere quella linea da parte di Sander Callas. Corretto invece Stanislas Payaud e il team Iris scende dalla quarta alla quinta posizione. Processo inverso invece per Ground Effect che scappa subito via, pare un po' in difficoltà con le temperature. Stanislas Payaud, evidentemente le sue gomme si sono surriscaldate nel corso di questi ultimi minuti, da quando è smesso di piovere. La pioggia è andata via e ora sarà preda degli attacchi dell'offensiva di Giussi Neirola. Una prima parte di gara che più dinamica di questa non si poteva assolutamente desiderare. No, incredibile, attenzione, c'è stato un contatto, vengono coinvolti 3 piloti della classe Hypercar, con Spet che addirittura passa e la sua Porsche del team Rocket davanti, ma poi incontra una BMW, deve inchiodare, rallentare e alla fine ci rimette Giussi Neirola. C'è una LMP2 con l'ala danneggiata. Incredibile, incredibile. Nella parte più lenta del circuito, dopo le curve 5 e 6, pazzesco. Adesso vediamo chi è stato coinvolto, lo scopriremo sicuramente con la nostra regia. Che peccato, che peccato. Eccola qui la LMP2 che procede lentamente, che va molto molto piano, è stata probabilmente tamponata e credo che qui la direzione gara vada a chiamare un code 80, quindi full course yellow, si deve procedere a velocità limitata, azionare il sistema di limitatore. Che colpo adesso anche per Neirola, che con quell'incidente ha perso sia tempo sia posizioni. Sander Callas davanti, Payaud, Neirola, Simon Spett che è ritornato in settima. Sta succedendo di tutto, addirittura Simon Spett che è indicato ai box, non so se ha fatto una sosta, mi dava outlap, ma evidentemente il dato è tutto da capire. La P2 è colpita, non so se Mariano ci può ascoltare, dovrebbe essere quella del team Naja, Giacomo Lapadula, guardando la livrea, la numero 46, adesso compare proprio alla sinistra dello schermo e vediamo anche come i piloti vadano a cercare il bagnato per raffreddare le gomme wet in questi momenti. Symphony Sports comanda in LMP2 Pro con la 47, Alex Beggi non si è ancora fermato ed è in pista con la gomma da bagnato, le gomme da bagnato, mentre Varconi di Go Team Racing è risalito fino alla seconda posizione ma si è fermato ad S-Box. Sono partiti con le medie, l'hanno portata avanti fino ad ora, bravissimi in una situazione molto difficile dove il grip scarseggiava. Arms Sirba, la 42, è in terza posizione, Luca Martino è terzo, autore di quel controllo in curva 8 mentre passava una GT da manuale, e poi Epino in 44 che nel giro di soste ha perso un po' di tempo. Infatti Sviekowski è in quarta posizione assoluta, dovrebbe diventare la terza nel momento in cui si andranno a fermare i Go Team Racing. Intanto sì, è il team Naia Racing Italia con Giacomo Lapadula che è stato coinvolto in quell'incidente. Veramente un gran peccato e adesso dovranno passare un po' più di tempo del previsto ai box per riparare i danni al posteriore. Intanto ai box Simon Speth, Sander Callas, Payaud, Nerola, Mattia Grigolon, tutti ai box per passare nel pit stop dalle gomme da bagnato alle gomme da asciutto. Non so se c'è Federico, credo che ormai
eccomi.
la strategia sia ben delineata. Fede, abbiamo assistito a una parte centrale del primo stint da paura, hollywoodiana mi verrebbe da dire. Intanto attenzione perché c'è un'auto del team Carloni che taglia completamente la curva 4,5, poi ritorna però in pista senza provocare altri danni.
Situazione complicata. Molto complicata.
Dici?
Sì.
Non si è notato, guarda.
Complicata.
Abbiamo visto un momento di panico assoluto, ne ha fatte le spese il team Naya, che adesso è ai box, ha danneggiato il retrotreno, dovrà recuperare molto tempo. Stavo notando, dicevo prima, che in Hyperion il pit stop o comunque i giri di uscita sta tornando a piovere. No, non ci credo. Ho visto dalle immagini, scusate se ho interrotto il discorso sul team Hyperion, ma ho visto qualche goccia di pioggia sulla telecamera, davanti alla telecamera, e infatti il monitor mi indica 5% di pioggia. E Riccardo Corazzari non è ancora rientrato ai box, leader della corsa, ricordiamolo. Si sono fermati invece De Sciutis, che è a 6 secondi di ritardo, ma mi pare strano perché ha effettuato una sosta ed ecco le gomme hard. Corazzari no, me lo indica ai box. Fede, mi confermi perché mi dice ancora gomme wet per Corazzari. Se puoi, però probabilmente Federico sarà impegnato a gestire il suo team, quindi magari ci darà qualche informazione in più successivamente. Però cambia nuovamente la dinamica di questa gara, non c'è pace. Sembrava uscire il sole, la pista sembrava asciugarsi, tuttavia ho visto tra il secondo e il terzo settore qualche gocciolina di pioggia che potrebbe spaventare soprattutto chi ha già fatto la sosta. Ecco qui, confermata la pioggia, è tornata l'acqua a Istanbul.
Sì.
E adesso cambia tutto. Mi confermi che Corazzari abbia rimesso le wet?
Questo non te lo posso confermare perché
Ok.
non ero nel box della 7.
Sono rimasti con le rain diciamo partendo come base, come informazione di base dal Livetiming, Corazzari di Sinfrimi Sports, Simon Speth di Hot Rocket, Black Hawk, Blue Steel e Sinframe con la numero 8 di Christopher Kianek. Sono invece andati sulla slick Lorenzo De Sciutis, che sta perdendo tanto tempo adesso, è 8 secondi e 7 da Riccardo Corazzari e prima il gap era di 5 secondi, mentre c'è bandiera gialla nel terzo settore. Sander Callas di Ground Effect sono andati sulla dura ed è andato sulla dura anche Stanislas Payaud, che ha perso molto tempo durante la sosta e adesso è ultimo in hypercar. Quindi attenzione, abbiamo un mix, 3 piloti con le slick, tutti gli altri con le rain lì davanti a tutti. C'è il sole ma piove ancora. Attenzione, bandiera gialla nel primo settore come evidenziato dalla grafica in sovraimpressione. Sviakowski di Hyperion eSports sta provando a riprendere le posizioni perse durante il pit stop, forse un giro di uscita dei box più calmo del previsto, considerando anche il vantaggio in classifica. Sono leader del campionato LMP2 Pro e adesso hanno la terza posizione, quella di Luca Martino, alla portata. Martino farà di tutto per difendere l'ultimo gradino del podio. Non è ancora finita la prima ora e se questo è l'andamento della gara ci divertiremo sicuramente, davvero. Sviakowski prova in tutti i modi, però in questo punto della pista non c'è spazio per la fantasia, bisogna semplicemente seguire la traiettoria dell'avversario. Poi Luca Martino a sua volta non ha un grande riferimento, anzi ha molto traffico a partire dell'auto dell'Aureca del team Naya, se non sbaglio, che è proprio davanti a loro. In più c'è il traffico delle GT, c'è tanto traffico. Passano così entrambi i protagonisti della LMP2 Pro. Martino davanti, Sviakowski subito dietro, entrano in curva 8, passano le GT. Qui l'aria sporca si fa sentire, togliendo un po' di coefficiente aerodinamico.
E qua è molto complicato.
Oh, attenzione qui all'interno, l'attacco di Sinframe, scusami Federico, l'attacco di Sinframe Sports. Christopher Kianek è riuscito a, in questo momento, passare Giussi Neirola. Che sorpasso di Kianek, mentre Neirola va addirittura oltre il cordolo esterno per doppiare la GT appena scavalcata, ma Sinframe Sports con la numero 8 sembra aver preso un buon ritmo. Callas attualmente molto più indietro con le gomme dure, dovrebbe faticare adesso, e sta volando Kianek, 1.38.418 nell'ultimo giro, è il più veloce in gara. Vediamo adesso con il traffico, sfanala, lampeggia per far vedere la sua presenza, passa sul traguardo, sempre 1.38, ha guadagnato un secondo, anzi no, si aggiornano ora i tempi, 1.41.106, ha guadagnato 2 secondi su Sebastian Pfeiffer di Black Hawk Racing, che è 1 secondo e 3 più avanti. Qui intanto Martino, che in quarta posizione ha perso il podio rispetto ad Hyperion, è stato scavalcato, è stato superato, mentre la regia giustamente era concentrata sull'attacco di Christopher Kianek, un sorpasso veramente bellissimo. Guarda invece come viene bloccato qui dietro Swiatkowski, no, incredibile quello che sta succedendo. Luca Di Martino va all'esterno, ma poi trova la traiettoria bloccata da una Ferrari GT. Martino ancora dietro alla 488, mentre sceglie l'esterno Swiatkowski. Hyperion contro Ansirba, vediamo chi ha la meglio in staccata. Alla curva 7 si va in salita, poi la 8 sembra essersi difeso molto bene Swiatkowski. Che duello che abbiamo visto, che duello, Federico.
Sì, e tra l'altro in queste condizioni, con una riga asciutta e l'altra bagnata, veramente bravi tutti i piloti, perché è una condizione, posso garantirti, veramente complicata.
E ora si aggiorna il monitor dei tempi che rimette Swiatkowski davanti. Ho tentato per un momento perché mi dava Swiatkowski dietro, ma in realtà appunto le posizioni sono confermate. C'è bandiera gialla nel secondo settore, quello che hanno appena completato il pilota polacco e l'italiano. Bellissimo intanto, bellissima la cartolina che arriva prima dell'inizio del T3, del terzo intertempo, nel lungo rettilineo che porta alla staccata, principale punto di sorpasso. Martino non molla, rimane sempre lì vicino all'avversario a pochi metri e potrebbe ancora riprendere il podio. Nel frattempo Kianek è secondo, ha passato sia sia Sebastian Pfeiffer, quindi in un giro è riuscito a passare 2 piloti e ora è doppietta provvisoria di Simfree Sports con Riccardo Corazzari, che ha 36 secondi di vantaggio su Simfree Sports sulla numero 8 guidata da Christopher Kianek, che nella prima porzione di gara ha dovuto scontare 2 stop and go da 20 secondi. È indemoniato con questo nuovo set di gomme Rain, Kianek.
Sì, tra l'altro adesso si vede che la striscia che prima era asciutta comincia piano piano a bagnarsi, anche se lì c'è ancora grip, e diciamo che stiamo tornando nella situazione di inizio gara, dove gli unici che erano fuori però con questa gomma slick erano i Go Team, e ora invece sono praticamente tutte le LMP2 a parte 2, quindi
Sì.
la Simfree eSport e in categoria Pro, e in Pro Am la Sweet Force. Gli altri sono tutti su gomma da asciutto.
E ti segnalo che abbiamo il pit stop di Alex Beggi, Simfree Sports, sulla 47, che è tornato sulle Rain.
Sì.
Ha rimontato le Rain e ha ceduto la leadership a Go Team, quindi Zoltan Varkoni è il leader, davanti a Swiatkowski, che è stato protagonista di quel bellissimo duello con Martino, e Martino in quest'ultimo giro ha perso un po' di smalto, 2 secondi e mezzo, ma immagino per il traffico, penso per il traffico.
Sì, mentre ti segnalo che chi è su asciutto di IP2 sono tutti su medie, a parte la macchina di Coptajet, spero di averlo pronunciato giusto, che è su soft.
Ok, quindi abbiamo il quadro a 5 minuti dalla fine della prima ora.
E in Hypercar gli unici su gomma da asciutto sono Callas e Payud Stanislas del team Iris. Gli altri sono ancora tutti su wet, mentre nelle categorie GT abbiamo con gomma da bagnato è rimasto i Satellite Racing di Nisula, i Boyar Milan dei Voss e i Michele Rizzo,
Sì.
e Sicula, che è ultimo. Anche qui gli altri sono tutti su gomma da asciutto, quindi è un po' Anche qui e ha rismesso di piovere ancora.
Ha smesso nuovamente di piovere, sarà un tiro e molla dall'inizio alla fine per tenere svegli gli addetti, gli ingegneri ai muretti box e dare modo appunto di interpretare al meglio le chiamate, perché alla fine si tratta di chiamate dell'ultimo secondo, dell'ultimo minuto. Se la gara dovesse essere così saranno 6 ore difficilissime, 6 ore che probabilmente potrebbero sentirsi sul corpo e sulla mente come 12, sia dei piloti sia degli interi equipaggi, degli interi squadroni impegnati nella eSports Endurance Series. Intanto qui su Discord, nella cabina di commento, ci hanno raggiunto i compagni, i colleghi che andranno a raccontare in inglese la parte centrale della corsa. Intanto c'è una bandiera gialla e c'è una macchina ferma in ingresso di curva 9, prima della chicane 9 e 10. Dai colori mi sembrava una LMP2 di Level 1 eSports, però attendo altre immagini per chiarire la cosa. Qui Giussineirola che sta seguendo Semo Spet di Hot Rocket a 6 decimi. Vedete come volino letteralmente queste macchine in curva 8. È una pioggia, sì, anche qui non c'è più traccia della pioggia. Questo potrebbe far molto bene a chi ha scelto le gomme slick, come ad esempio Sander Callas, che ha montato le dure, però è 1 minuto e mezzo dalla vetta. Comunque è incredibile il ritmo di Kianek. Non so se il traffico sta andando a suo favore, però guardando il passo 1.48 nell'ultimo giro contro il 43.1 di Corazzari, che non ha alcun tipo di necessità di rischiare, è vero, però il distacco potrebbe scendere per la prima volta sotto il mezzo minuto, anche se in questo giro credo che Kianek abbia dovuto un po' rallentare, perché vedo il gap salire a 32. È un po' sì l'effetto elastico. Ufficialmente sotto i 30 secondi il monitor mi dà 29 secondi e 7. Kianek vuole raggiungere i compagni di squadra per confermare la leadership dell'equipaggio numero 8 in campionato.
Sì, secondo me c'è Kianek è questa situazione asciutto bagnato, dove evidentemente ha un setup che lavora meglio, oppure è lui che proprio questa è la condizione che lo fa esprimere di più.
Lo esalta, perché adesso 1.43 e 1 per Riccardo Corazzari, però io attenderei un attimo il passaggio, l'aggiornamento dei tempi. Il monitor mi segna un 39.3 di Kianek, 39.3, quindi sì, significa che sta letteralmente volando e che si trovi totalmente a suo agio in questa condizione mista. Attenzione, intanto è la McLaren di Satellite quella. Dominatori con 3 vittorie all'attivo su 3 gare corse nella prima parte di stagione, però l'ha tenuta molto bene. Fortunatamente nella prima e seconda parte del circuito gli spazi di fuga sono particolarmente ampi. Intanto attenzione a qualche auto GT che procede lentamente, c'è anche una macchina fuori pista che quasi finisce in testa coda, momento da brivido, mentre sopraggiungevano anche i prototipi lì sullo sfondo, e Giussineirola continua a prendere le misure nei confronti di Simon Speth. Blue Steel contro Hot Rocket per la 4ª posizione assoluta, prende la scia Giussineirola, ora l'inquadratura si allargherà, non ce la fa, c'è anche bandiera gialla, quindi non si può superare nell'ultimo settore. Vediamo cosa è successo, se è successo qualcosa di chiaro oppure se semplicemente un testacoda nella sequenza delle ultime curve. Qui Neirola esce un pochino più stretto, poi la velocità permette a Simon Speth di restare davanti. Aggiornamento dei tempi: Riccardo Corazzari 42.018, 39.5 invece per Christopher Kianek nell'ultimo giro. Il gap nel monitor scende a quota 25 secondi. Siamo ormai alla chiusura della prima ora e quindi io direi che sia arrivato il momento di fare anche un primo recap, Federico, perché in testa abbiamo Sinfremi Sports, la numero 7, davanti alla 8 di Kianek, che ha dovuto scontare 2 stop and go da 20 secondi. Poi Black Oak occupa la terza posizione con Sebastian Pfeiffer alla guida. Passando alla LMP2 in pro c'è Go Team Racing, partiti, pensate, con le slick, ora sono in testa, hanno rischiato un dramma all'inizio, hanno vissuto un dramma all'inizio, adesso Volkvar con il comando davanti a Sviakowski per 16 secondi di vantaggio. Luca Martino in terza posizione in LMP2 Pro M CR Prototype con Riccardo De Marchi, detta legge. Mattia Bossoni in seconda posizione in D-Classe, Mattius Prusak in terza. Invece traslando dalle LMP2 alle GT3 abbiamo in pro il dominio assoluto di Emar Motorsport. Chissà se saranno loro per la prima volta a interrompere il dominio di Satellite Racing, che comunque è in seconda posizione con un gap di quasi 47 secondi dalla vetta.
Attenzione,
Intanto occhio, che è successo,
problema
Fede?
per la numero 9. Forse c'è non si sa se è un incidente o una disconnessione.
È vero, è indicato DNF nella grafica. Ah, peccato, c'era Grigolon alla guida.
Sì.
Però aspettiamo magari qualche comunicazione ufficiale. E dicevo, in GT3 AM abbiamo a chiudere il podio della Pro c'è Tomelli e RT. In GT3 M comanda Gianluca Scalvini con Sinframe, il Team Pink, che debutta ufficialmente proprio in questa gara e porta all'esordio Lucrezia Milanese, che sarà poi in pista alternandosi proprio con Scalvini. Seconda posizione per Marco Lodi Rizzini di Carloni, terza piazza di classe per SD Shiba con la numero 20, la Callaway, guidata attualmente e sin dalla bandiera verde da Paride di Vico. Quindi questa è la situazione, questa è la classifica di tutte e tre le classi protagoniste. Intanto Oliver Newman ritorna in pista, lui che corre con il team Rookie Monster, evidentemente un lungo nel tornante della curva 12, poi rientra ai box seguendo Ground Effect e siamo entrati ufficialmente nella seconda ora di gara.
Io Matteo vi saluto.
Grazie mille Fede.
Grazie mille a voi e buon proseguimento di gara.
E quindi credo che sia arrivato il momento, ringraziando Federico Soave, di lasciare anche spazio ai nostri colleghi, ai miei colleghi che racconteranno la parte centrale della corsa in lingua inglese. E questo credo che sia anche il momento perfetto, perché c'è un Code AT, scusate, che sta rallentando il ritmo in pista. Lo vediamo anche in grafica, full course yellow, che blocca i partecipanti a una velocità di 80 km/h. Intanto Asic quasi si gira, saranno gomme fredde, avrà appena montato le gomme, nuove gomme, e quindi non so se Mariano ci sta appunto seguendo. Io vado a dare la palla, a passare la palla ai nostri colleghi inglesi, che appunto andranno a raccontare la parte centrale di questa bellissima 6 ore di Istanbul. Mariano ci seguirà sempre con le telecamere e darà modo alla live di continuare a proseguire. La griglia internazionale ha sicuramente bisogno anche di commentatori che permettano di raccontare la gara a tutti i nostri appassionati, tantissimi spettatori che ci stanno seguendo. E quindi grazie ancora per aver seguito questa prima ora con il commento italiano. Io ringrazio Federico Soave e parola quindi a Edward Hunter e ad Alex, che ci racconteranno la parte centrale della 6 ore di Istanbul. Grazie mille e rimanete collegati su Pitlane TV.
Freedom brand is a component of many things. We have around 5,000 customers that choose the FreeM overall. The successful of our brand is good work of team. 2018 we have concentrated our activity on the next level. The attention that we have on the prints and embroidering that we do on our apparel, to be able to keep 100% production in Italy. This, I think, is a mix that creates the successful of the brand. My goal is never stop innovation.
Hello and welcome back to the EES 6 Hours of Istanbul, the fourth round of the 2023-2024 e-racing series EES Endurance Championship. My name is Edward Hunter. Alongside me is my co-commentator Alex Goldschmidt. As night starts to fall, we've had Matteo, who's wonderfully taken us through the first hour of the race, but we've still got just under 5 hours to go then, and our 5 classes are in close competition with one another indeed. We of course had a wet start to the race, but it has since, despite looking like it started raining again, it has mostly dried out. I noticed just as I said that, so I think the weather is going to keep changing as this goes on, but we've currently got most of our hypercar field still on wet tyres. At the other classes, there's a big mix. Most of the LMP2s and our GD3s in the Pro and Am classes have started to switch to dry tyres then. But Alex, then, a very, very hectic first hour then, and it looks like it's getting dark here, but the action, it's nowhere near finished whatsoever.
Yes, completely agree. Good afternoon, Ed. Good afternoon, everybody. Yes, very, very frantic, action-packed opening hour with 2 code 80s. And we saw within the first 25 minutes the rain started to subside. We've got anywhere between 0 to 40% chance of rain throughout the course of the race itself. And as you said, the hypercars with Simfream eSports number 7 of Riccardo Corazzari leading the way by 38.2 seconds ahead of the Dozov Blue Steel Racing car of Jussi Neirola with Simon Schmeth for Hot Rocket Sim Racing team rounding out the top 3. It has really put the cat amongst the pigeons. I mean, Naya Racing Italia with La Padula actually having significant damage 45 minutes in. That brought out the first of the code 80s. And just before we went to the commercial break, we actually saw the Team Rookie Monsters GT3 BMW without a rear wing. Yeah, it has been one of those things that at the minute the rain comes down, we've got the majority of the field on the slick racing tyres, but the majority of the hypercar field are still on the wet tyres, apart from Team Iris with Stanislas Payord in the 707 running on the hard compounds, so which can give you the best mix between a slick and a wet, but even though it's still fully slick, they're still very much chancing it, so they're hoping the race comes to them in the later stages. But the biggest problem with a 6-hour endurance race is that you can't win it on lap 1. You've got to really get through the opening hour, hoping that you don't hit trouble. As we see Nick Mura from the Level 1 eSports, one of the LMP2 cars, I think it's the number 20, it's the 28 that's currently 7th in the championship standings, coming into this halfway point of the season. And there is our race leader, Corazzari, doing a fantastic job in the number 7 Simfream eSports Porsche 963. It's really nice to see this car actually now on rFactor 2, even though it might be in a modification capacity. But the great diversity of the grid that we've got is something rather interesting. We've seen 4-way battles in hypercar earlier on, I think just after 40 minutes, where 4 cars were battling over 4th place, and it got a bit 2x2 Noah's Ark style. But yeah, there are some teams that chanced it early. We've got one of the cars actually off
the
on
Iris hypercar.
Oh, so that was Payord. I think they might have to get that car in pretty soon if the rain continues, because it's been steady. It was sort of like 25 minutes in, we saw the dry line showcase. We're seeing a lot of the cars on wet weather tyres, particularly on the start-finish straight, which measures just north of 650 metres, where they're pulling to the left-hand side of the start-finish straight to cool the tyres, because we know that with the dry line and wet surrounding tarmac, you've got to keep those tyres cool.
Yeah, and that of course Pajald in the Iris 707. That's the car on hard tyres. They switched off of the wets. They're one of the very, very few hypercars that did so, as you point out, Alex. And we're looking currently at Nick Mura trying to get in front of Hyperion 45, driven by Matthias Dabrowski then. So the Level 1 driver, he's having a look up the inside into turn 1. But as the rain starts to fall, it's going to become more and more treacherous offline. We're looking at sort of 0 to 40% on the weather radar at the moment in terms of the track condition, but it's still 5%. So it's not been falling all that hard here in Istanbul, but there's this gradual build-up over time of the rain, and that is really what's in the cockpit, you're definitely going to start noticing that. But yeah, Nick Murray then biding his time, waiting for the 45 of Dabrowski to really just make an error here. We know how good the Hyperion team is. The 44, the sister car, they're the championship leaders in LMP2 Pro and the reigning champions too. But Nick Murray sees the GD3 holding up Dabrowski and brilliantly slots up the inside at turn 7 there. That was a very, very opportunistic move there, and the way just opened up for Nick Murray.
We had 2 Ferraris on the left-hand side of the circuit and perfectly used that. And with these 6-hour races, folks, it is about picking your moments, you know, knowing when to attack, knowing when you've got that window of opportunity. And it just, we also had confirmation in YouTube chat, thanks to Danilo Smereglio from Simframe Esports 9. It was an unfortunate connection lost issue, so a disconnect for the number 9 crew, who was 6th coming in. That's going to be a no score for them, which is really going to tumble them a little bit further down, because you've got the likes of Hot Rocket, SD Shiba, Granovac Sim Racing Team, who are within 10 points of them, so 6th to 9th in the hypercar point standings going to the 6 Hours of Nürburgring on the 24th of February. We're going to see a little bit of a dynamic shift, but then also you look at it this way, Simframe Esports 8 and 7 are first and second in the overall championship standings. They're covered by 5 points, and they've both got 1 win apiece. Simframe Esports 8 took the opening round of the season, and then Simframe Esports 7 took round 3, but it was Dozov Blue Steel Racing with the likes of Mika Hakimi and Yusi Narola that took the win in round 2. So 3 different winners from 3 different races, as Dabrowski gets a little bit elbows out there in the Hyperion Esports 45 LMP2 Pro car there.
Yeah, he really did not want to let Stanislas Pajard through, did he? So Pajard is sort of desperately trying to use the hard tyres as the rain has actually stopped now. So, in fact, that's why Pajard, his pace has really started up. But yeah, the LMP2 is not really quite very willing to be lapped, especially Dabrowski having just lost that 5th place in class. As we cut to the Sweet Force number 37, driven by Thomas Grobelny, who's chasing down in the AM class. Who is he chasing? That must be the Sunset Motorsport of Erdem Akel, who of course are race winners in this championship and are very much in the hunt for that Pro-Am title, which is pretty wide open at the present moment in the standings, because Pro-Am, they're leading, they're equal. That's how wide open it is with level 1 esports. So very, very crucial for them to hold on to that position, as we cut to Hazik being lapped there in the Dozov Blue Steel Racing car, just off of the podium. But let's go back to the hypercars, the story of the race so far, really. Obviously, we did have the number 7 started on pole, and there was the battle for second early on between Grand Effect 63 driven by Sander Callas and Simframe number 8 driven by Christopher Kianek. And essentially Kianek and Callas did another pit stop during that first stint for another set of wet tyres. Kozeri stayed out, and then it really feels like being able to get those tyres around a bit longer. That's worked out brilliantly for him and has allowed him to build this huge gap to Narola in the reigning champions, Blue Steel Racing number 1. As we cut to Dekutis, who is desperately trying to get back onto the podium. SD Shiba still having a pretty decent run of things at the moment, but only 3 seconds ahead of a recovering Kianek, who's definitely been setting the timing screens alight then, Alex.
Yeah, fastest lap of the race for the number 8 car, 1 minute 38.418. The thing was, Ed, is that in the opening hour, between 25 and 45 minutes, we had no rainfall at all. And that was really conducive to a lot of the drivers, especially in the hypercar class, I think just taking them beyond the limit and sort of like literally melting them to pieces. And that's why you see the likes of Dekutis in the SD Shiba 320 Porsche, Klanik in the Simframe Esports number 8, Corazari in the number 7 car, the sister car, has done 2 pit stops and is now leading by about 48 seconds. But I think the team that could really profit will be Hot Rocket Sim Racing Team, the number 55.
Yes, exactly. And we actually have one of their drivers who may be, of course, you may have heard him before if you listened to previous races, and he will be joining us and giving his insight as we see Erdem Akel in the Sunset 84 set the fastest lap in the Pro-Am class just now. But yeah, it is going to play out in terms of strategy, and Simon Speff doing a very, very strong job so far, 20 seconds up the road from Dekutis, who I believe has recently made another pit stop, which is why he's dropped off the podium. In terms of the people who took big risks, Zoltan Varkoni for Go Team Racing number 21, he started on the dry tyres as the rain was falling at the start. and he's the only one who's sort of made them work essentially. He's only made one pit stop, but it is a well-timed one. It's come out with him 25 seconds ahead of his championship rival Patrick Zawalski for Hyperion 44, who, if you were watching Indianapolis, I was commentating on a great battle between those two, which unfortunately ended with Valconi's teammate Gab Hevesi hitting the back of the Hyperion 44, and that sort of in the sort of infield section, and that really put paid to their challenge for the lead, unfortunately. But it was an amazing battle before then. The Hyperion were defending incredibly well, and so that is a very, very intense battle for the LMP2 Pro Championship. Both those teams so evenly matched, but I would definitely not count Hyperion out from recovering from this, even if there's no more rain and chaos for them to take advantage of, because that team has got some fearsomely quick drivers and very consistent too, as we saw last season when they won the championship.
Yeah, I'd agree there. I mean, great to see. I've commentated on the likes of Varconi, Hevesi and Zux as well. It's great to see that trio there as Olasella for the fuel-saving motorsport crew gets a bit wide trying to go around two GT3s and lost the back end, trying to hit the curbing whilst trying to avoid, and that was coming through, I think, through turn 12, which has got the smallest radius on this circuit. You know, the sharpest turn is a 15-meter radius, which I would imagine is going to be turn 12. Excuse me. And then the average width, you know, there's some prime opportunities for overtaking if you're getting towards 21.5 meters at the biggest width around here, where you can go 3 wide. Yellow outs in sector 1 and 2 briefly. So these weather conditions, again, Ed, are just catching people out. I mean, especially with the majority of the teams that are chancing it on slicks, they're like tippy-toeing on an ice rink.
Yeah, outside of the hypercars, we're seeing Alex Beggy has, I think, stayed on the wets for Sim3 number 47 LMP2 Pro, and we're also seeing Borgia Milan in GT3 Pro WASR number 151, which there's a slight timing screen glitch because it is a GT3 Pro, but it just says GT3 on the time screen just to avoid any confusion there. But he has definitely also stayed out on the wets, and those two are the only ones outside the hypercars to be trying to do so. A lot of the hypercars, like you say, they're sort of wearing them down to sort of slick to mediate, like we saw Lewis Hamilton do when he won the championship here at Istanbul a few years ago, of course. But yeah, it's really going to keep developing this race, so we really got to keep an eye on the close battles here as Ayman Hazik is really under attack from that looks like the Corvette SD Sheba that's trying to take that fourth place away from him, as we cut now to Kianik, who's attacking the hypercar SD Sheba for fourth in the overall and is now just half a second behind, and that's a bad exit for Lorenzo De Cutis, and Christoph Janik is going to definitely take advantage. He's got the inside then, coming up the back straight, sparks flying as they almost make contact. De Cutis desperately trying to leave enough room, but surely he's going to try and hold the inside. No, breaks very early then into the final complex here. He found a couple of corners on the circuit, and that's Christopher Kianik back into the top 4 then, and now he's got to chase down Simon Speff 10 seconds up the road for Hot Rocket Racing. We're on lap 45 then, with 4 hours 38 minutes left to go. Kazari still leads Nirola by an increased gap of 60 seconds now. 4 seconds quicker that previous lap was Kazari compared to the Blue Steel racing car behind him. So that's why the gap is now stretched to an entire minute. Cutis there now has got to watch out for potentially Sander Callis, who is 32 seconds behind him.
Yeah, Callis is just been looking at the lap times here, Ed, that Sander Callis today, his last lap was a 1:38.9. Lorenzo De Cutis, 1:42.9. So that's starting to paint a little bit of a picture, because Sander Callis just set his personal best in sectors 2 and 3 and is really ramping up the pace. As one of the Corvettes has just gone completely wide. I think that might have been the SD Sheba car that just completely went exit stage right and was on the runoff area and still managed to keep the throttle planted. So yeah, it is going to be a case of how much per lap that Callis can close on the SD Sheba 320 Porsche of Lorenzo De Cutis, which is about half a second in the opening sector. De Cutis has just done a 37.7 in sector 2, which Callis will be negotiating very shortly, and that gap is around about, as you say, 32.4 seconds. So maybe on the next round of pit stops, depending on what the team's respective strategies are, that's going to be quite crucial in this.
That's, you have to say for Ground Effect, the Chilean team has had great success in FSR Academy, FSR Pro, and Santa Carlos drives for Ground Effect in the World Championship in FSR. Has got pole positions and has finished on the podium before as well. But the team doesn't have, up until this season, didn't really have a whole lot of experience in endurance, and we know they had a great race in Imola that they got so close to winning. Unfortunately, tripped over a GD3 car near the end, and they also had some penalties for infringements in the pit lane, basically, that they had to serve at the following race in Indianapolis. So Callis again was on pole in Indianapolis, but then had to come into the pits early on to serve that carried over penalty, and that put them nearly a lap down. They fought their way through the 6 hours of Indianapolis to eventually finish 5th, just beating Hot Rocket, I think, in the closing stages of that race. So Ground Effect, they've certainly underperformed is probably a bit harsh, but they've certainly not got the results that their pace has shown they're capable of. So they'll be hoping they can get in this fight for the podium and really challenge Simframe, as I think they've been really aiming to do all season. As we look at our GD3 Pro class leader, which is Marco Santoni for MR Motorsports. So Santoni has really got GD3 Pro all to himself there. He's a lap ahead, I think, of Jimmy Nisula for Satellite Racing 64, which is a big surprise because Satellite Racing 64 pretty much had this season to themselves up front in GD3 Pro. I think they've won the first, if I'm not mistaken, I think they've won all 3 of the first 3 races and a maximum 30-point score. So this is not a situation that Nisula is going to be all that used to. Santoni and MR Motorsport 71 have been doing an absolutely stellar job in pretty challenging conditions with the weather changing constantly. They've been able to really outfox Satellite and build a considerable lead that I think they'll be hoping to hold on for the next 4.5 hours.
Yeah, I think they also, if I remember correctly, I think they actually secured pole position as well in the class, so that would have put the cat amongst the proverbial pigeons.
And they made one less stop than a Satellite as well. Yeah,
so Marco Santoni did take the pole position in the GT3 Pro class. I'm just looking to see where Satellite were. They were 10 places. I think
they were in the top. Oh, they did have a really difficult qualifying, so there might be something going on there as we look at Christian Pascal, just following his teammate from, I believe, that's the HE Sports Blue Bolt cars. So I think that's Pascal and Bassoni, of course, who are just 2 tenths apart then. But at Bassoni, of course, in Pro-Am and Pascal in the Pro class. So Bassoni basically moving over for Pascal there as we cut to Pino Galota as we see, that car going very, very slowly. I hope that's not one of the HE Sports Blue Bolts I was just talking about. As Galota, at turn 8, that's really not an ideal place to be lapped, but Sander Callis it leaves plenty of margin there, and Galota is free to continue on his merry way as the darkness and dusk well and truly falls over the Istanbul Park circuit now, Alex. So this is where you've really got to have your wits about you then, if you're especially in the GD classes with the prototypes emerging from the gloom behind you. You've really got to make sure you don't get caught out here. Well, we're seeing activity in the pit lane. Riccardo Di Marchi pits from the Pro-Am lead in LMP2 for Carloni Racing prototype number 29. Nick Mura is in from LMP2 Pro along with Christian Pascal, who we were just talking about for HG Sports Blue Bolt. Then it is Alex Beggy as well for Simframe 47, finally getting off the wet tyres, admitting defeat and going onto the softs. And Bassoni, I think, is also in the sister HE Sports Blue Bolt in LMP2 Pro-Am. So it'll be interesting to see where they all filter out. Here is Fabio Carloni, the Carloni of Carloni Racing, in red, currently 4th in GD3 Am. So having a very, very solid run there, and hoping that things can work out ahead to get him onto the podium, of course. But he has got a pretty big gap to Paridi Di Vico for SD Shiba, who is over 70, 80 seconds. Yeah, 70 quite a gap ahead of him. As we look here at Simon Speff, who's already been caught by charging Christopher Kianik now, who negotiates the traffic. He's got the inside then, coming into the final few corners. Brakes very late, this Kianik, a lot of confidence on the brakes, and Simon Speff is stranded on the outside there and forced to admit defeat there, because back onto the podium. Now it's Simfreem first and third in Hypercar.
Yeah, the thing is, we're coming up to an hour-and-a-half mark, and Hot Rocket Sim Racing Team have yet to actually do a pit stop. So Simon Speff has been out there for nearly 90 minutes, which is an admirable opening stint. You know, you would think that, hang on a second, is he going to pit soon for fuel? Is he going to pit soon for tyres? And the biggest, the teams that are at the sharper end of the Hypercar the Hypercar point side of things are really sort of going, okay, well, let's instinctively react to how the conditions have appeared, and now we're under nightfall. This is going to be the real kicker, because we had sunset, peripheral vision, glare off of the tarmac, so the drivers were having to cope with peripheral vision that was in some ways slightly compromised, and now their braking distances, and also when there are parts of the track that are not floodlit, like we'll see, little modicums of floodlighting, but then it would just be the headlights guiding. And here's Lorenzo De Cutis, and this is on Simon Speff, who's going to look up the inside. That's going to be in for the next left-hander, and De Cutis for SD Shiba in the 320 gets through. So I think Simon Speff will probably be told by teammate Ahmed Hazig, right, you need to park that car in the pits. We need to get on a fresh set of rubber, get some new fuel in the car, and get going again, because that's the only way they're going to counteract the strategies that the 4 teams in front have already employed, whether it be 1 or 2 pit stops respectively.
Yeah, doing a stop less than everyone else may not necessarily work out in the long haul if they haven't really got the pace and consistency to keep that outbender. You saw De Cutis, who was over 2 seconds behind Christopher Kianik, who he was over 5 seconds because Kianik passed Nirola, as we just saw. But yeah, Simon Speff is just rapidly dropped time. They are all quite closely bunched together in that battle for second through to about 5th. But Simon Speff just continuing to drop off the back. Like you say, he's lapping in the 142s, whereas De Cutis in the 139s, Kianik in the 138s, Nirola slightly worryingly for him in the 143s then. So it really feels like Blue Steel and Hot Rocket are struggling with their wet tyres at this moment in time. And as you say, I think we could be seeing one or both of them in before too long, because they're really in a phase of the race where they're quite vulnerable.
Yeah, I think with Nirola in the Dozov Blue Steel racing car, he's had a lot of traffic to contend with, so that's why sometimes you might see some drop off on lap time, where Nirola did a 143.1.
Oh, and here comes De Cutis.
Oh, that's
3 wide.
With an LMP2
not quite able to find the room.
That was 3 wide, LMP2 on the outside, and Nirola still hangs on. But yeah, De Cutis has got the slipstream. They're going to go through into the fast left-hander here at turn 11 on the run through over the crest. And De Cutis goes towards the inside. It's going to be 3 wide again with a GT3 on the outside this time. And that's SD Shiba up to P3, but just a little bit wide through turn 12.
Yeah, just had to complete the move on the exit there through 12 because he just slightly overshot it there. But fortunately for him, the Blue Steel racing car of, as you say, of Nirola has just got no grip at the moment out there to really fight back against that with. And that's De Cutis making 2 moves in 2 laps to get himself back onto the podium then. So it's now Simfree number 7, 71 seconds ahead of teammate Simfree number 8. Then we've got De Cutis in SD Super 320 rounding out the podium ahead of Nirola, Speff, and Sander Kaas has cut the gap to 23 seconds to Simon Speff. And then Sebastian Pfeiffer rounds out your goes on the same lap. Oh, no, he's a lap down now in Blackcourt race number 3. And then it's Bajal still plugging away on the hards, 87 seconds down now on Blackcourt number 3.
Yeah, I did notice that when De Cutis went round the outside of 2 other LMP2s, one of which was Daniele Vella in the Team Fam number 33 LMP2 Pro car that's currently 4th and is 40.1 seconds behind Shvakowski in the Hyperion 44 car. Zoltan Varkonyi in the Go Team Racing 21 is doing a pretty good job. He's 18.5 seconds up the road from Święcikowski in the number 44 car. So both are on the soft compound slick tyres, and again with the rain being at next to nothing. The track temperature since we started over an hour and a half ago is we just had one go off, and that was Ayman Hazik. Who was he battling with at that time? That was probably well, that wasn't Andrea Gandossi from Tomeli ERT. So that was one car that's gone into the barriers. Now, could that bring out possibly a code 80 for the third time this race? That's the big question here, Ed.
Yeah, I think it might have been Gandossi, or it might have been, I think it's more likely to be one of the lapped cars that was just in front of him. I wasn't sure if they made contact there, if the car in front spun off on its own as we see someone just squeezing past the number 71 MR Motorsports and taking, that looks like the 33 of the VEM car with him as well. But yeah, that was a hairy moment. But it sounds like the yellow flag is cleared and that car has got going again. But yeah, as darkness falls, it's going to be very, very difficult for when a car's not. As we see another LMP2 just getting off track to avoid everyone, really. But yeah, Simon Speff is just really, really struggling out there with all this traffic to deal with, as well as these tyres. But he has somehow been able to close in all of that on Giussi Nirola then. So we're going to see Hot Rocket and BSR just battle over fourth in this race now with their degrading wet tyres.
Yeah, it's going to be quite, they've
That's
got a
not
GT...
ideal.
No, that's not ideal when you've got a GT3 car and an LMP3, so two hypercars briefly sandwiched in the middle of that, but they both get through. Again, this is where Nirola can really put a little bit of a gap between himself and Simon Speth in the number 55 Hot Rocket Porsche, which, and I think that was that was one of our GT3s, one of the lesser spotted Callaway Corvettes, if I remember correctly.
I think that was Sinclair Hugh in the Redemption Racing car.
Yeah, yeah. Big old flag with a maple leaf on the doors, which is a nice little
they've got
touch.
American flag on one side and the Canadian maple leaf on the other then. So Redemption Racing are certainly looking for redemption. They are currently running third to last in the GD Anfield, the 1-1-12, but they are still ahead of the Mouseketeers and GR Wildfire number 70, driven by Bartas Ockman and Artur Sekula respectively. So they're certainly having a somewhat decent run at this phase of the race, given their relative lack of experience compared to the rest of the field. And the Corvette, as you say, is not the easiest car to drive. In fact, there's another one, the SD Shiba, being negotiated, and Speff is now caught right back up to the back of Giussi Nirola.
Yeah, I mean, again, well, they've got Team Vem right behind them as well, with Daniele Vella flashing the headlights as if to say, right, you people might be hypercars, but I think I've got a bit more pace than you. Looking at Daniele Vella, he's just done a 1:47.7. Simon Speth 1:47.236, and Giussi Nirola from Dozov.
Nirola was only a tenth quicker than the LMP2 of VEM.
But it's all this traffic. We've got a yellow out in Sector 2 here at Istanbul Park. And again, it's just trying to measure your way through the field. And it's a game of two halves when it comes to back markers and faster traffic. It's not only the back marker's responsibility to stay on the racing line, but it's also the responsibility, that was closed by Luca Martino going through turn 11.
Rookie Monsters car he was lapping there.
Yeah, the one that
this is Varconi he's battling with. So Varconi is pit from the lead and come out right alongside Luca Martino's armed Cerbera car. And Martino, of course, Varconi still got to get the tyres up to temperature. And this is Varconi on a different strategy to everyone else, because he made that early call to stick with the dry tyres in the changeable conditions, and it continues to pay off because he's not been held up by Martino. He's cleared him very, very quickly, and now Swolkowski, he may have a 49-second gap, but he's going to have to pit at some point, and now Varconi can just continue to make time in that clear air, 50 seconds behind.
Yeah, Martino's really got the wind beneath his front splitter and rear wing, as that was, I think, Nirola going through, possibly.
It is, yes, because just behind is Simon Speth and the other Hot Rocket, the GD3, that's now holding the sister car up, which is certainly going to lead to some frantic chatter on the radio, I think. And there we go, finally lets him through there. As we see Gianluca Scalvini set the best time in a GD3 AM. So that's going to help his cause in the lead for Simfring Pink, number 91. Still quite got a big gap over Carloni Racing Black, I think, over 70 seconds.
Sander Callas is right with Simon Speth right now for what is going to be fifth in
That really shows
hypercar.
how much their times have been affected here in this battle, Nirola and Speth, yes. And still in the 43s, 44s, Callas in the 41s.
Yeah, a low. It was a 41.3 from Callas, so he's got to within 2/10, and it started raining again, Ed. Now again, folks, it seems like on cue every sort of like 25 minutes, half an hour, we're going to see people trying to thread the eye of the needle. I think this is the perfect time for Simon Speth to come into pit lane and change those.
He's just been overtaken.
And he's
there we go.
What? Why is he staying out? That's the big question. He cut. I mean, the thing is, people will go in and get a fresh set of boots on those cars. Simon Speth has now been out for nearly an hour and 40 minutes. This has got to be.
Big fuel tank in that thing.
I was going to say he must be really eking
Unless
at
the timing screen is glitching and he has made a pit stop that's not been registered, because that has been known to happen, as we see.
Yeah.
Loads of traffic for Callas now, but Nirola decided to pit out of the way, so he's gone a lap down from the lead. But it'd be interesting to see what he does. I suspect he'll be putting some fresh wet tyres on the moment he saw there was rain. Oh!
Bumper cars. There were bumper cars there. That was Simon Speth and Sander Callas, I think. They were literally 0.3 of a second apart, and they're trying to get through. Oh, there's a Merc that's trying to get some big old tank slapper. Oh, that's not what you want. I think that was through turn 7, coming up the hill, and that Mercedes went, I've got it. No, I haven't.
Oh dear, yes. I wasn't quite sure which team that was, but yeah, the Mercedes was really struggling for rear grip, as we see the Satellite Racing 64 about to be lapped here as well. I thought Callas has got through. Looks like the Subaru LMP2 is coming through, and now Simon Speth clears the both of them in quick succession then. As we see more yellow flags with the rain continuing to fall in the final sector then. And is it me, or is it coming down a little bit heavier than we've seen before in this race, Alex? It seems to be catching everyone out, not just in terms of their strategies, which have been completely thrown out the window, but also just where to place their car on track, because it seems I think there's still 49 cars running in this race at the moment, and all of them seem really to just be struggling to keep their head above water, quite literally.
Yeah, I think this is going to be very much an on-off affair with the heavens opening up above. There's Sinclair Hugh from Redemption Racing Team, the Callaway C7 Corvette. Oh, entangles with the car in front. I think that was...
Inframe lapping him.
Oh, dearie me. I mean, the thing is, whenever you get a microclimate around a circuit, you have been to the Nürburgring, well, that's the next round on the 24th of February for round 5. Whenever you get into a microclimate and there is weather that is so unpredictable, it is going to keep everyone, the drivers, the teams, on their toes the entire time, because as I said, you've got to instinctively react. Garden in YouTube chat says code to season 4 flashbacks. You're probably very right on that one, because the minute the rain comes in, people like to say, well, okay, right, how long have we been out on these tyres? Is the car still feeling okay? Can you drive it for, let's say, another 20 minutes, because the teams and the engineers will have their, or spotters will have their respective weather fronts open, and as if to say, okay, rain's going to go in 20 minutes, be like, okay, tough it out a little bit, see if you can keep, if you can't drive the car, or you find the car's becoming a bit unresponsive to what you need, especially with rear-wheel drive vehicles in sports cars, the biggest thing is that if you get snap-on understeer, you're going to go right instead of turning left around a corner.
Indeed, yeah, and so we're seeing driver changes, and Hot Rocket have finally come in and put Amir Hazik into the car. ST Shiba have done the same, actually come out 8 seconds behind them. Tommaso Contu now taking over from Decutis then in the 320. So they've come out in 6th and 7th in class respectively. The driver that's really been thriving in these conditions, as he was in the dry to be honest, is Christopher Kianik, who lapped 4 seconds a lap quicker than his teammates, cut the gap to 63, 64 seconds at the moment to Korzari. So Kianik, I think, has very much got the pace in the next couple of hours to close in on his teammate, and depending on if there are any code 80s they can pit under and take advantage of, I think it's very much turning into potentially a two-horse race unless Sander Kallas can do anything about it. About 40 seconds down on Kianik now that the interlopers on the podium have pit out of the way, essentially.
Yeah, now we see the battle for second in LMP2 Pro heat up once again. Luca Martino in the Arms Sibra car trying to close in on Zoltan Farcogni in the Go Team Racing 21. Got one of the Ferraris, and they're going to make it 3 wide. Oh, Martino threads the eye of the needle, looks to the outside, and he gets past. Oh. That's a brave move from Martino, going through into, I think, what was turn 6? Well, it was looked to be turn 7.
That looked like just after turn 8, wasn't it? So it was 9 and 10, yes. But on the outside there, and Varconi completely made way, backing off on the inside. So that felt like a very, very cautious move. Is Varconi struggling more in these conditions than the number 42 Arma Supra then? Because that might tell us that Varconi is thinking about coming into the pits for wets quite soon. But it looks like Varconi is staying out. Just maybe he was thinking championship and deciding not to get taken out there, as we see them being lapped now by the Team Iris 707, which is continuing out there on hard tyres. Despite the rain, we're coming up to 40% again, I think, in terms of the track conditions and how wet it is. But
yeah,
and it's never really gone above 40%, luckily. But that's still enough to really become a challenge on these dry tyres.
Especially with the spray coming from the the rear wings on these LMP2s and these hypercars, and then the GT3s are like going, right, we've got to combat this as well. Yeah, I think what you were saying about Varcogni there, very, very true indeed, because Hyperion Esports number 44 have had a second and 2 wins so far this season. Go Team Racing have had a win and a second, and they're 14 points adrift, so they want to make sure that the gap is minimised as much as possible. So Varcogni would have thought, okay, Martino's closing, the team would have said, okay, right, let him pass. Don't fight him. Don't fight him, because we're 15 minutes away from the turn of the second hour. And once you get through the first third of the race, you sort of like breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief, but then your adrenaline spikes again as you've got to go through it all once more, as Nick Mora has got Simon Speth up the inside of him.
That would be Ayman Hazik now.
Yeah, Ayman Hazik, yeah. Ayman Hazik going through. So, and that car's really trying to pick up the pace, so we'll actually get a respective lap time from Amir as he crosses the line. 1:45.758. So a little bit of traffic, as that was the BMW going a little bit tank slapper happy.
Car, I think, of again being pushed off track. That was Oliver Newman, I think, in the number 62, and that was whoever. I think that might have been Christian Pascal in the Blue Bolt, just making contact at turn when he clearly was trying to go all the way to the outside, and then suddenly discovered the Rookie Monsters BMW was there as well. So that was a little bit unfortunate. Maybe the spray starting to affect people's judgment in these tricky conditions and getting the braking points wrong. But yeah, I don't think Oliver Newman will be particularly happy. He's been made a little bit of a punching bag so far in this race for the prototypes, which is unfortunately a trap that is very difficult to avoid when you're a GT3 at a track like Istanbul, where it is so difficult just to go side by side, especially through some of the long sequence of corners where there's only really one line in these tricky wet conditions, and the rain, it just continues to fall, doesn't it, Alex? As you look at Gandosi currently holding on to third in the ERT with 4 hours 14 minutes remaining, and they are the reigning champions, I believe, Tameli ERT number 69. How dearly they would love to get their title defense up and running, because they've not had an ideal time of it so far. I believe in GT3 AM they are... Oh, I'm trying to remember where they are in the championship. No, in GT3 Pro, so they're fifth. Oh!
Anthony Maris and the Flying Goat McLaren just had a big old moment there at one of the fastest parts of the circuit and still hung on to it. I think change of virtual racing underwear is going to be needed for the driver in the Flying Goat McLaren right about now.
Yeah, he's certainly lucky to stay on the ground after that one. But the Flying Goat. But yeah, here is Sander Kallas again. And has Sander Kallas, is he about to lap Ayman Hazik here? I think he is, actually. So that really shows you how much the Hot Rocket has fallen off of that podium battle since the rain started to fall again. And also shows you the pace of Kallas relative to him. Still 43 seconds between Kallas and Kianik. And Kianik has got the gap down to Kozeri to 58 seconds now. So another strong lap by him. He was 2 seconds faster in the first sector alone than Kozeri. So Kozeri is really struggling in these conditions, Alex.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's as I've alluded to a couple of times. It's just sort of instinctively reacting. You know, you've got to make the right decision on the fly. You can't you can plan, and then you know that sometimes it could go a bit south. As Mario said of him laughing at my comment of virtual racing underwear in the YouTube chat. But yeah, it's just so difficult to predict how this weather is going to happen. It is one of the most difficult tests because you're thinking, oh, are we going to go on softs? Are we going to go on hards? Are we going to go on mediums? Are we going to go on rain tires? Are we going to go full wets? That is the big question that these drivers and these teams, they'll be discussing it on their TeamSpeak servers quite significantly over the course of the race. And there's another driver that's just come into the pits. I think that's the Sunset Motorsport 84 car with Adam Eichel behind the wheel. I did see that Daniele Vella did actually have a pit stop as well for Team Vem. And that has dropped them to 4th in LMP2 Pro. As we've got Black Hawk Racing's Sebastian Pfeiffer in 4th position and nearly going airborne going through turn 11 at full speed at about 285 kilometers an hour. It's really impressive to see the amount of commitment, even in these very inclemental conditions here at Istanbul Park, to try and get the better handle on it.
Yep, so we did see a few pit stops in LMP2 Pro as well. Luca Martino has just pit and come out 50 seconds behind Zoltan Varconi. So Varconi retakes second in class. Patrick Zawalski has pit from the lead as well in Hyperion 44. So if Varconi stays out, he will take the lead in a matter of seconds. We also see Loic Moynier, a very, very accomplished driver, has gotten on board Team Iris 707 at the rear of the hypercar field. They have pit onto the wets now. They've admitted defeat off of the hards. And so it'll be interesting to see what Loic Moynier's pace is, whether he can catch back up to Tommaso Conte, who's now a lap ahead of the Iris driver. So Moynier has jumped in the car with a lot of work to do. They were second last time out at Indianapolis as well, so their consistency is a real strength of Team Iris. It'll be interesting to see how their race develops from here, because it's not really gone to plan so far. They've taken a gamble and it's really backfired on them.
Yeah, also good to see, I think that was Mattia Bassoni we just saw in the HG Esports Blue Bolt Pro-Am team. Had a good run at the opening round of the season, but they have had 2 single-digit scores, one of which, round 3, was a no score, and they're running second in the class. So this could really help them catapult up the LMP2 Pro-Am order, which is currently being run, led by Sunset Motorsport and Level 1 Motorsport in the 84 and 27 respectively. And both have got a win, a second and a third respectively, but they've got to, they've really got to be very, very careful on those that are going to be closing up on them. I mean, like with regards to, say, Red Eye Speed Eagles Racing, who took the opening win of the season. They're 7 points behind. You've got Carloni Racing Prototype also in that mix. And it is going to be quite interesting how the race actually develops, because we've got Simone Melilli behind the wheel of the number 29 car. And that's currently in the Pro-Am classification. Currently P3 at the moment, with Mateusz Prusak in the number 24 LMP2 Pro-Am leaders, with Mattia Bassoni rounding out second. So Prusak trying to do a very, very good job for the team that won round 1, and they are looking pretty good as we're about 9 minutes away from the end of hour 2 out of 6 here at Istanbul Park.
Yeah, the Speed Eagles, very, very quick team, and they've always been able to pull a few surprises here and there, but they don't necessarily have the best luck in endurance racing. So it's great to see them running at the front 2 hours in. Let's hope they can keep this pace up and not falter, because Bassoni and Blue Bolt and Carloni Racing number 29, who have led quite a lot this race, they've changed drivers and put Simon Melilli behind the wheel now. So that's going to be interesting to see how they fight back, as we see Santoni pick from the lead in GT3 Pro for MR Motorsports. So presumably that is going to hand it back to Jimmy Nisula, who's 14 seconds down the road.
Yeah, that's been very, very crucial on timing the pit stops, as we go back to Zander Callis and the Grand Effect Sim Racing team, Porsche, the number 63, still rounding at the top 3 overall. As we, again, it's just, as I said, with the widths of this track here at Istanbul Park, you're really put between a bit of a rock and a hard place at times as when to judge that overtake, and is it going to be absolutely fine as Carloni manages to get through on the number 60. Well, that was on the Team Rookie Monsters car, the BMW, that, as you said, has been the proverbial Rocky Balboa punching bag, as the rest of the field have been a bit like Apollo Creed, throwing an overhand right and hoping that they get through. And Oliver's not been exactly 100% happy, as you said, but they're still running in the top 10 in the GT3 AM class, and Oliver Newman is actually behind the number 88 Hot Rocket car of Anson Young in GT3 AM, so they're about 1.5 seconds apart. Andrea Gandossi now pits for Tamelli ERT in the Mercedes, so that could give them an opportunity. Well, that's going to drop them a little bit further down the order, and Ayman Hazik in the Dozov Blue Steel Racing number 401 has now taken 3rd. So again, we're seeing just these peaks and troughs on when pit stops are going to be affected by the teams here, Ed. It's very, very crucial that they've got to maximise the strategy and sometimes have to do that instinctive reaction, like I said about earlier.
Yes, exactly. And it's so important to react to the conditions when you need to. As we see Sander Callas coming in from 3rd, his lap times had to start to drop. He was lapping pretty similarly to Kozari. Kianek has had a very, very slow lap, actually 151, so he must have been held up in traffic then. But this is really, really crucial then. If Callas can undercut Simfream, both of the Simfream hypercars, he might be able to make up some ground here. And that could be very, very important because Grand Effect, they've not finished on the podium yet this season, and they desperately need to secure a finish and continue building that gap to Sebastian Pfeiffer, who is now going to inherit 3rd position.
Yeah. There is Anson Young, the Hot Rocket Sim Racing team, the brightly coloured Ferrari 488. Wipers definitely going like the clappers on that front windscreen. So yeah, and again, this rain has just been quite significant for the last, 15 minutes or so, and we're now going to see...
It's persisted, yes, Alex.
It has persisted, and it has got to the point where, I mean, Marco Lodi Rizzini for Carloni Racing Black has just pitted from 2nd position. That will be in the GT3
AM, yes.
AM class, and that is probably going to mean that Paride Di Vico in the SD Shiba number 20 GT3 AM car is closing rather rapidly and could take 2nd in the class at this stage of the race.
Yep, depending on if they pit or not as well. And it looks like they've stayed out, but Lodi Rizzini has a big gap to Carloni in the sister Carloni entry. Ayman Hazik from GT3 Pro, also 3rd in his class. He is pitting now as well. So that means that's another car that's not going to be able to overtake Lodi Rizzini before he is serviced. As we cut to Federico Suave, who is on board the Simfream eSports in 10th in the Pro class. That's the 47, of course, that stayed out with the wet tyres longer than anyone else. Looks like Korn Borchers for Love On Esports has switched to the wet tyres in LMP2 Pro Am, but the rest of the, pretty much all of the LMP2 and GT3 field have stuck with the dry tyres. They think this persistent rain is still only at 5%, but the wetness, as I say, it's 0 to 4%. It shows on the radar. So the track, it's not really drying out, but it's not getting super, super wet to the point that you need to plonk the full wets on. It's in those sorts of, like you say, those conditions where you need to react to it changing pretty quickly and sort of commit to that strategy, don't you? Because if you're constantly changing every time the weather changes, then you might end up making more pit stops than are really necessary and end up losing time as a result.
Yeah, and a lot of the drivers are channeling their inner Jensen Button, so to speak. Slick tyres on a mildly moist track. If anyone might remember what happened in 2011 at the Canadian Grand Prix when he decided to chance it, went off the circuit, and that's the thing that the drivers have to contend with. They've really got to keep the temps in these dry tyres, and if they don't, then of course you're going to have these problems. There's Oliver Newman again now getting to within.
Anson Young he's fighting with.
Yeah.
The position.
Yeah, That's for 8th in the GT3 AM class, as they've got an LMP2 going round, or was that a hypercar going around the outside? I think that was
Black Hawk Racing.
Pfeiffer. Yeah, Sebastian Pfeiffer in the Black Hawk Racing number 3 Porsche. Literally going, right, see you later, round the outside.
Oh!
And, Young's lost it.
Oh dear, so Young completely getting it wrong and losing the back end in the middle of turn 11. He must have just got a little bit offline in these treacherous conditions, and that was all it took. Oliver Newman gets up into 8th place, and that's great news for Team Rookie Monsters, who desperately wanted some positive screen time rather than being knocked out the way by the faster classes. But that means now Oliver Newman's next target is MR Motorsports number 66, driven by Fabio Zabetto, a very, very good team. MR Motorsport, of course. So Oliver Newman can close that 9-second gap. He could really put them under pressure and start becoming a big threat in the lower order of the top 10 in GT3 AM. He's currently 8th in class, challenging for 7th then. So if he can finish top 7, top 6, that would be a great result for Rookie Monsters, given where they are at this phase of the season. As here is Jimmy Nisula at the front of the GT3 Pro field now, hoping to hold on to that lead, take the 4th win in a row, which would be pretty unprecedented in EES history. I'm not sure if that's actually happened in, certainly not in GT3 Pro before. I think a couple of the lower attended hypercar classes, you would often get the same winner each race in previous seasons. It was Hal Amaral for Grow Racing Team really sliding through turn 11. So the track is deteriorating rapidly as we see the leader in. Riccardo Cazzeri pits, as does Sebastian Pfeiffer for Black Hawk Racing.
Yeah, I've seen the team at Satellite Racing compete in other endurance championships as well, and they have been a big old tour de force. I remember that some sports car championships were running the McLaren Senna on the rFactor 2 platform as a hypercar, and believe you me, they were completely dominant. I think they had, for one particular season in the championship, they had 4 or 5 wins on the bounce, and no one was able to touch them. There's Philippe Brigonier in the Le Casco Sim Racing, who are currently 6th in the GT3 Pro class, 36th overall, and is 13.1 seconds behind Michele Rizzo in the VDA number 115. Oh, there's an LMP2 getting a bit sideways as well, in front of Francesco Gennale. That's the number 37 car that was just going a bit too tank slapper happy. Smigielski in the Sweet Fords.
Just as we almost hit the 4-hour mark, we've just had a change for the lead in LMP2 Pro. Patrick Zawalski, I think, has made a mistake because Valconi was 3 tenths behind him. And I think Zawalski has had an off somewhere because he's now 5 seconds behind our new class leader, which is Go Team 21. So the pendulum has swung the other way. And Valconi, his patience, persistence really paid off in that earlier stint now because he's assumed the lead. And he's going to look to pull away then. But as you say, there are 4 hours remaining, and yet still all to play for. But I'm not sure why Cazzeri came into the pit. I might have been a drive-through or something, because it was a very, very quick pit stop where he just seemed to drive through. And he's come out still 80 seconds ahead of Andrea Terzi now, who's that's why, because Sim3 number 8 have had a driver change, of course, which is why Callas is close to within 17 seconds, despite being 40 behind earlier.
Yeah, that's always you can't fault what Sim3 eSport 7 have done so far after what is now very shortly going to be 69 laps.
Offline, Ollie Newman.
Ollie Newman's not having a good day in the office, is he, for the Team Rookie Monsters?
He just did an overtake, so it's not been too bad, but no. Yeah, it's starting to struggle out there in terms of his lap times, but he is closing still on that 7th place car, only about 5 seconds behind. It was 10 seconds not too long ago, but yeah, even he is struggling out there in these treacherous conditions. Ollie Newman is a pretty experienced driver. Anton Young, who we saw him overtake earlier, he's come into the pits as well for Hot Rocket 88 too. So looks like this is the phase of the race where everyone, literally, it's only Corn Borchers who's decided out of the top 8 or hypercars or so. But for the drivers, it's like skating on an ice rink essentially in Istanbul here, because there's going to be very, very limited grip the more rain that falls down. And look at how much the Arm Cibrica was struggling there in the braking zone for turn 1, just wiggling all over the place. And there's somebody who's lost it completely.
Oh, Smigilski in the 37th Sweet Force LMP2 Pro-Am has dropped it big time. And that's put him 43rd overall.
Yeah, so he was a long way down the Sweet Force, very much at the back, even behind even the Fuel Savers, who had a lot of difficulty early in the race in the Pro-Am class in the form of Holstel. He's still going quite strong and is slowly catching up to the back of Andrei Sitewent, who's about 3 laps ahead of him. But yeah, 2 laps behind Holstel is Smigilski, who's not going to help his cause with mistakes like that. So Smigilski has desperately just got to survive in these treacherous conditions then.
Yeah, so after 2 hours, it's still Simfream eSports number 7 with Riccardo Corazzari that leads the way in the hypercar class. It's now been a change for the lead in the last 10 minutes for Zoltan Varkonyi for Go Team Racing 21 in LMP2 Pro. LMP2 Pro Am, led by the red eye number 24 of Mateusz Prusak. And then with GT3 Pro, it's 64 of Satellite Racing, Jimmy Nusula behind the wheel. Gianluca Scalvini for Simfream Pink in the number 91 leads the way in GT3 Am. Also, one team that we've been informed by Mariano, our broadcast director, who's doing a sterling job, not just doing the broadcasting but also race direction behind the scenes. Boria Milan is currently 3rd in the GT3 Pro classification for the World of Sim Racing number 151, and they've been silently getting about the business at hand as we now see Marco Santoni from MR Motorsport, the pole sitters for round 4 here at Istanbul Park, with sparks flying from the rear diffuser as it bottoms out through the apex of turn number 11, and then hard on the brakes through into turn 12. And again, there's the number 46 just behind, so which is the Naya Racing Italia car that had that was in the barriers after 45 minutes with Giacomo Lapadula behind the wheel, as they've got the SB Shiba Porsche hypercar making it 3 wide and then just ducking in front going into the braking zone for turn 1. Incredible the rate of acceleration of the Porsche hypercars when they get up to speed, fly past somebody else, and then they're hard on the anchors before anyone else can try and touch it in the braking zones.
And look at this, down in GT3 Am, Oliver Newman has found a way past Fabio Sabetto up back into the top 7 then, or is this Sabetto starting to catch Oliver Newman? I'm going to look at the previous lap times because that might give a little bit of a hint as to what's going on here. 2:11, 2:07 for Oliver Newman, so Newman has made it through then. Newman driving like a new man, it would seem, as we see Borja Milan, the 151 World of Sim Racer car we were just talking about, retiring from the race, unfortunately. So there's possibly a disconnection or some sort of grief that that car has come to, because we see them now stationary in the garage in the pit lane, which is never a good sign. And so that car that was in the GT3 Pro class was running in the top 3, top 4 also is now out of the running, which is a big shame for them.
Yeah, that is really, really difficult for a team of such caliber as well.
Very close to the GT3 Pro.
Yeah, Santoni looking up the inside of Jimmy Nisula. Nisula's going to get the inside for the right-hander. Santoni a little bit wayward, the front end waggling quite significantly, and now latches onto the back of the McLaren 720S. Through turn 11 as we ride on board on the roof cam of Marco Santoni from MR Motorsport in the 71. They're going to go down into the crest, over the crest, into turn 12. Nisula a little bit, the back end a little bit snaking under braking there, through into turn 12, into the right at 13. It's going to be about who's going to get the better traction down between these two, and it's more than likely going to be Nisula because that car is mid-engine rear-wheel drive. But the Mercedes also has a pretty good engine under the bonnet of it.
And look at this. Patrick Zawalski is caught back up to Zoltan Varkonyi. He is now trying to retake the LMP2 Pro class lead. So both of our Pro classes have come alive in their fights for the lead here. It's difficult to know where exactly to look as they swing through turn 8 here. But Zawalski has just been absolutely flying. He's been a man on a mission the last few laps. Although Varkonyi was a second quicker the previous lap, he must have been badly held up on this one then. So great to see Hyperion and Go Team. They've just been fighting tooth and nail all season for the lead of almost every race. And it's a tradition that Sukowski seems very, very eager to continue as the sister Hyperion lets them through. That must be the Musketeers car. And through up the inside comes the Black Hawk Racing number 3 in its own race, in its own little world, ignoring them completely like they're standing still.
Yeah, Giuseppe Pastore behind the wheel of that car just threw it up the inside with complete 100% confidence and thought, right, you two might be battling, but I've got my own race too.
And while we've been watching this, Santoni in the MR Motorsport 71 has taken the GT3 lead in GT3 Pro off of Jimmy Nisula. So you have to wake up very early in the morning to put one over Jimmy Nisula. But Nisula's not done yet, going around the outside at turn 8. And who is going to break the latest? It's Jimmy Nisula that goes around the outside then into 9 and 10. And Santoni is denied once more. What a pair of fantastic duels we're being treated to at the present moment, Alex.
Well, the thing is also the rain has subsided, so it's cleared off again. But the track temperature has dropped by 50%. We were at 14 degrees Celsius just under 2 hours and 10 minutes, and yeah, now it's gone dry again. The pace has ramped up, but the biggest thing now, folks, is that these drivers are going to have to contend with cold track temperatures, and the ambient is pretty much matching the track, as we've still got 3 hours and 50 minutes plus change still to go, and Santoni is trying to throw the playbook at Nisula, and the satellite racing driver in the 64 McLaren has always had an answer so far.
Yeah, so Nisula's on the older tyres, and it's a similar situation for Varconi here as well. And his battle as they desperately try and thread the needle between 2 or 3 different classes there, all squabbling amongst each other. And off track goes Varconi. He breaks too deep into turn 9, and Patrick Sukowski retakes the LMP2 Pro lead for Hyperion number 44. So the championship leaders back on top in LMP2 Pro.
Yeah, also a bit of a development starting to happen in hypercars under Callis in ground effects.
Wide goes Nisula. Sorry, Alex, to cut across you, but Santoni retakes the lead then in GT3 Pro there. And that was a small mistake from Nisula, but that was all it took. And can he fight back once more into turn 8 then, as there's a sister MR car that they're about to lap here?
Yeah, I mean, interesting development with regards to Sander Callis in the Ground Effects Sim Racing Team 63 Porsche Hypercar is now 7.2 seconds behind Andrea Terzi, and on the previous tour, Sander Callis was over 3 seconds quicker, as again, they've got the other MR Motorsport GT3 AM car. It's 4 wide. What on earth is... who's had their ready brake this morning? That was into turn 9. My goodness me. I think that was probably Nerola in the Dozoff BZR Blue Steel Racing #1 car that made it 4 wide. So you had a hypercar on the inside, LMP2 plus GT3 plus GT3, 4 wide into turn 9 at Istanbul Park. Madness.
It's absolute craziness then. So the rain has ended, but the chaos has not, Alex. But there we go. So somehow Santoni able to hold on from Jimmy Nisula despite the sister MR. I think that was the 66 they were just lapping from the GDM class. It's 6 tenths between the two. It's like a paperclip between the pair. And Jimmy Nisula was right on the rear bumper of Santoni through turn 8, which was very, very brave of him right before that 4 wide moment there. So we've got to salute the braveness, the brazenness of Jimmy Nisula to just keep pressure, literal pressure on the back of Santoni's car there without touching it, of course. But now it's going to be difficult for him to stay with Santoni and indeed to strategically find a way back through. But here's someone who hasn't given up either. It's Varconi. Sukowski spins out at turn 12 there and loses the lead. So it changes hands again, and now it's Go Team number 21 that are back on top in LMP2 Pro.
Again, with these, as I said, these colder conditions are going to come to bite people. And Sukowski was a perfect example. We had that with Varconi going through into turn 9, ran wide on the right-hand side of the circuit. And Sukowski has just done exactly the same, only it was coming into turn 14.
And it's one of the slowest corners as well, so that's why it's so frustrating to see the rear spinning up there, because you lose so much time at that sort of part of the track.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just...
look at the lead, 4 seconds. Has Sukowski come into more trouble?
I think it was just when he lost that time going through into turn 13. it really did go to show, as Marcos Antoni has got past Jimmy Nisula. So
I think
change
he's held
in
on to the lead here. So I think Nisula is now still struggling to get back through here in satellite number 64. Once again, he gets the slipstream coming downhill towards turn 11. Is he going to be able to go to the inside? You see on the back of MR Motorsport 71 the racing for Matteo. That was a recent event there, as there's a stationary almost LMP2 there that gets well out of the way of the pair of them. But yeah, that will put Jimmy Nisula off ever so slightly there. But yeah, see the racing for Matteo, that was a recent event in January for, of course, the late departed Italian driver that's well respected in the EES community, of course, with that event held in his honor, I think at the Nürburgring, if I'm not mistaken. It was a little 4-hour event they held earlier in the month. But yeah, Jimmy Nisula now sees Santoni again start to escape. So he's able to really, he's got great straight line speed, has the satellite racing car, but in the twistier stuff, Santoni's able to just scarper away from him with a little bit more with that improved tyre life. He's got the fresher tyres on that car.
And also the centre of balance on that Mercedes, because of the fact what you want is a car that's going to be easy to turn in. Mercedes with the engine over the front, well, just slightly behind the front axle, helps with the centre of gravity. So in the twistier stuff, people would say, oh yeah, mid-engined, rear-wheel drive will be perfect. No, you need a car that has good rear-wheel drive front, but then you also need a car that has that engine placed a little bit further forward, so it really helps to counteract the traction spooling up from the rear. So that's why, as excuse me, the number 71 of Marcos Antoni from MR Motorsport has been able to pull away from Jimmy Nisula, and that gap now is up to best part of nearly 9/10 of a second, actually coming up to a second now between the pair. So Santoni, as you said, with that improved tyre life, but also with the characteristics of the Mercedes-AMG GT3, is starting to pull away as the tyres and the track is coming to the Mercedes. We've got a yellow out in Sector 3.
Yeah, and we're seeing a battle here for 5th in the LMP2 Pro class at the back end of the circuit, with Dabrowski just being held up actually by the Sweet Force, but I think that's Christian Pascal. Is that Christian Pascal coming into the pit lane then? Along with Bassoni and Prusak. No, I think Christian Pascal stayed out then, so Dabrowski's still 1.4 behind the HE Sports Blue Bolt in that battle. No, Pascal did come in. Yes, the timing screen is finally updated there, so I feel very stupid now. But anyway, here is your race leader. We're not seeing too much of the number 7, have we? Kazari has just been plugging along quite nicely. Terzi, since getting into car, has gradually gotten up to speed. He's now lapping 2 seconds a lap faster in the 140, so he's matching the pace that his teammate Christopher Kianik was setting earlier. So Terzi is going to slowly reel in Kazari, and once Kazari has to change drivers, inevitably the gap will shrink down from 73 seconds down to perhaps 50 seconds or so. And you say Sandikas is now only 2 seconds behind Terzi as well, so all of a sudden we could be looking at a freeway fight for the win here in the overall hypercar class, Alex.
Yeah, well, also the interesting thing is you got to look at the I'm just sort of trying to calculate the points provisionally, that if Sim Freem eSport 7 wins the race and the sister 8 car finishes in second, they're going to be dead level on points going into round 4 next month, round 5 next month. So it's 30 for a win, 25 for second. That'll put them on 99 points apiece. So that could be an even further bone of contention going into the Eifel region of Germany in about 4 weeks' time. So it's really about how the teams work together, and they may just go, you know what, we're at that stage of the championship, we're halfway through the season, we want to make sure that the consistency run continues, and you don't want to drop the car at a moment where it could cost you, especially in the final hour of the race, Ed.
Exactly, because that's when we even saw in Indianapolis there was a late disconnection for the number 8 while they were running second. So that was a big blow for their championship, because they lost those 25 points that they would otherwise have had, and they instead went to Team Iris on that occasion. But yeah, we're going to see so many tiny little things that will make a big difference, especially when those two at the moment in the points table in Hypercar, they've really got that championship to themselves. As we see Sander Callis, though, immediately disproving me and going up the inside of Andrew Terzi into turn 11. That was a superb move. Where did that come from, Alex?
That was lick the stamp and send it, a la Daniel Ricciardo on that particular occasion. So that now means that at the minute, if things were to finish as they are with 3 hours and 43 minutes on the clock to go, Simfream eSports number 7 will take the lead in the championship standings heading into round 5. But we still have a possibility of that unpredictability nature of sports car racing when it's multi-class, and it's around a circuit that, as we have seen over the best part of nearly 2.5 hours, where overtaking has been at some points very marginal and very limited, but then there have also been mistakes made by other teams. As there we see Karol Wojniak for the red iSpeed Eagles racing car leading the way by nearly 6 seconds ahead of Stefano Lanza in the HG Esports Blue Bolt Pro Am class. So this is for the LMP2 Pro
terrible
Am
lap
lead.
for Wozniak. 3 minutes 10, Lanza 3:03. Have they both pit or something, or both been held up by traffic?
Yeah, that says to me pit stop, as we see Anthony Maras in Flying Goat closing in on the 66 of Fabio Zerberto. This is for 5th in GT3 Am. So this is going to be quite...
been really struggling in this stint, hasn't he? Because he's been overtaken left and right.
And that's really sort of... that's the other thing that we need to remember about multi-class racing as well, Ed, is that you're trying to get into your rhythm, and then you see a hypercar pull to the left-hand side. The only thing you see are the headlights, and that was, I think, possibly of Grozzari, in the number 7 car that just went through. Xander Callas and Andrea Terzi battling away for second. So obviously Xander Callas.
No, that's one of the LMP2s, I think. So they are 2 seconds apart then. Terzi's just continuing to lose a bit of time here, as here is Sirkowski, who's still trying to catch back up to the go team number 17 after spinning out of the LMP2 Pro lead in that intense battle. But Anthony Maris, the Flying Goat, we saw have a big moment at turn 8, and he's recovered pretty well from that. Now be challenging for the top 5 in Am. Is he going to have a little dive up the inside the final corner? Nope, thinks better of that. Very sensible from Anthony Maris, and Zerberto is going to have his wits about him, because let's look at his pace. He was, I think it was pretty similar to the last lap, actually. Only a 4/10 slower was Zerberto, but in general, Anthony Maris has been reeling him in, and now this is the problem of he's got to find a way past, whilst also not being in the way of the hypercars and the prototypes that are desperate to get through themselves.
Yeah, because everyone's battling for points. It doesn't matter what position you are in the field, you're still more than likely going to secure a handful or a significant amount of points, as we see multi-class madness at its finest coming down the hill here at Istanbul Park, because there's 4 different ground levels. There's a lot of elevation changes that these drivers are having to contend with, and also to deal with the multi-class aspect. It really is a case of picking your spots, as Anthony Maris has teamed them up the inside and gives them a flash as if to say, oi, that was a bit too close for comfort. I think the Flying Goat McLaren got a little bit of a scrape as a result of Team Them, as I think that's Young going round again, isn't it, in the Hot Rocket Ferrari?
Yeah, Hanson Young just again getting turn 11 wrong there, but luckily not really losing any positions, just losing a bit of time and not getting in anyone's way particularly either. But yeah, we're seeing a lot of praise in the chat, by the way, as we see Anthony Maris going a little bit wide as he has to be lapped by some of the other classes then. That's the problem when you're in the Am class. It's the slowest class, so you're going to be lapped the most by everyone, statistically speaking. But yeah, a lot of praise for Xander Callas and Ground Effect number 63, because a lot of people pointing out they had to do an extra stop at the beginning of the race for another set of wet tyres, as did number 8 crew, and they're now only 80 seconds behind Kazari, despite having to make that extra pit stop, and they're ahead of Terzi as well. So Xander Callas has really got the bit between his teeth. He is a pole sitter at earlier rounds in this championship, of course. So in a way, it's not surprising to see him performing so well, but it is nonetheless impressive, given everything that's happened in this race so far, that we can't really count out Ground Effect for the victory here. And especially since it's their first season in EES, it's always impressive to see a rookie come in and a challenge of the big boys, because I think Simfream, as I was implying, sort of felt they had this race sewn up into themselves, and now Kazari is going to be feeling a little bit more nervous, because it's not just his teammate he's fighting with, but Callas as well.
Yeah, that's going to be the 3-horse race. I mean, if Yusin Aurora, who's back behind the wheel of the Dozov Blue Steel Racing number 1 car, the defending hypercar champions, get into the mix, it could be a 4-horse race. So it is going to be interesting to see how it evolves over the next hour and hour and 38 minutes until we get to the final 2 hours. And that's when we're going to see a lot of possible mistakes come in, because drivers who have done a lot of wheel time, a few stints in this, and they've had to change with the they've had to cope with the changeable weather, and that's going to affect force feedback on the direct drives, obviously the inputs through their pedals, and also exertion, because we all know in this community, in the world of sim racing, that people say, yeah, you're just driving on a game. No, you're not. You are really, really pushing. You are at full concentrated focus. There's adrenaline coursing through your veins. Your heart rate's up. You're sweating. You're trying to take on fluids when you can. The best place would be, in my mind, coming out of turn number 14. There we see the ninth placed one of the LMP cars, Origin Racing's Thiago Monteiro, running ninth at the minute in his respective class. Now, who is he?
That was quite the squeeze he went through there. There was a Thiago Montero-sized gap there, and Thiago Montero decided to put his Origin Racing car right in the middle of it. But yeah, mind the way, he's not the Thiago Montero is in the touring car driver and Formula One, infamous Formula One podium finisher with Jordan at the 2005 Indianapolis Grand Prix. That's a different Thiago Montero from Portugal. They are nonetheless the reigning LMP2 Pro-Am champions, of course.
Yeah, that was threading the eye of the needle at its finest through a twisty part of the circuit here at Istanbul, and just made it work. And sometimes you've got to take those chances when they present themselves.
Oh, and there's a move.
Skula for GR Wildfire, and I think that was the Redemption Racing Corvette had one flying up the inside one in the middle. And there is also Anson Young, who has
This is the battle to not finish last in the GDM class, and unfortunately Redemption Racing now find themselves at the back of it. But here is a Sekula for Wildfire. He has got himself into 12th place. Unfortunately now he's got over a lap to make up to Lorenzo Maggiolo in the Carloni Racing Red number 4, which is the next car up, as we return now to our scheduled programming, I guess, our LMP2 Pro fight between Varconi and the Hyperion 44 of Swakowski. So Patrick Suwałki has only got the gap up to... he's got ahead, actually, since we last checked in on this battle, hasn't he? So I think Varconi has been held up by traffic and found the Hyperion going around the outside of him somewhere.
Yeah, it's always the thing with the traffic, because they're circumnavigating their way through GT3s. There's the Sinister Race team, Ferrari of Mikel Arroyo. I think that's the Spanish crew, if I remember correctly. Currently running P4 as all round the outside. I think that was that Zander Callis possibly? I'm not 100% sure. Going round the outside and full send. And then Arroyo just keeping it pinned. No, that was actually Pastore possibly. But yeah, again, just the rate of knots that these hypercars. And then Peter, oh no! Pastore's off, and is he going to hit the barriers? Yes, right front does for the 5th place car, the number 3. Oh dearie me! It was LMP2 into GT3 into hypercar, and it all goes
the level 1
wrong.
car that's come to grief. That could be a code 80. There's big damage there, and Varconi immediately comes into the pit lane then from second in class. So I think his tyres are just worn out at that point there. But yes, big mistake for Giuseppe Pastore there. Braked a little bit too late and hit the back of one of the LMP2s. I wasn't sure quite who it was, and then I think Adam Smith's had a separate incident just after, and there we go. The rain has started falling again, as if by magic. It looks like it was Simone Milili, I think, who was hit in the back there by Giuseppe Pastore, just minding his own business. And it looks like the steering has been badly damaged as he's crabbing down the straights. It looks like definitely going very slowly.
Well, all 4 wheels are still on that wagon, so that's also a good sign. I think Simone Melili is just trying to make sure that it is working, as Andrea Terzi looking to set it up the inside of one of the GT3 cars, and gets clobbered in the right rear by the Merc that he's just passed, as Andrea Terzi for this Simframe eSports number 8 car threads his way through on what was turns 9 and 10. And then on the rundown, he managed to scarper away to the distance through turn 11. We've got a yellow ounce in sector 2, Ed. The rain has put the cat amongst the proverbial pigeons again, I see.
I've lost count of the amount of times it started raining in this race. But interestingly, Terzi is now 12 seconds behind Callis. So over the last couple of laps, he's lost a considerable amount of time then. But certainly I wouldn't count Terzi out completely from getting the number 8 back into contention for second place at this point. And in fact, he has closed the gap down to 11 seconds as I've been speaking. But here is Zabetto. And is that challenge for position in class there as Anthony Maris goes up the inside on number 66 and retakes 5th in the GD AM class. And there goes, is that the race leader just slipping and sliding the number 7 its way through goes Riccardo Cozzariri. And Anthony Maris, though, he'll be very, very happy with that. That was a superbly judged move in tricky conditions then. But he's not out of the woods yet. The 66 pulls to the inside, but it's not quite close enough to dive up the inside into turn 1.
Yeah, Zabetto actually went a bit too deep under the brakes. It's probably because of the fact that the rain sort of only having come down for a couple of minutes, and then might have just caught the 66 unawares a little bit, and Anthony Maris just got the perfect undercut, and it was... Thank you very much. That'll do nicely. And he gets through in the Flying Goat machine. The McLaren 720S now going up into P5 in the number 95 McLaren. So yeah, again, the minute we have rainfall on this track, again, problems just seem to be happening as Maris has got Zabetto to the outside. There's Thibaut Mathieu from Le Casco Sim Racing, currently running 6th in the GT3 Pro class and is quite a way behind, probably the best part of a lap behind Michele Rizzo in the VDA 115 GT3 Pro car. As Mathieu goes a little bit off circuit, that's not what you need right now.
Yeah, so I'm trying to see who Mathieu is battling with. I think he's a long way off the next car in GT3 Pro, and then he's got Luca Fabra about a lap behind him for Arms Zebra 41. So Mathieu is pretty much on his own. The next closest car is actually Matteo Grigolon, who's got the Sim3 number 9 going in the race again after their disconnection, but they are a long way down on the rest of the hypercar field. So Grigolon just slowly making his way through the GT3s and the Pro-Ams to try and at least get some points on the board for the number 9 and Sim3. But they're pretty much guaranteed to finish 9th given how far down they are. Loic Mounier, by the way, has been pretty consistently lapping in the 139s. He's closed the gap to Tommaso Contu for ST Shiba to 33 seconds. Remember, that's gone down from 50 seconds, and before that it was nearly a lap behind. So this has been a quietly impressive stint from Loic Mounier, although we've not seen a whole lot of it on stream. And the rain continues to fall. As you see Lazarudi, Kazatra Sim Racing, continuing to struggle. They've been really a little bit outmatched and struggling in these tricky conditions, as have many of the teams and drivers, to be honest, as we cut to Nicola Pastor, the brother of Giuseppe Pastor, who we saw in trouble earlier for Black Hawk Racing. And is that Nicola Pastor has just got through the Hot Rocket car in the number 88 then with Anson Young. He's just lapped there. Yeah,
I think that is the case. So Anthony Maris still trying to close on Fabio Zerberto. But the problem is that Anthony Maris has got Luca Fabra.
And Maris has lost that 5th place again.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to work his way through these conditions.
And he's got Luca Fabro up the inside for overall position in the race, but Fabro is in the Pro class rather than the AM class. So Maris there not holding him up too much. And I think in these conditions it's just survival at this phase for as far as Anthony Maris is concerned.
Yeah, 100%. It's just like treading on eggshells. You've just got to really be on, it's better for Maris to stay on the racing line. Let the faster traffic go through on the wetter parts of the circuit. Got a yellow showing up in Sector 2. So again, there are just some drivers just going a little bit off circuit. Sometimes the yellow in Sector 2, if it's out there for a long time, another one's gone out. It's probably just drivers going a little bit wide off the circuit and not causing an incident, but they then rejoin and then the yellow gets retracted. And Anthony Maris still pushing well over 230 kilometers an hour going through the fast right-hand kink at turn 11 as we go back to Karol Wozniak in the 2nd place car in the LMP2 Pro Am, and is 2.2 seconds behind Stefano Lanza. Yeah, so Lanza.
Blue Bolt.
Yeah, Lanza just did a 152.3, Wozniak nearly 3 seconds quicker. So LMP2 Pro-Am seems to be building at the front end of the field for something interesting for us to watch.
We also see Giuseppe Nirola has come into the pits from 4th position, which allows, despite that incident for Giuseppe Pastor, he's now inherited that 4th position. But everyone in 4th down in Hypercar is a lap down on the lead. We also see Amir Hazik making another pit stop for Hot Rocket number 55. So the strategies are playing out, and Moynier now, I think, is going to finally get the Team Iris car out of into 7th position and off of the bottom of the Hypercar board. Although since Symphony number 9 got going in, they're not at the very, very bottom, as we look at Samuel Korthoff, who's just based a little bit late on the outside there in 8th in LMP2 Pro-Am. Behind, that looks like Ayman Hazik in the Dozov BSR GD3.
Yes, Migelski in the Sweet Force 37 has just pitted again for LMP2 Pro-Am. They're actually stone dead last in that classification, so 9th out of 9 cars. So yeah, it's again just getting that little bit more interesting. We have had 2 retirements, of course. We've had Team Iris 777 retire. We've also had Boria Milan for World of Sim Racing 151. They retired quite a long time ago as well. So we still have 48 out of the 50 cars. Oh, dearie me. Samuel Korthoff nearly getting into the side of Anson Young. Well, actually did get into the side whilst trying to go around the outside of him in the 88 Hot Rocket Ferrari GT3 car. Korthoff was definitely chancing his luck there.
Yeah, certainly not saving too much fuel, not saving a lot of space either for the GD3s. And that's actually going to cost Korthoff a little bit of time then, as he's now got a wall of GD3s to negotiate. And not only is there a wall of them, but they're very, very twitchy as well. So poor Anson Young just cannot get out of the way quickly enough, unfortunately, which is always the problem when you're a GD3 in a race with prototypes as well.
Yeah, well, I'm just noticing that Korthoff is on the soft slick tyres, and he's still out there. Anson Young on the mediums. Corazari still has got a handsome lead of nearly 72 seconds over Sander Callas. Also in chat, they actually did a stop and go 20 earlier on in the race, and that was probably when Christopher Clanic got that penalty earlier on when he was behind the wheel. So it could be that I think Ground Effect are hoping that the race is going to come to them, but they've done quite a lot of inroads at the minute, despite the fact that Corazari and Simfream eSport 7 have just literally gone about the business of hand. I think Korthoff, is he going to stay out for another lap? Yes, he is, because somebody in the LMP2 classification didn't make sure whether it was
is that Martino coming in the pits? It is Martino for Arm Silver number 42. Tommaso Contu is also in the pits as well for SD Chiba 320. So that drops them behind Loic Moynier and Amir Hazik then for Team Iris and Hot Rocket respectively. David Ulfelheim has also gotten on board Level on Esports number 28, taking over from Nick Muir, I believe.
Yeah, Artur Sikula now in the pits for GR Wildfire number 70 at the back end of the GT3 AM class, as Adam Akyol for Sunset Motorsport in 3rd place in his respective category, which is the LMP2 Pro-Am class. Is trying to get past the SD Shiba.
He's been setting good lap times at Akyol, 151.2 last time around, compared to next car is Wozniak 156, Stefano Lanza leading the class 153.6. So I think Sunset are very much in play here if they can make up that ground, because he's got, once he passes Federico Soave in front of him in the pro class, that's a 96-second gap to Wozniak. So he's certainly got a mountain to climb, but he's got the pace to do it.
Yeah, he was, just looking at his previous lap, he was the best part of over 0.7 of a second quicker.
Big spin. And we've got the SD Shiba hypercar going very slowly, and another prototype that spun. That's just on the entry out of turn 7 into turn 8 there. And that has left a little bit of carnage, but they've collected themselves quickly. Yellow flag clears, but that is another issue for SD Shiba 320. Contu had just come out of the pits, hadn't he? And now he's 38 seconds down on Amir Hazik, so not ideal whatsoever. I wasn't sure who I think he must have hit one of the LMP2s.
Yeah, well, Shvakowski for Hyperion 444 has just pitted from the LMP2 Pro class lead. So that could give an opportunity for Luca Martino to come in. Adam Akyol has also come into the pits. So there are some strategy changes possibly being made. There's Loic Meunier for Team Iris. Runs with the likes of Turn Lower, who I remember a few years ago was actually running with Juice's Motorsport in some LMP2 racing. Shout out to my good buddy Nick Newcomb, who probably isn't watching, but is doing a lot of DJ. Used to be the team boss for Juice's Motorsport a couple of years ago. But Giuseppe Pastori in the Black Hawk Racing Porsche 963 is, put it this way, 1 minute and 40 seconds behind Andrea Terzi, with the Simfream eSports number 8 car still holding on to the fastest lap of the race so far, 1 minute 37.663. And then we see the battle with Andrea Terzi. Andrea Terzi trying to get past the number 45. That's the Hyperion 45 of Dabrowski in LMP2 Pro. So Hyperion leading the class because Tomasz Wach has now got behind the wheel, and Dabrowski is rounding out the top 5 in the class. Anson Young now holding 7th in GT3 AM, ahead of, well, he's about 51 seconds up the road from Marco Pereira in the Grow Racing Team number 89 Mercedes, and some LMP2 traffic getting their way very quickly past the brightly coloured.
Oh, and somebody goes off in the background at turn 8 there. That looked like one of the level 1 cars.
Oh,
that might have been David Uffelheim that came to grief there.
Well, probably on his second lap. Still probably got cold tyres. The track temperature now is equal with the ambient, 6 degrees Celsius, folks. So this track temperature at this rate, with intermittent rain hitting at regular intervals, as in every 25 minutes to half an hour, and then we get a nice little dry spell. There's Arkadiusz Sivek for the WSL Musketeers, currently sitting 9th in their class. So hopefully they might be able to use a little bit of strategy over the course of the next 3 hours and 20 minutes to maybe get a little bit further up the order. But there's David Greco in the Team Vem car being pushed along. That might be from, that's Xander Callis, isn't it?
Yeah, Callis going all around the outside, and David Greco, who of course used to be a tester, game developer for the Codemasters F1 games, a big name in the world of sim racing. I'd assumed David Greco had retired. It was great to see the Italian back in action there for VEM then, but and he's running in a pretty competitive in class. He's holding on to a pretty clear 4th position ahead of Dabrowski, but we've got a major fight for the lead in LMP2 as Loic Meunier pits for Team Iris, and that is Wach leading just 2 seconds out of Luca Martino, who's gotten into the LMP2 Pro fight through stealth essentially, and then Roland Zux for Go Team Racing number 21, 6 seconds behind. So all 3 of them within 8 seconds, and any one of them, I think, could take the advantage in this second half of the race. Oh, as that looks like the Mercedes, that must be the Grow Racing Team, number 89, that just lost it. And Giuseppe Saracino, the Italian, had to really think on his feet there in the HE Esports Blue Bolt Pro to avoid contact there, as we cut to Scalvini leading the AM class still for Simfream Esports Pink. So now holding up Sander Callis to help out the sister hypercar team as much as possible. And Sander Callis has to rate right in line behind him before diving at the inside of the final corner. And oh, somebody spinning off at the final corner behind them as well. Oh, that wasn't Terzi, was it?
I
think it may have been.
Oh, well, Terzi's now 6.2 seconds back, if that's the case. Also, Tiago Montero has just joined us in chat on YouTube. Thank you very much, Tiago. Well done on that stint. Yeah, David Greco used to be one of the founders of Musto GD Esports back in the day, back in the early 2010s. I remember he being part of a very competitive GTE team. Used to love the big beast, the old BMW M8, when GTEs were very much de rigueur in rFactor 2 endurance racing. And there were quite a few drivers that I kind of recognise from some of the names that I've noticed whilst doing my research ahead of today's round. But Riccardo Corazzari, again, now just threading the eye of the needle through turn 1, round the outside at 2. And this is a very fast, and it's a momentum gathering right-hander, because before he goes into turn 3, he was at about 260 kilometers an hour. That's a big old rate of knots. And then manages to get it slowed down. He's now down to about 50 miles an hour going through turn 4, the 90-degree right-hander, as they go down the hill. And it's really good to see these the way that these elevation changes showcases the carry of momentum. That's one of the LMP2s around. Now, who on earth was that?
I think that was the...
Was that Hyperion 45, possibly?
I think that was the Naha Racing team. I forget which number they are, but they're the...
Oh, 46. Giacomo Lapadula again. He was in the wall earlier on at 45 minutes 45 minutes through the first hour, and now another spin. Again, it doesn't matter who you are sometimes. That even the biggest names or the fastest drivers or the more competent drivers that are really, really consistent can still drop the car. It can happen.
Exactly, and it's the great equalizer, the rain, because nobody looks particularly good when there's no grip out there to play with, and there's a very visual demonstration of that as Thibault Mathieu just completely struggling to hold on to the rear end and causing a major hold-up for the race leader, actually, who's right behind the Blue Bolt LMP2, flashing his lights as well. And the reason Kazari...
there's a big old spin behind Ahmet Demirkan in Sunset Motorsport. There was a car pirouetting. That was coming out of turn 8.
Yeah, not sure who that was. But unfortunately, they won't bother Demirkan one jot then. He's in a battle for the Pro-Am podium at the moment, isn't he? That must be Simone Milili for CR prototype number 29, just a second ahead of him then. And cut back to Benidra Lezrudi. There's another yellow in the final sector. That's just ahead of where these guys are. And that clears itself very, very quickly. But the reason I was going to say Kazari is annoyed is because he just built a gap of 85 seconds and he's lost about 4 of them in all of that, because Sander Callas had a horrible lap just before where he set a 151. Now last lap round he's lost another 2 seconds back to Callas, as Terzi himself is actually now only 2 seconds behind Sander Callas as well. So all the hypercars are really starting to get held up by the traffic here, and the rain has stopped.
Well, also, I've just been having a look at the top speeds or maximum speeds done by our respective classes that are in competition, all 5 of them. The fastest speed recorded around the circuit, no surprise at all, is by our race leader, Riccardo Corazzari, 324 kilometers an hour in the hypercar class. Just trying to keep an eye on Level 1 eSports, number 28, has done 300 kph. So if you combine LMP2 Pro and AM, that has been the quickest car out there. And also, we've had a couple of cars. Look, the ARMS Cybra number 41. Aston Martin has done 261 at its top, but then Jimmy Nisler, well, Satellite Racing, whether it was Jimmy Nisler or anybody else, 263 kph in GT3. So some big speed variances that these drivers also have to contend with, folks, and it's never easy.
No, certainly not. And he really got to make decisions very early and often very quickly as well, as we cut back to Sander Callas just trying to lap some traffic and almost making side-on contact there with, that looks like the BSR GD3. And into the pits goes Sander Callas from second position. So this is an interesting ploy. We'll have to see if he's able to undercut Simfreem here and gain a bit of time. But that is a big roll of the dice then, with the rain stopping. Could ground effect be about to switch onto dry tyres? We did see a couple of the LMP2s and GD3s switch to wets during that last rain phase, and they might be starting to struggle now as well. So there's a big mix of tyres once more. It feels like that's been the case the entire race, really, that guys have mainly just stuck to the wets, whereas everyone else has sort of been switching tyres left and right, depending on what the weather radar says.
Yeah, well, they did have an interesting tyre choice. You know, so there were like, what, 3 or 4 teams that decided to go on slick tyres for the start of the race, and the track was absolutely saturated. And there's Ayman Haziq being passed by the sister team in the hypercars. So that was Yusin Erola getting past Ayman Haziq in the does off
It's a
booster
battle for the
racing
lead in
number
LMP2 Pro. Alex, that is Luca Martino. He's 2 tenths now behind Thomas Vack in Hyperion 44, with Zux just under 4 seconds behind the pair of them. So that battle is going to continue on as we look at Nicky Pastor. Just trying to... Oh, and somebody's spinning off in the background in one of the GD3 Ferraris. Oh dear, he's got it very wrong, and he's stranded on the grass facing the wrong way, Alex.
That's not what you want at this point, because we're 13 minutes plus change away from the halfway point of this race. Again, it's just sort of, you get through the midpoint of the race and then you go, okay, final stretch, final push. But then again, it is just so difficult to really read these conditions, because you just don't know how the car's going to react, how the tyres are going to react. Are you having to go offline to overtake? Are you... Oh, Nicky Pastori nearly has a moment there in his own right. Oh, that was very, very close for the SD Shiba Callaway Corvette, as we go back to Andrea Terzi, the number 8 Simframe eSports car, the car that currently still has the fastest lap of the race of 1:37.663, is now 87.5 seconds behind Riccardo Corazari, as we go back to Red Eye Speed Eagles Racing's Karol Wozniak, who still runs second in the class at the moment, which is the LMP2 Pro-Am.
Yeah, he was 5 tenths a lap quicker, or I think it was 5 or 6 tenths quicker the previous lap than Stefano Lanza in the Blue Bolt in front of him. So Lanza has done well to keep him at bay for quite a while in this race, but Wozniak, we know exactly what kind of pace he's capable of, so Lanza is really going to have his wits about him to hold on to that lead and potentially make his strategy work in his favour then, as we look at Giuseppe Pastor, just down in 4th position, sort of in no man's land at the present moment in the race, but currently extending the gap to Giuseppe Nirola behind him. Callas has come out 92 seconds down on Terzi, so it was a long stop actually. It'll be interesting to see where the Simframe cars emerge when they end up pitting in a couple of laps time as well.
Yeah, I think
that LMP2 Pro lead is still going, and Martino has taken the lead in LMP2 Pro for Arm Serber number 42.
Yeah, I think you're very right with regards to Corazari at the moment has enough of a window of opportunity to keep the number 7 Simframe Esports Porsche ahead, but then it's dependent on how long Andrea Terzi is going to be in the pit lane. You know, if you're putting in a full tank of fuel, you're putting in a new set of tyres, and interestingly enough, Xander Callas is on wets again, so they've kept with the same strategy. I think you have to sort of weigh out the positives and the negatives of whether you're going to run dries or whether you're going to run wets. And with this kind of weather scenario that we still have here at Istanbul Park, Ed, the safer money would be going, okay, what is working for us best? And the wet tyres at the moment for ground effect really seem to be helping their pace, especially with the mighty work that Xander Callas has done, despite the fact that they've had more trips through the pit lane, including a stop-go 20, which really would have seen them probably, I think, battling Corazari for the race lead a lot earlier than having to try and fight your way back from a situation that could be, you know, it could be the case that I think Xander Callas would have been ahead of Andrea Terzi, and convincingly so, and be closing in on Riccardo Corazari, who is now doing, get this, 1:40.0 on his previous lap on lap 97.
Yeah, so when they're really pushing in the hypercars, they're setting 39s and 40s, aren't they? Whereas we're seeing Terzi and Callas still currently in the 1:42s. So Callas, that's his first lap out of the pits. He did set a personal best sector 3. So the problem is Terzi's doing the same thing. So, oh, look at this. And there, Callas really had to get to the inside quickly there to not trip over that as he went 3 wide with the 2 other classes there.
Yep. And there's Giacomo Lapadula, again in the Naya Racing Italia LMP2, number 46 in the Pro-Am class, currently running P5. It's one of the faster LMP2s, probably one of the pros going through. so that wasn't a battle for position. Jimmy Sula still holding on to second place at the moment in the GT3 Pro class, but they are a little bit further behind Marco Santoni in the MR Motorsport 71 Mercedes AMG, because they've got the likes of Gianluca Scalvini in the Simfreen pink car that is still leading GT3 AM, and then we've got Danindra Lazuardi in the Casatria SR619 LMP2 Pro Am car between them. So Isula's got a lot of time to find, probably the best part of a lap, and he's got to try and claw back on MR Motorsport number 71, who did take pole position for this round of the season.
Yeah. Annoying thing, by the way, about the auto director in this race, it will always focus on battles for overall position in the order, whichever one is closest. It won't necessarily focus on class battles. So if you've got 3 people fighting for the lead in LMP2 Pro, as we do now, it might instead focus, and in fact, Karol Wozniak's still within 9 tenths of Stefano Lanza, as he has been for pretty much the entire stint, really. He's stuck right to his coattails. And look up the inside goes the hot rocket then. That's a late lapping attempt on the LMP2 to try and put some headway between itself and Loic Meunier as Anthony Maris comes out the pits. And Meunier has to go in between the pair there. And that could have been a lot worse for both of them. But now Meunier has a clear shot at Amir Haziq then in the hot rocket 55, who I believe is the driver we're hoping to hear from once his stint ends, of course. I think I've got about another half an hour, 40 minutes before dinner is served, so that might be when I choose to take a break. Just for your benefit more than the audience's, Alex.
Oh!
But look at this, Meunier really eager to get through, and the hot rocket is struggling. Haziq's tyres look very second-hand at the present moment. He was 6 seconds slower the previous lap, as both the Simfreens pit at the same time in hypercar.
There could be a little bit of team strategy employed there, but Loic Meunier has definitely got the fire in the belly and is absolutely rocketing. I think that was out of turn 8 and now into the right-left combination chicane here at turn 9. So Meunier's got to line it up now through turn 11. Here they go. 280 kph, sparks flying from the back end of the Porsche. Now they come into traffic
to negotiate.
Yeah, into 12. And Meunier sends it. He's looking for the move. And Amir Haziq keeps it tight to the outside. That was going to give him the inside run into turn 12. And Meunier round the outside. Is he going to get through at the final corner? Yes, he is. Brilliant anticipation and well set up by Loic Meunier, doing a great move on Amir Haziq, who fought all the way through until the 14th and final corner when they came out of turn 9. Brilliant one.
And that was a scary moment as well for our second place man in LMP2 Pro, which of course is Thomas Vack, who's fighting with Luca Martino. And there was a moment there where Meunier and Haziq could have gone either side of the Hyperion there, and they both just sort of hung back, and Meunier was able to hold that position as a result there in a very, very well considered move there. Semicorta finds another BSR struggling for traction in front of him. But wow, that was a fabulous move from Meunier, who was very, very impressive actually in Formula Sim Racing Pro last year. Had a brilliant victory against eventual champion Victor Ivanov at Montreal, where he was basically able to strategically outfox the NX27 driver, the Bulgarian Ivanov, by doing I think one less stop than him, and he was just about hold on at the end. It was a thrilling race. Wasn't commentating on, I think Jess Paul and Ross McIntyre were, but anyway, here's Stefano Lanza. Oh, nearly hit in the back by Martino. Was that Martino? I think he just went a little bit deep into turn 1. I think it might have been another arm Subra there, but yeah, these are the LMP2 Pro and Pro Am classes are starting to converge upon one another, and Lanza. What's the gap now to Wozniak? 4.5 seconds. So Wozniak's got caught up in this in his Speed Eagles car.
And now, well, we've had a change in the race leaders' car. So Riccardo Corazzari now hands over to David Kaluxai, another very credible rFactor 2 driver, and is now neatly negotiating his way. A little bit of spray now starting to come off a few rooster tails from the hypercar and the LMP2 cars, which will really give a bit of a problem for the GT3s, because they'll have to set their wipers to absolutely
It has stopped
fart.
raining though.
Yeah, but there's still going to be a lot of spray anyway. I mean, especially
That's
if...
very true.
Right. Interesting development here. Black Hawk Racing with Giuseppe Pastore have just got onto the hards. So the all-wet hypercar conundrum has now been thrown another curveball, with somebody else deciding to go onto the hard tyres. So maybe we might be at that crossover point, Ed, where a couple of the teams might decide, yeah, we're going to go with the hard tyre and see how that reacts. But when but when the rain hits the circuit again, because we've seen that all the way through this race, will that cause them strife, or will they be able to profit by getting a little bit more pace? And looking at Giuseppe Pastore's last lap time was a 1:45.029 on their last full lap, so that was before the pit stop happened. So yeah, and quite a long opening sector. I'm wondering whether Black Hawk Racing might have repaired that damage from that earlier contretemps that we saw heading into turn 9 when it was two LMP2. It was Pastore, one of the LMP2 cars, and a couple of GT3s involved in an unfortunate incident.
Yeah, we also had a lovely comment in chat from Sinclair Hugh of Redemption Racing, or Redem7 Eon Racing, as they spell it. He says, just want to say thank you to the organisers, commentators and fans watching. You all rock. I had a blast, even though it's a bit wet. Oh! And is that the Sweet Force car round at turn 7 again? I think it was.
Right,
oh
who's
dear,
behind the
Peter
wheel?
Smigielski.
Oh dear. That car has had absolutely rotten luck.
More rotten than a bag of sweets left over from Christmas.
They probably went for the pick and mix at the cinema, and it wasn't quite the right choice. So that was Giuseppe Pastore
off track,
yeah, Pastore off track. Loic Meunier has now rejoined and is on his out lap, as that's the level 1 eSport car. Jean-Paul Van Erle behind the wheel. The predominantly Dutch crew, if I remember correctly. They're currently 6th in class. That's the level 1 eSports 27 in the Pro-Am. They're currently 2nd in the championship. And I wonder how Sunset Motorsport are doing in comparison with them. They are 3rd in the class. So, yeah, with Ahmed Demerican behind the wheel of that one. Currently 20th overall, but P3 in the LMP2 Pro-Am class. They've got the likes of Giuseppe Saracino, David Ulfhelm, it's Target, and then Mario Serafim in the Origin Racing 101. A quartet of LMP2 pros that Demerican might need to try and close in on. And what he's doing is that he's closing on Serafim in the Origin Racing 101, so that would be one LMP2 Pro class car that he'll be able to do, but it's going to be a tall order for the Sunset Motorsport crew to get towards the very, very closing battle at the moment between Stefano Lanza and Karol Wozniak for LMP2 Pro Am glory.
Yeah, and Wozniak is now 4.7 seconds behind Stefano Lanza currently. He has been able to close in, but then just as he closes in, it goes around. And now we see a change for the lead in LMP2 Pro as Thomas Vack overtakes Luca Martino, finally retaking that lead for Hyperion 44. And Roland Zux is also just 1.8 seconds behind for Go Team Racing. So that freeway fight is in full swing at the moment. It's a shame we've not been able to see too much of it. The auto director has apparently decided, the robotic auto director, that that's not a battle worth following, as we cut back to Demirkan. Is desperately trying to recover ground for Sunset Motorsport and getting up the inside of the yellow LMP2 back marker there. As we now hit the 3 hours remaining, we're halfway through this encounter, ladies and gentlemen. And after 2 hours of commentary, it is still David Koloksai leading, and we see yellow in Sector 2 for Simfroom number 7 by 68 seconds to Sander Callas, who has been matching Koloksai's times up front. In LMP2 Pro, Thomas Vack leads Luca Martino by half a second, with Roland Zux 2.8 behind. We also see Amir Hazika's just gotten by Giuseppe Pastore for 6th as well. In LMP2 Pro-Am, it is Stefano Lanza leading Karol Wozniak by 6.3 seconds. GT3 Pro is still led by Marco Santoni for MR Motorsport, number 71, who leads Jimmy Nisula by almost a lap at the moment. Then GT3 Am is led by Gianluca Scalvini for Simfroom Pink, number 91, who himself is 2 laps ahead of Elias Poli for Carloni Racing Black 104. Oh, and here is that LMP2 Pro battle, and Martino trying to counterattack around the outside into turn 11. But it looks like Thomas Vack having none of it, but goes a little bit offline on exit and that is going to compromise both of them and allow Go Team to close on the pair of them. Fantastic squabble we're in for now, Alex.
Yeah, and I've just noticed Giuseppe Pastore has just gone back into pit lane. The opening first lap for that car was nearly a 2-minute 3. Then
and off
another
track goes Thomas Vac, Alex, and now he is side by side with Roland Zux then as they go through turn 2, and just able to hold the Go Team car at bay is Thomas Vac, but a big mistake, just went a little bit too deep into turn 1, and that was all it took for Luca Martino.
Oh no! Saratino just clattered into David Calaxai whilst battling away with another vehicle. I cannot believe that. Like, literally, Calaxai saw there was a gap. Anson Yong now pits for the Hot Rocket Sim Racing Team GT3 AM car. The number 88, when it came into pit road, was in 6th position. So it's going to drop towards the bottom part of the top 10. But of course, we've still got a cycle of pit stops to happen. But yeah, I mean, that what just happened there was, I think, completely unnecessary. I mean, Calaxai knew there was a gap, but then the car in front, the LMP2 car, just decided to turn right and should have. I mean, they'll probably say, yeah, Calaxai's closing, be careful. And then it's decided to put it on the racing line, as we see Xander Callas get through on another one of the LMP2 cars. There's Andrea Terzi, who rounds out the top 3. Roland Zux is still trying to get one up on Thomas Vach, as they have now dropped about 3.5 to 4 seconds behind the ARMS Cerebur 42 LMP2 Pro car of Luca Martino, who has literally counted
round goes Zux.
Mistake! It's another mistake. We're at that point again. I've kept on saying this. I've waxed lyrical about making mistakes, and they are happening. It is literally, some drivers are just trying to go for moves or trying to be a bit too exuberant, let's say, especially on trying to power out of the corner. If you've got a battle that you're dealing with and you're half a second behind the car in front of you, one wrong move and Roland Zux has just plummeted back by about 5.5 seconds as a result of that mistake.
Yes, exactly. So Vac and Zux have both got very, very good pace, probably equal or better than Martino. But the problem is they keep making mistakes, and that's why he's been able to scamper away to a nearly 5-second lead now over Thomas Vac. So Martino must be thinking it's a Christmas, New Year's and Thanksgiving all in one, I guess. But poor, you've got to feel a little bit for Roland Zux there, because he just got a little bit too eager on the throttle, like you say, out of the final corner. It's one of the slowest corners on the track, and the rears went around a little bit quicker than the fronts, and he ended up having to do a big 360 there. So dramatic moment there. Reminded me a lot of another battle with Vac and Roland Zux's teammate Gabor Hevesi that I talked about earlier at Indianapolis, where again the Go Team car was the one that made the mistake, and it ended up costing them dear. As we see someone going very slowly on the exit of turn 8, that's 4th in class in one of the GD3 battles there. That must be one of the GD AM cars. It's the Blue Steel car, of course.
Oh, the yeah, with Sharik behind the wheel in the 401. No, might be.
It's hard to tell in this darkness sometimes when you get a little glimpse.
I know. As long as I can see it coming through the floodlight parts of the circuit, that's fine. Because there's Scalvini. This, again, like we saw with Corazzari and now Calaxai in the class lead, the overall lead, and the class leaders in hypercars. So that's 2 SimFrame eSports teams that have been literally with 2 hours, just under 2 hours and 55 minutes to go, that have really not come into significant drama. They've kept their heads cool whilst everyone else has had a little bit of a frenzied nervous system attack, as if to go, yeah, go for the move. No, oh, damn, yeah. Mucks it up. That's the thing. A calm head always prevails, and when you have a very, very big a long championship. Let's not forget, folks, that this season is 8 rounds long. We're at the halfway point. There could be people battling, and we've both seen it before, Ed, that a team has led, or a person has led at the front end of a championship, and then 2 rounds to go, it can happen where things just take a turn for the worse. you're like going, where did that go wrong? Why did I have bad luck at that race? Why was I making mistakes? But that's what endurance racing does. It tests everybody.
And while we've been talking about the way Cal Wozniak has not only got ahead of Stefano Lanza, but pulled a 14-second gap to him as well. So Wozniak, who'd been waiting patiently for his moment, it finally seems to have arrived. I want to talk a little bit about Coloxai hitting Saracino. I wonder if that car's damaged because his lap times have started to drop away a bit. Sanderhaus has got the gap to just at about 50 seconds when it was over 65 at one point. So I wonder if a ground effect, because you saw the moment that Sanderhaus was told that David Coloxai had been hit by Saracino. He clearly got the hurry up and was starting to, let's lap cars really quickly and try and cut the gap to him because this is the moment to shine, really. So I wonder if ground effect are really starting to believe they've got a chance here because Coloxai is really nursing that issue. And if it's indeed steering or car damage, then it could either be a long repair job if they fix it, or it's going to hurt them for the rest of their next remaining stints in the second half of this race.
Yeah, the impact looking back on that incident with David Coloxai there, Ed, was he turned in and had the room to go through, but as I said, the LMP2 car that was alongside him turned right and instantly, using the right side pod, impacted on the left front. So that's going to be steering, suspension uprights, excuse me. And then I'm looking at the lap times. I mean, Xander Callis 138.3, David Coloxai 145.7. Make of that what you will, folks, because that gap at its highest was like 85 seconds between first and second position. So that could have been the moment that, as you said, have given ground effect the opportunity to say to Xander, right, you've got a chance here. He's possibly picked up damage. They may be looking at other viewpoints of scanning through the cameras on rFactor 2 to see what Coloxai's car is doing in terms of its body language. And if Coloxai has got a crooked steering wheel, as if the LMP2 car hit it on the left front axle, the car's going to be pulling to the left. So Coloxai is going to have more of a problem with the direct drive feedback coming through his through his force feedback and also the steering wheel, and he's going to have to compensate for that. And what that will mean is that Coloxai will be more interested on getting the car through the stint. However, Coloxai has just responded 139.962. So I would say that might just be superficial and it hasn't affected the overall performance of that car. The lap times tell the story that what we see on the live timing.
And he did two 139s in a row, Alex, whereas Sanderhaus did a 138 and then a 140, so he clearly got a little bit held up in some traffic as well.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think the traffic. Oh no! Yellow in sector 3. Someone spun. That looked to be an LMP2 car, possibly on coming out of turn
yellow
13.
LMP2, wasn't it? What we've seen struggling at certain points in this race. I think it was the Kisara 619 of Lazarudi, I think, that found himself in trouble there, as we look at Zux once more trying to attack the number 44 right as the ground effect hypercar laps the pair of them. But once again, Thomas Vack finds himself in defensive mode. He's gotten very, very good at this in the last couple of races indeed. Usually we got so used to last season the 44 just disappearing into the distance, but now Go Team have been really giving them a run for their money. And indeed, while these two are squabbling, Luca Martino just continues to run 5 seconds ahead of them and sort of essentially beginning to look like he's starting to check out in front of them. So Thomas Vack then is just going to need to hold up as much as he can to try and hold on to second for as long as he can, because he's got to hope that Go Team end up spinning or pushing too hard to try and catch him again.
Well, as long as Roland Zux doesn't do that mistake that we saw going through turn 12, we just saw him going through turn 12 just a minute ago. And he went, I'll make that mistake once, I won't make it again. And that's got to be quite crucial. He's got to keep in the wheel tracks of Tomasz Vack at the moment for Hyperion. And bearing in mind, these two teams have been battling all the way through this race so far. So it is going to be interesting to see how not only does Vack
flashing his light at the Sweet Force car, and the Sweet Force car holds him up just that little bit in the apex of turn 7 there. So he's clearly annoyed, well, you let Thomas through, but not me. But
it's sort of like the number 37 Sweet Force car needs to just have that Smigielski behind the wheel, who's still behind the wheel of that car, doing 155s. Whereas you look at the pace of Zooks and Vuk, they're like nearly 10 seconds a lap quicker, as they've got one of the MR Motorsport cars in the front, in the way. That was the 66 in the AM class, and Roland Zooks now finds himself right on the coattails of Vuk, going through 11 over the crest. Now
He's going to be on the outside though.
He's going to get the outside, but this could put him on the inside if he decides to send it in. He goes for it. He goes for it, does Roland Zooks. Around the outside, and loses the back end again.
Oh, that was very intelligent driving actually from Thomas Vak, because he knew if he stuck to the racing line, it was still quite dangerous offline, as we saw when it was Black Hawk with Giuseppe Pastor pit for dry tyres. Their lap times were just nowhere. They were struggling for grip, and so Thomas Vak, he knew he wouldn't have the inside there, but as long as he had the grip, he would be able to hold on to it. And Roland Zooks discovered how little there was, how treacherous it is when you get off of the light grey line and onto the dark grey line of the racetrack.
And good evening to Riccardo Cozzarari, who is in YouTube chat, saying, "Good evening all. Difficult race tonight." Well put.
It was difficult, but they are still leading.
It sums up what has been happening, and now we see the timing tower on the top 6 in our respective classes with 2 hours and 47 minutes to go. It has just been absolutely interesting how, I mean, even though Galaxy is still keeping a best part of nearly a 51-second gap ahead of Ground Effects number 63 of Xander Callas, Roland Zooks still hasn't given up the ghost. And look, Thomas Vuk has been held up in traffic. Now that is an SD
hypercar.
Oh, that's not what he wanted, did Thomas Vuk? And now looking up the inside through a turn 11 again. Roland Zooks again just trying to chance it. He's got to be a bit more wily. Can he send the old Nigel Mansell dummy on Thomas Vuk? No, not quite, as it's all line of stone.
Is the back of that Hyperion look like it's been bumped into a few times, because it's looking a little second hand.
Yeah, it is looking a bit ropey, isn't it? As they've got the 401 BSR car getting in the way through turn 14. So Zooks now has the best part of about 500 metres to try and get past on Tomasz Vak. He's going to line it up at the inside through at turn 1. He could get the run. And and Vak drifts wide. Roland Zooks put the pressure on at the right place, right time, got the job done. And Tomasz Vak had no opportunity but apart from run wide.
Because he was on the outside, it was inevitable he was going to get forced off the racing line there. So Vak, rather than run into the side of the Go team, decided to sort of bail out of that one. So that all happened because of them trying to lap the GD3 just before then, when Vak found himself a little bit offline, essentially, and had to sort of go to the inside, and that compromised his exit onto the start-finish straight. And Zooks, full credit to him, like you say, took full advantage and now up into second place. So now Zooks has got to chase 7 seconds up the road to Luca Martino, who's very much taken advantage of those two just squabbling away with one another. And Zooks he's made his mistake. If he hadn't spun, he'd probably be fighting for the lead right now already. But such is endurance racing. Little mistakes can have big consequences.
You could also use the slipstream of other traffic in front of him. The gap at one point did go down to 5.5 seconds, but Roland Zooks on that previous lap was nearly 2 seconds quicker than Luca Martino, who knows that he's got a gap, but still with 2 and 3/4 hours still to go. Martino knows that he's not out of the woods quite yet, and that gap is starting to expand as Roland Zooks is having to fight his way tooth and nail through that back marker traffic. And we know that with multi-class racing, it's a highlight, it's a halcyon part of it, that everyone's in the same boat. Everyone's having to keep themselves on the racing line. Others are having to try to get out of the way to avoid, as we've seen multiple times. Bit of a snake there from on the back end of the 401 of Sharik Zulkarnain in the 401 Ferrari. And all gets a bit of a moment coming out of the final corner with, I think there might have been possibly Team Vem up the inside in the LMP2 Pro, the number 33 with David Greco behind the wheel. But yeah, it has been a case of this circuit is very conducive to close pack racing, and as we saw in the first hour, a four-way scrap over 4th position. Oh no! That's one of the LMP2 cars that went up the inside of the, I think that was Le Casco of Thibaut Mathieu.
ESport, yes. Getting in trouble there as well. But we're also seeing a retirement in this race. That's Mert Koptaget in the back of the LMP2 Pro field, driving the Ennisbank IW48. He's unfortunately come into the pits to retire. So either there was damage there, or more likely a disconnection then, which is a big shame over halfway through the race to lose a driver like that, or a team like that, I should say. I think they were fighting Alex Beggy for in the battle not to finish last in LMP2 essentially. So that is a shame to lose a third driver from this race. Then hopefully they can get back in, like we saw with the hypercar Symphony number 9. But it does seem that's terminal then for the number 38 at the present moment.
Yeah, it's never good when a disconnect actually happens, and especially when the connection drops from the server. We're now with Paolo Vicenti for the Carloni Racing black car, and then we quickly turn to the HG Esports Blue Bolt Pro-Am LMP2 Pro-Am car, running in second with Stefano Lanza behind the wheel. Lanza at the minute is 5.9 seconds behind the red eye number 24 LMP2 Pro-Am class leader, Karol Wozniak, who is currently 15th overall, as Andrea Garasino nearly gets a bump up the rear by one of the GT3 cars heading into a particular hard braking zone, which would have been turn 9. Over the crest,
and he's wobbling a bit at the high-speed kink out of turn 10 then. As we see, the LMP2 leaders have come into the pits then. Martino's pit from the lead, Zux is pit from the lead as well. So this puts Thomas Vack, who's decided to stay out in Hyperion 44, back into the LMP2 Pro lead. Dabrowski we see also pitting here behind David Greco as well. So LMP2 Pro is still wide open. I was going to say, by the way, David Greco has been quietly closing. While those top 3 have all been squabbling with one another, David Greco has slowly been reeling them in this stint, and he's only going to be a couple of seconds behind Martino when they come out the pits here. And in fact, he's going to come out ahead because they've changed drivers at Arms Serpa. Ricardo Fava takes over then for what I assume is going to be the final stint, driver stint of the race for them. And that's the Hot Rocket 88, isn't it? Facing the wrong way with Daniel now at the wheel.
Yeah, completely spinning the back end. That was a bit of a pirouette. There's Gavino Pintus for Virtual Drivers Alliance, running 3rd in class in GTE Pro in the Ferrari 488. Let's see, has he got anyone not too far behind? Well, the Dozov Blue Steel Racing car is about 31 seconds behind, with Nicola Pagani in the Tomelli ERT69 Mercedes rounding out the top 5 in the GT3 Pro class category. WSL Musketeers with Arkadiusz Sivek running 7th at the moment in GT3 AM, and is 5.3 seconds behind the Carloni Racing Red 04 of Lorenzo Maggiolo. So that could be quite interesting if Sivek manages to pick up the pace, but on his previous lap around the circuit was best part of nearly 5 seconds slower.
Yeah, we're also seeing a battle for GT3 Pro Class lead again. So MR Motorsport 71 have pit and changed drivers to Guido Seridani. So Jimmy Nisula is now less than 4 temps, all right behind him, as you see on the screen there. And Seridani still trying to get the grips, going off track there. And that is going to allow Jimmy Nisula to go around the outside of him then through turns 4, 5, and 6. Oh, but is he going to find himself offline on exit here? Seridani's going to try and come back at him, but no, he doesn't get the exit that he needs, and they have to let the hypercars go. So Jimmy Nisula back in the class lead for satellite number 64.
Was that the number 9 just pulling in front of him as well?
The race leader also just lapped them beginning of the lap as well. So Koloksai is now only 44 seconds ahead of Sander Kallistan. So Kallistan's 1:38.7 last time around.
Yeah, I think I just saw the possibly Kevin Galvin in the GR Wildfire number 70 Merc just going a bit wide. I do recognise that name as well, actually. I don't remember where from. But that car is currently in the second from last position in the GT3 AM class, as Nicky Pastore, the SD Sheba Corvette, having a car in front that is getting a little bit wobbly on the back end. And
And
that
that's the
is Paolo
position.
Vicenti, that is for second in GT3 AM. So Nicky Pastor has got one of the LMP2s up his inside as they're going to be coming down the dip in towards what I think will be, I think that's turn 7, isn't it?
It is, yeah, just before the infamous turn 8 then. So Nicky Pastor having to just be very, very careful there as he avoids getting taken out by the green LMP2, which, if I remember correctly, that's not the fuel savers because they've got the Dutch flag on the rear. It must be... I'm trying to remember who that is, and I'm drawing a blank here. But anyway, the ST Shiba team, who've run in third for quite a lot of this race in GT3 AM, are now looking very, very eager to relieve Carloni Racing of second here. So poor Vicenti is going to have to really get his elbows out here, and it depends how much grunt there is in that Aston Martin compared to the Corvette.
Well, Luca Martino has just jumped into the YouTube chat and saying, I'm dead. Well, I'm not at all surprised. I mean, he did an absolutely sterling job.
Stint.
Yeah, probably after the stint, you know. And Andrea Martino is the first person to put F in chat this evening.
Here comes
Well played.
Pastore up the inside then, so a mistake out of the final corner from the Carloni driver, and that is going to allow him to potentially go around the outside here, but it's going to be difficult here. The second place driver holds his nerve then, and Nicky Pastor is going to have to be content with second position for now.
Yeah. Nicky Pastore doing a pretty good job of just putting the pressure onto Paolo Vicenti in the Carloni Racing Black Aston Martin. So it's Gaydon versus Murica at this moment in time for second in the GT3 AM class. But we've got a yellow out in Sector 2. So at the moment, there are your class leaders. So you've got Kalasai in Hypercar, Vach in LMP2 Pro, Wozniak LMP2 Pro AM, GT3 Pro, it is Ceredani, and then we've also got Milanese leading in the GT3 AMs. Don't forget, if you do want to share the link, please feel free to do so. Whilst you're at it, give Pit Lane TV...
Oh, and again off track.
Oh, dearie me, that's second now to Nicky Pastore as a result of Milase's mistake, and an LMP2 sends it up the inside of the Carboni Racing Aston Martin Vantage V8 GT3 and puts a car between him and Pastore. A real unfortunate turn of events, because it was a case of unstoppable force versus immovable object, and on that one, Nicky Pastore won that battle just by putting severe pressure on Vicenti, and Vicenti just buckled a little bit there.
Yeah, Vicenti was trying to just carry a little bit too much speed through turn 8, and in the end, the tyres cried enough, and off into the runoff he went. And by the time he came back on track, second place in class was gone, as we see Thomas Vack now pitting from the LMP2 Pro lead. So this is going to promote Roland Zux, of course, because Go Team did not change drivers, so they are about 40 seconds ahead of Ricardo Fava at the present moment, who's been lapping similarly to Roland Zux. Thomas Vack has had a monster in lap 145, which is very quick pace, pretty quick from the LMP2 Pro class. Justina Rollers also coming in as well, along with Amit Demirkan for Sunset Motorsport in LMP2 Pro Am, and David Uffelheim for Level 1 Esports 28. So lots of activity in the pit lane at the present moment.
Yeah, Amir Hazik has just handed the car over at Hot Rocket Sim Racing Team number 55 back to Simon Speth, the German driver, and they're still rounding out 8th out of 9 in the hypercar classification at the moment. Smereglio in the Simframe eSports number 9 car. They've done a steady drive up through the field at the moment. Currently 24th overall. So there's a big old mountain to climb, and whether they can get themselves as close as they can towards the bottom end of the hypercar class by the end of this race, that'll be an achievement all in itself, Ed. I would hazard a guess, but of Hilm for Level 1 Esports, yep, in the pits. Mika Habkimi now takes over the number 1 defending champion. So the rain has arrived once again with just over 2.5 hours to go. My goodness me, it's just like we're talking about something and then we go, rain.
Never a dull moment here at Istanbul. Then we've had 3.5 hours of drama, and we've still got 2.5 more to go. Then Thomas Vack, by the way, has come out. He's undercut Roland Zux and Ricardo Favre then, or overcut, I should say. So he's now 3.5 seconds ahead of Roland Zux and Ricardo Favre. That driver change, they've got it out of the way of Arms Sober, but potentially losing that track position could put them at a slight disadvantage here. David Greco, by the way, only 41 seconds behind, so if there's any mistake for the top three, David Greco could somehow get his way onto the podium, which would be a big result for VEM in the number 33 here, as we see Sander Callas set a new fastest lap of the race, 1:37.3. Fabulous lap there, and that puts the gap down to 36 seconds then. He was 2 seconds faster than David Koloksai on that previous lap then. So the gap is almost equidistant between Koloksai, Callas and Terzi, your top three in hypercar. And don't forget, Miki Akimi now only 8 seconds behind Loic Moynier in the battle for fourth as well.
Yeah, also, just noticed that Roland Zux on his previous lap did a personal best for the team, 1:41.886. Took a whopping 1.5 seconds out of Thomas Vach in the car. And there they are. And there's back marker traffic. Oh, that is going to be for the class leaders. Oh, no, that was Thomas Vach, I think, just hit the barriers on the right-hand side.
No, it wasn't. Vach's okay. Vach is still in the lead. That was the lapped...
number 44, wasn't it? LMP2
No, 44 was Vach. It was... I'm trying to remember the name. It's Kietstra SR's number 169 and Anidra Lesrudi.
I got a bit worried there. Sorry, I got a bit worried.
Yellow and orange cars are very similar, so I think you can be forgiven for that, Alex, given it's your first ES race of the season. Yep, and it's raining, so visibility is even worse. Not only for us, but for these drivers as well, as windscreen wipers, like you say earlier. We probably going into overdrive throughout this race. But,
they have been. But again, Roland Zux, he's got that gap down to 1.9 seconds. So, and he's taken 0.2 out of the opening, out of both first and second sectors, out of Thomas Vach on that last tour. That gap's now starting to expand again because they're just battling with back market traffic. And is that Roland Zux there, possibly? No, or which car is that? That's the 27. Yeah, John Paul Van Erle.
Is trying to keep them at bay on the road, at least. I'm not sure if they're actually fighting for position, Saracino. Let me have a look.
No, they're not.
They're definitely not, because Saracino's got Lanza about 3 seconds behind him, and he's fighting with Wozniak. So he's the one in the middle separating Wozniak from Stefano Lanza, who started to fight back, in fairness. So if Saracino can clear Karol Wozniak, then this could get very, very interesting indeed for the Pro-Am LMP2 lead, as we see Loic Moynier lapping all of them.
Lazawardi for Cassatria, after that impact, the barriers have just come into the pit lane.
Those are extensive repairs, I imagine.
Yeah, and Arayo for Sinister Race Team in GT3 AM, who are currently fourth in the class, actually. They've just come into the pits, so is Les Cascous Thibaut Mathieu. And again, some cars just getting a bit caught out under braking in these wet weather conditions, which includes the number 11 that just had a bit of a moment, Giuseppe Saracino in the number 11 LMP2 Pro car, rounding out the top 6 in the classification at the moment.
Important move, because that there has allowed Karol Wozniak to now, well, not allowed, it's restricted Karol Wozniak, because now he's only 5 seconds ahead of Stefano Lanza, so potentially now there's no more LMP2 Pro cars to use as a buffer. The Speed Eagles could be in real trouble. We know Mateusz Pruzak, who did a great stint in that car early on, is cheering them on in the chat then. So he'll be hoping in the rain and the spray, Wozniak can hold his nerve. 3.6 seconds the gap for that lead in LMP2 Pro-Am currently, as Roland Zux, as you say, is now only 7/10 behind Thomas Vach in the battle for the LMP2 Pro lead. So it's LMP2 where all the action is right now, Alex.
Yeah, Tommaso Contu has just taken over is in the 320 SD Sheba hypercar Porsche. So that's promoted Simon Speth for Hot Rocket Sim Racing Team up to P7. Yeah, I mean, Roland Zux, again, he's just got to be very, very careful. We saw what can happen when you're trying to pressurize the leader and you put yourself into an unforced error. So Roland Zux will know that turn 12 is his nemesis, along with the person that he's in front of at the moment, as one of the cars, GT3, gets out of the way very, very quickly as we're going into turn 12 once again. So this is going to be turn 9 and
9 and 10 chicane, isn't it? Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, look at them wiggling on exit there. The traction is leaving this circuit rapidly.
They're both on soft tyres. They're both on soft tyres as well, so they've got the pace. And even in these wet weather conditions, where the track temperature now has officially gone 5 degrees Celsius, so it was 14 degrees 3.5 hours ago, and it's gone underneath the ambient air temperature, which has been holding steady at 6 degrees Celsius. So yeah, I think it's just about who can really maximise their efforts and not make those unforced errors, which we will see a lot more of in the last 60 to 90 minutes of this race, guaranteed 100%. But Roland Zux is just trying to steadily close in on Tomasz Vach for the race lead, and he's within 0.6 of a second, was 0.2 quicker in the previous tour. So I think it's just about Zux just planning his moment. Don't force it, just let it happen organically and naturally, and just know that if you get a mistake, and that was a bit of a slow run coming out of the corner, that would have been out of turn 6 into turn 7. They're going to go now, possibly turn 9 and 10, depending on where we are on the circuit. So that is going to be turn 7. So Roland Zux going tighter on that particular part of the track. So going to go through turn 8 and go down the hill again, and then just round this incredibly fearsome triple right-hander, and they're pushing well over 145 miles an hour. It's 265 coming down into the run at turn 9. There is backmarker GT3 traffic ahead, and that Roland Zux got through. He made it stick, and it was very, very fair and clean on the part of the Go Race Team Racing number 21. Of course, Tomasz Vach thinking otherwise and flashing the headlights, as if to say "Oi." But yeah, Roland Zux
flashing at the GT3s there because they know that could compromise their exit. And Roland Zux didn't want to get held up after putting all the effort into that move, only to find a GT3 car blocking his path. So here we go. They've got some clear air now, but as that already happened with the exit from turn 8, Tomasz Vach just didn't get the exit he needed. The good news for these two is that they have dropped Ricardo Favre to the tune of 60 seconds now. So despite Arm Subra doing their driver change, they're still a little bit too far behind to really take advantage of these two squabble tooth and nail, unless something very, very dramatic happens. And indeed, with the rain falling, any mistake could be punished tenfold rather than just the usual fivefold that we expect here in endurance racing. And Vach now is closed right back onto the back of it's almost like there's a magnet between these two. And mistake, going a little bit deep into turn 4 goes the Go team of Roland Zux, and Tomasz Vach takes full advantage, retakes the LMP2 Pro lead with 2 hours and 25 minutes remaining.
Yeah, I think this race for the LMP2 class lead and victory is probably going to go down to the wire. They've just got to be, again, like I say, just very, very careful. Whenever Tomasz Vach does a move, then Roland Zux follows in the coattails. Don't force it. Let it happen. Now through turn 8, the triple left-hander. And then, round the outside. And that was the
Redemption racing car.
And that's in the barriers.
That's Graham Lau, I think, at the wheel of that car. And yeah, they just came upon him at exactly the wrong moment. And yes, Roland Zux took full advantage there of Tomasz Vach being well and truly held up. But Vach had nowhere to go and made contact with the rear of the Redemption Racing Corvette. And that is a big shame for Graham Lau as well as Tomasz Vach there, because Graham Lau, I think, was last of those still running anyway. But he definitely wouldn't have wanted to interrupt the LMP2 Pro battle whatsoever.
No, exactly. I think he was trying to get out of the way, and yeah, like you said, Tomasz Vach just got caught out, had nowhere to go, and Roland Zux saw it happen unfold, and he instantly turned the car right, did the right thing. Okay, it might be giving him a cut track on the system software for rFactor 2, but he did the right thing. He just went, I don't want to make this a 3-car incident, and then it scuppers both of the teams.
Not over yet. Look at this. Go team now being held up by the Carloni. Side by side goes Tomasz Vach. Vach has got
there's a hypercar around the outside of them. That might be the race leader.
I think that's Moynier. It is
Oh,
Moynier
dear.
in the Irish. Vac is going to try and go up the inside here into turn 4. Oh, and look at that. Zook's flashing his lights furiously at the 316. Oh, and hits him in the side as well. And now Loic Moynier is going to lap all of them as well. And that's going to split Thomas Vac and Roland Zook. That was an intense moment there. That's like 3 laps in a row where they've gone side by side, Alex.
The thing is, the 316 could very rightly put in a protest against that, as if to say, hey, hang on a second.
619, I should say.
619. 61, yeah.
Oh, look at this, more traffic.
It's, this is just not, this could end very, very badly. It's Gogo Balog behind the wheel of the Team Iris 707 Porsche hypercar that's now P5. Sander Callas, in the meantime, has gone a second quicker on the previous lap between him and David Callasai, and has just gone into the pits. Gap was down to 38.8 seconds from what was it? Best part of nearly a minute and 20. So again,
Rain has stopped, by the way.
Yeah. God. I am just waiting.
In case we didn't mention that.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just about to I was just about to say you took the words right out of my mouth there, Ed. But it was a case of the fact that there are so many battles happening up and down the field, folks, that we're not just looking at what we're seeing the live pictures, but also we're looking at the timing as well. So we have got 3 retirements. We are down to, actually, Graham Loff is in the pit lane. So we at the moment still have 48 of the 50 cars still in this race. As Samuel Kortoff for Fuel Saving Motorsport gets through on one of the GT3s under Callas.
This could be a driver change for Ground Effect then, because Callas has been doing over half the race here, so I imagine they might be about to put Zalagianis or one of the Alaria Alkpist, one of their other drivers, into the car then, as we see. Oh, it's on the hypercars down the lap. Level 1. Alaria Alkpist, there we go. It was one of those two, and on this occasion it's Alari then, so I guess we'll see Zalagianis in a future race as well. And there is Koloksai then, so he'll be looking at Alpius's times with a close intent here. So Alpius has come out 66 seconds behind Andrea Terzi, but of course they're going to be able to undercut a little bit and gain to. So certainly Alpius should be able to get back in front of Terzi. He was 36 seconds behind Koloksai before the pit stop, if I remember correctly. So it'd be interesting to see what the gap is when Koloksai inevitably comes in for the next pit stop.
That is going to be very, very interesting indeed. But I think the thing is, Ground Effect really have nothing to lose as Nicola Rayo for the Sinister Racing team gets overtaken by one of the hypercars, which was the Hot Rocket SRT number 55 of Simon Speth. So yeah,
this is the battle for the LMP2 Pro-Am lead. Sorry to cut across you again, Alex, but this is Lanza versus Wozniak. And Mateusz Pruzak, Karol Wozniak's teammate at Speed Eagles, is saying, hold, Karol, hold. But can he hold on? Because here comes Stefano Lanza with a hypercar alongside him. That's not going to make this particularly easy. That's the Black Hawk Racing number 3, driven, of course, by Giuseppe Pastore, that clears the both of them in quick succession then. So Stefano Lanza now should have a little bit of clear air then in which to challenge Karol Wozniak, and Wozniak will have to drive absolutely on his wing mirrors here, Alex. Sorry to interrupt, you can continue now.
No, that's fine, because I think our colleague Mr. Ahmed Hazik wants to jump in at some point. I know you said
that's good, because I'm going to go for dinner in a minute.
Yeah, so I think it's been a really interesting battle so far. I mean, we've still got 2 hours and 20 minutes of the 4th round of the eSport Endurance Series, Season 6, Round 4 here at the Intercity Istanbul Park, as it's now commonly known as. We have got Round 5 coming up on the 24th of February, so the 6 hours of the Nürburgring. So yeah, it's always the case that these battles will be waging on up and down the order. So Karol Wozniak and Stefano Lanza very much entrenched in a battle for the race lead in the LMP2 Pro-Am battle with Ahmed Demirkan.
Look at this. He's being held up by the GD3, and up the inside goes Stefano Lanza, who himself is overtaken by Simfreem number 9 there in the hypercar class. But that was a great bit of opportunism from Stefano Lanza. Saw the Tamelli ERT number 69 blocking Karol Wozniak's way, And now Lanza has got HG Esports Blue Bolt back into the Pro-Am lead.
Yeah, that was a great move. And just taking opportunity of the traffic as sparks flying from, I think that was Karol Wozniak, possibly. Just coming out of that, out of turn 8. So that just very, very quickly showcases that traffic can be a help, or it can be a clear hindrance, as we've just seen in that example.
Yes, I think the Speed Eagles teams, their hearts will drop after that. They were hoping to hold on for just a little bit longer for the rest of this stint now. Now Karol Wozniak's got quite the job to do to retake that lead. But meanwhile, here's another battle for 6th in the AM class between Rookie Monsters and Carloni Racing Red. So I think Rookie Monsters have now got Bradley Sellers at the wheel of the number 62, and he's has got Lorenzo Maggiolo right behind him.
Yeah, that's not going to be easy, and that is for 6th in the GT3 AM classification, 4/10 separating the pair. So it is two of the GT3 marks from the southern part of Germany, Munich versus Neuburg and Donau, as all they're getting, that is the 66, I think, that's ahead of them, isn't it?
Looks like it. That's MR Motorsport number 66, yep.
We're actually a couple of laps down on, a lap down on them. So they've just got to, you know, Bradley Sellers just has got to try and get through as easy as possible. But there's LMP2 and hypercar traffic. That's 4 wide again. And yeah, that was Gianpaolo Foligatti that Bradley Sellers has just negotiated his way past in the 66 from MR Motorsport. And in the meantime, that has meant that the Audi has been compromised. So Lorenzo Maggiolo in the Carloni Racing Red 04 Audi, not able to make the best of that kind of situation, whereas Bradley Sellers decided, right, now it's my turn to get up another position, and he showed that in spades.
Yeah, absolutely. So Bradley Sellers managed that 4-wide situation extremely well. And he seems to be having a bit better luck of things than his teammate Oliver Newman was earlier. But of course, it's a little bit chaotic in those early stints of the rain. And now the rain, temporarily at least, seems to have eased off for, I think, the 5th or 6th time in this 6-hour race. But yeah, here's Karol Wozniak. He's certainly not given up. 0.7 seconds now behind the HG Esports Blue Bolt of Stefano Lanza, the number 111. That is very struggling to really pull away. It seems that neither Wozniak or Lanza can pull away from the other, really. Although there's the 316 again, just trying to, or 916 I should say, just getting in the way again of poor Karol Wozniak, who now finds the HG Esports Blue Bolt disappearing up into the distance, as there's Jerome Perillo on board the Flying Goat, trying to defend 5th position here. 3 wide, oh my goodness me. And, it's being overtaken.
Well, that was the GT3 Pro Class leader, Guido Seredani. Well, no, it was it Guido Seredani, or was it the... no, it was Lucrezia Milanese.
Both GT3 class leader.
Well, it was the Sim-free pink car, I think, that had the 01 on it. So yeah, that was Milanese behind the wheel of that one, and it was 3 wide GT3 action at its finest. And yeah, these battles are not going to abate by any stretch of the imagination. Smigelski still piloting the Sweet Force LMP2 Pro Am entry that has been through the ringer, the number 37, rounding out the top 30 overall, and currently down in last place in the class, but still
he's closing on Lazzarudi. He's been he's only 49 seconds down on him, considering the issues for both of those cars. Sweet Force have actually done very, very well to keep Casatria SR in sight in the 619, as we see Saracino pit in Blue Bolt Pro number 111. 11, I should say. Yeah,
because the sister car is currently leading.
Oh, and that's one of the. That looks like Jerome Perillo has made contact with Luca Fabro in the Pro class of GT3 and spun Fabro around.
Now, how close was Bradley Sellers to them is the big question. I think he was a lap down, wasn't he? But that has not really helped either of those teams, especially as the fact they'll probably both have damage. But that was one incident that neither of them wanted to get into. And I'm sure their TeamSpeak channels are possibly going blue with the air that surrounds them at the minute.
Everyone, by the way, outside the hypercars are on dries at the moment, apart from... oh no, that's Daniel Samuglia, who's also in a hypercar. So yeah, everyone not in a hypercar is on dry tyres right now. So well and truly, they've made their choice in terms of the weather, and they've got to stick with it. It's really only the hypercars that have just stubbornly stuck to the wets and made it work for them, or they've just not been able to make the dries work, because that middle line is so treacherous, as Giuseppe Pastor immediately demonstrates there, stuck behind the Hot Rockets GD3.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you just have, as I said, it's a case of just working, what's going to be best for the cars. And the Porsche 963s, they have a lot of torque going through the rear axle. There's Emanuele Battista, the Naya Racing Italia car that was in the wall at 45 minutes elapsed, and now with 2 hours and 10 minutes plus change, finds itself currently 4th in LMP2 Pro Am. So a nice recovery from this team. So there's Karol Wozniak, still is within is now about a second away. They're having to deal with Le Cascou car, the number 54, with Philippe Brigeonnet behind the wheel of that one. So Luca Fabro has pitted as a result of that incident, I think, with the Flying Goat car of Jérôme Priolo. So yeah, it's never easy when you're trying to negotiate your way past back market traffic. Paolo Vicenti.
Two cars going very wide there out of turn 8 and onto the runoff. It's like there was a collision.
That's brought out a brief yellow in Sector 2, which is now being retracted. So Paolo Vicenti for Carloni Racing Black. Now currently 3rd in GT3 Am. So Simfreen Pink 91 still leads the way in that class. With...
Battle for the lead in Pro-Am then. So Lanza under attack from Wozniak as they come towards turn 11 and 12 then. And looks like Lanza is going to hold the middle of the road, has to get off onto the wet part of the track, rejoins the dry line. And Wozniak just sits and waits for his moment as, suddenly there comes the moment. Into the pits comes Stefano Lanza for HE Sports Blue Bolt. Karol Wozniak retakes the lead. And I'm afraid I'm going to have to leave you, Alex, but I don't leave you alone. I'll leave you in the capable hands of Amir Hazik, who's just gotten out of the Hot Rocket number 55 car, as David Koloksai now pits from the lead in Hypercar. So I'll see you hopefully in about 25 minutes or so once I've finished eating dinner, and enjoy the next few minutes then.
Thank you very much, Ed Hunter. So let's welcome along Amir Hazik to the booth. Amir, good to have you alongside me. Welcome along. It's been an interesting one. Let's first of all get on to your race with Simon at the moment, as we have got some on-track argy-bargy going through into turn 1. It's been a tricky one today here at Istanbul Park, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has been. And thank you for the warm welcome, Alex, and everyone who's watching. Yeah, it was to say it was tough is a bit of an understatement, because my stint wasn't really the best, and I hope the pit lane kerfuffle that I did was not caught on camera, but we did get word on the stewards afterwards that the pit lane entry was slippery, but I wish I had that earlier, unfortunately, before whacking into the barriers. But Simon's been driving absolutely quite well, and I think, to be fair, he's, for me, my driver today in terms of how he's been able to just carry the car through and running on 0% tyres most of the time.
Oh, crikey. Yeah, I mean, the track has been very, very cold, as the number 62 Team Rookie Monsters car has a little bit of an off track. That again is Bradley Sellers. They have not really had the greatest amount of luck in this race, but they're still running within the top 6 and the, well, looks to be now the top 7, because Lorenzo Maggiolio in Carloni Racing Red in the 04 Audi now retakes 6th place. But yeah, it's been a very difficult one. I mean, from a hypercar perspective, there are a couple of interesting weather weather-derived tyre choices, where one decided to go on slicks, which I think was 63 of ground effect, as we have got a bit of a moment. That is the 619 LMP2 car going off the circuit. But the wet weather tyres in this differing weather conditions, where we've had rain, dry, rain, dry, rain, dry, in that order, the wet tyres have really helped the hypercars with their overall performance, haven't they? So, Amir, can you? I don't know if you might have caught that question. I didn't hear.
Oh, you might have to repeat that because I think I had a bit of a lag spike for a second.
Okay, right. So, with regards to the beginning of the race, we started under safety car conditions, effectively, where it was 2 laps around the track here at Istanbul Park, and a lot of the we had like 4 teams out of the 50 that decided to go on slicks, but the decision, I think, as a general consensus for the hypercar Porsches to be on the wet weather tyres, where we've had rain, dry, rain, dry, rain, dry, as in the weather up above. The weather tyres have really been very conducive to the overall hypercar performance, wouldn't you say?
Absolutely, it has, and the fact that one of the teams that I saw before I jumped in, it was the Irish team. They were on hards for actually a stint before the rain got it was really pelting afterwards. They got caught up big time by it.
Right, well, just I'm not too sure if Amir's just had a moment, another issue there again, but I've just seen we have now got a couple of drivers showing as DNFs. Mika Hakimi in the Dozoff Blue Steel Racing, defending champions in the hypercar class, now showing as DNF, along with, oh my goodness, it's the number 24 from LMP2 Pro Am, Karol Wozniak from Red Eye Speed Eagles Racing, have just shown as a DNF as well. Of course, the sister team to the car that you've been running in, the number 55 hypercar with Simon, has just shown up as a DNF. We've also got a couple of LMP2 Pro Ams, Smigilski in Sweet Force and Danindra Luazardi in the Ksatria Sim Racing Team 619 have also shown a DNF. But yeah, it really has been an interesting one that some, as we said, some of the teams have really been able to profit, and one of which has just become Sunset Motorsports, who are leading the LMP2 Pro Am Championship on 77 points with Ahmet Demirkan behind the wheel. We're now getting to that point, Amir, in the race, with just coming up to the last 2 hours to go. We know that we've had some drivers that have retired due to damage or disconnects. This is the stage of the race where things can happen, can't they?
Yeah, they would, and I was about to go on a spiel about how the strategy was going to play out, but yeah, at the end of that previous question, before we go into this one, yeah, it seems as though that because you can see the wet line there, the dry line forming among the wet patches, it is definitely not a go to have slick tires. So whoever went on slicks initially will really pay the price for it, and they just have to go against. They can't go against the grain. They have to go with what everybody's been doing. You have to go back to that second question. It's normally at this point in the race where the drivers get a bit dopey because it's tiring. Some drivers have driven more than 3 hours, but it's also the equipment because it's like this is sim racing. We cannot control some connections falling through, and then it happened to Mika. I think he's back in the race, if I'm honest, because it doesn't classify him as a DNF for now, but I won't be surprised because we're in the same area. We're in Malaysia, so we have the same internet provider, and if we were to have a disconnect somewhere, both of us will fall through, and that's what happened to me on camera already quite a few times. So yeah, it's those kind of things that outside factors, despite your best efforts racing on track, it's really gonna put pay to whatever result you have in the end, Alex.
Yeah, we've got an interesting turn of events here where we got Emanuele Battista in the Naya Racing Italia car that is currently third, the number 46, running in LMP2 Pro Am. Lucrezia Milanese for Sim Freem eSport Pink in the I think is probably one of the only Porsches outside of hypercar that are actually in the GT3 class. They've had a very, very strong run, as have the likes of Corazari and Kaluxai, who are leading by the best part of nearly 60 seconds ahead of Ground Effect. I mean, Ground Effect, they got a stop go 20. Interesting tyre choice before the race started, which sort of put them on the back foot. But we've seen with Zander doing a fantastic job behind the wheel to try and get that gap down. And at one point, he got it down to about 35 seconds. So I think had Ground Effect not had that stop go 20 at the beginning of the race, they definitely would be a lot closer to our race leaders at this minute.
Oh, for sure, yeah. And plus the fact that that particular Sim 3M car, when I was driving, they really had the big rubber degree of all time, if I'm honest, because the safety car or the full course yellow came out just at the right time when they were at the end of the pit lane. The start of pit lane, came in, changed their tires, got a fresh set of boots, and when I was on track, it was right behind the blue steel car, the sister car to the Haruki car. We were just in the middle of right here, turn number 8, when it was called out, and then it went back to green flag when just about as we were about to enter the pit lane. So the number 7 Sim 3M car really got a huge boost in that regard, and that's why their lead is so substantial right now, almost a minute ahead. So I think the Ground Effect car probably would have been close without the penalty, but it would have been cutting it close, to be honest, because they didn't have the best of qualifying either.
Yeah, very much the case. That always is the way that one thing. Prigione goes very, very wide indeed. That was coming into the approach into turn 8, and that's a perfect example there, Amir, of GT3 carrying too much momentum, because that first approach into turn 8 is a triple left, even though it is effectively turn 8. It can be quite a handful. I mean, what's the feeling like in the Porsche 963 Hypercar when you're trying to go through there, even in these kind of conditions?
It is quite a white knuckle ride, to be honest, because you only have one line through there, and that's in between a very narrow corridor between the dry line and the very dark patches where you can see even the light shining through there from the cars that come through. So it really does become a case of whether or not you can thread the needle and try to nail the exit while carrying enough speed and not lose too much time. Then conversely, you also have the point where, for example, like this, we're seeing Greco trying to overtake a GT car. You have to go through the wet patches trying to lap them. So really, it's a white knuckle ride, and I'm surprised that none of the hypercars have lost it there, as far as I'm concerned. But I've seen a few LMP2s come a cropper.
Yeah, it's quite interesting because there's a discussion now happening in chat about the fact that we've had 5 drivers, 3 from Malaysia, 2 from Poland, instantly dropping from TeamSpeak and rFactor 2. But I can tell you now, folks, Mika Hakimi is back on the server. He's now on his 133rd lap. So the current reigning defending champions, those off Blue Steel Racing, the number 1 car, currently 8th in the class. Simfreem eSports number 9 are trying to climb up. They're still in 24th overall, still 9th in the hypercar class, so they may get a couple of points at the end of this race. But I mean, just looking at Andrea Terzi there, albeit going through turn 11, you know, you're pushing like the best part of nearly 290 kilometers an hour. Again, that's another white knuckle ride part of this circuit, especially when we've seen people in hypercar go flying past GT3, because we know that at full speed there's probably the best part of nearly a 50 to 60 kilometer speed disparity between the 2 classes. It is one where you just sort of like have to go, hold on, close your eyes, brace, turn it in, and then hope it sticks.
Yeah, I agree with that one. It's a bit hope and pray when you enter through there. And the situation is made even worse by the fact that there is a bit of a slight bump on the apex of the corner where you hit a curve. We can see it right here when the sparks fly, just about where Maggiolo is coming through. Right there. That's where the bump is. And it becomes absolutely a case of whether or not you actually kept your foot flat and you didn't put too much steering input, otherwise you'd be spat out on the outside of the circuit. So you just have to, again, keep it not too drastic in terms of the inputs, but at the same time, just go through there flat out. You just don't want to let off one bit.
Well, we've got just under 2 hours to go. Let's run you through the top 5 in each respective classes. So, Simfream eSports number 7 with David Kaluxai leads the race overall and in hypercar with Alari Alpeas in the ground effect number 63 Porsche in second. Andrea Terzi for Simfream eSports number 8 rounds out the top 3 with Gergo Balog rounding out the top 4 and Simon Speth for Hot Rocket Sim Racing Team rounding out the top 5. Roland Zux for Go Team Racing 21 leads the LMP2 Pro class ahead of Hyperion number 44's Tomasz Vak with Ricardo Fava for Arms Silva number 42. David Greco behind Team Vem number 33 in fourth with Mateusz Ziubinski in the Hyperion number 45. Amat Demirkan in the Sunset Motorsport number 84 leads LMP2 Pro Am ahead of the number 111 of Carlo Ivaldi in second position. Then we've got Emanuele Battista in the Naya Racing Italia number 46 third. Level 1 Esports number 27 Jean-Paul Van Erle and Mateusz Prusak for the number 24 car, which is the Red Eye Speed Eagles Racing LMP2 Pro Am. Then we go to GT3 Pro with MR Motorsports number 71 Mercedes being piloted by Guido Seredani leading the way. Henry Sinek, the Estonian, very rapid in his own right, piloting the number 64 McLaren from Satellite Racing, rounds out the top 2. With Tomelli ERT's number 69 Nicola Pagani, Sharik I don't know how to pronounce Sharik's surname. I don't know, Amir, if you might be able to help with that pronunciation.
Zulkarnain.
Zulkarnain, thank you very much. With the number 401 Nose Off Blue Steel Racing Ferrari with Carlo Dianda for the Virtual Drivers Association Alliance 115 in GT3 Pro. It's Lucrezia Milanese for Simfream Pink in the number 91 Porsche leading Am in GT3 with Paolo Vicenti for Carloni Racing Black. Nicky Pastore for SD Shiba number 20 in the Corvette with Mikel Arayo for the Sinister Racing Team. And rounding out the top 5, Jerome Priolo for the Flying Goats number 95 McLaren. So as we're getting into the final third of the race, we're seeing Lorenzo Maggiolo battling away with Bradley Sellers. That is for what is going to be 6th in the class. So these two teams have been swapping over. What's the biggest challenges that drivers will have? Oh no, that was the that was Daniel, I think, in the Hot Rocket 88 Ferrari that just pirouetted around there, unfortunately. It's not been a good one for the sister team for you guys, has it? They've been a bit through the ringer.
In fact, both the drivers, Carmine and Anton Young, they've been spinning, pirouetting. In fact, even one of those moments where they spun right here at turn number 8 on the exit, I was hoping and praying that he did not move. But luckily, very mature heads on Young's shoulders that time around. They just literally waited for everybody to come by and just go through. But I think it's their first time doing wet weather racing, so that's why they're kind of like being given a baptism of fire.
Yeah, I think you're very right on that one, but it's just quite interesting from to hear it from a driver's perspective. You see Lorenzo Maggiolo literally going through the bump at 238 kilometers an hour through turn 11. What's the feeling when you're going through that in the Porsche through your force feedback on your rig?
It goes light for a second because, you know, the car sort of like goes above the ground for a second, and then when it hits back, the force feedback kicks back in. So you're always at that moment where you come through the corner, it's like there's a bit of lightweightness coming through, and then it comes back in just like hitting you like a complete freight train. It's an amazing feeling, and conceptually it's not a very difficult corner. It's a flat out area, but it's just that you have that niggling feeling at the back of your head whether or not you're going to make it there without skating out wide. So it's a scary corner. It's deceptively scary, I would say.
Okay, some teams coming to the pit lane. Ricardo Fava for Arms Silva in the LMP2 Pro class. Bradley Sellers, we just saw peel into pit lane for Team Rookie Monsters in GT3 Am along with that. So a few more pit stops still to happen. Yellow in sector. Oh, right. We just caught the back end of someone going spinning around ahead of Ricardo Fava. So didn't really. I thought that might have been an LMP2 car that might have gone around. So yeah, these elevation changes here, Amir, are also something you have to really get the setup right on, even with these very different weather conditions that we've experienced all the way through the first 4 hours or so. It just sort of, you've got to get the best balance between aerodynamics, also suspension travel, how you're having to react with regards to pit stop phases, as now we see Alari Algebeus being closed in on. That is by the Black Hawk Racing hypercar, the number 3 of Giuseppe Pastore, going down into T1. It is a case of just having to sort of get the best compromise, isn't it? Because qualifying is one thing, racing is something completely different.
Absolutely, and the thing is, we do have like a selection of, well, in the run up to the race, a selection of 2 servers, a dry server and a wet server. I would hesitate to guess that a lot of these teams are probably running a dry setup, not looking at the forecast. But then when you come into the race, where we had a deluge during the end of qualifying and into a warm up and then leading up to the race, you sort of have to go put a spanner in the works a bit, because you just had to raise the right height of the curve a bit, add a bit more aero. In this case, like the prototypes, they can put P1, P2, P3 wing just to add a bit more downforce on it, and you can just jack up the right height of the car. So there are some things you can change in these things that really alter the setup of the car slightly, but you have the core basis of what you were working on prior to that into the race. So for the most part, I think it was a dry weather setup, but you just kind of adapted it for the wets.
Yeah, it's always about having that compromising between outright performance and being able to deal with the weather conditions at hand. There's Gergo Balog for Team Iris, the 707 Porsche hypercar that is currently running 4th in class and is a couple of laps down on Andrea Terzi. But still a very good performance. As you said, your teammate Simon's been doing a pretty solid job, even with the tyres seeming like they're on an ice rink the whole time that he's been out in the car. It is also, I think setup's also quite crucial, not just for one driver, but when it's a team effort. You've both got to sort of like say, what works for us both?
Yeah, and it's kind of like a committee meeting in a way, because you do have, like for example, if we have one fast hair who can actually put in the laps, we'll try to adapt to the way he drives, and after that, it's just a matter of trying to find the right personal feeling in terms of what you can change, like traction control settings. There's 3 traction control settings, for example. But then you can also put things like a suggestion to make the setup better. And after that, the whole team would just go with it. So it's pretty much an executive thing. But overall, what you want is predictability, and the car is not going to be snapping at you when you least expect it. So that's why it's pretty much a team game in endurance racing. It's not there's no I in team, that's for sure.
Yeah, but there is a little me. We now see Corn Borchers for Level 1 eSport come out of the pit lane. That will be in the 4th place Level 1 eSport number 27. So hopefully they will try and see if they can catch up to Naya Racing Italia's number 46 of Emanuele Battista. But even with an hour and 50 minutes still to go, there's plenty of possible twists and turns in the story that's being played out here at Istanbul Park. What are the big favourite parts on this circuit that you like here, Amir?
Well, definitely turn 8, the triple, quadruple left-hander that leads you onto the final sector. That really is a thrill ride in the dry, and can you imagine in the wet with headlights coming through. It's just absolutely exhilarating to nail, but it's an absolute nightmare to do when you have multiple classes racing. In fact, we have 3 different types of cars in the circuit at one go, 4 or 5 classes already. So it's a great corner, just that you don't get to experience the corner the same way lap after lap, because conditions change every single time.
And also the other thing apart from the weather is the fact that we're now racing under nightfall. Of course, light is very, very much at a premium. Of course, you get a lot of floodlighting down the start-finish straight, but of course the drivers, you know, like say if you were braking, let's say at 110 meters into turn 1 during the dry and during the day, but then in the night time, you've got to really sort of compensate for that, because it really does really sort of showcase who's able to switch quite easily, because your peripheral vision, you know, a lot of drivers do use either curved screens or triples on their sim rig setups. Having that sunset glaring you in the face can be a little bit off-putting and sort of like disturb your peripheral vision a little bit, can't it?
It does, and we're glad that the sunset was actually quite short today because of the wet weather that we had afterwards. So it was a bit, but I wasn't driving that time. I saw Simon's onboard view, and we saw like, wow, that's pretty glaring, and it was setting in the east over there, past Ankara. I think it's Istanbul, Ankara, quite close together anyway. So it does become a bit of a factor, but luckily for me, in this case, it's not much of a factor because the sunset was very short.
So you didn't have to worry about that too much, did you? So like, yeah, go on, Simon. You take the hit on that one, mate.
Yeah, but lucky for him too, because he does have to experience what it feels like.
Sorry. Milanese, the race leader in GT3 AM, drops the Porsche off the circuit. Oh, that was a bit of a clean up on aisle 3 moment there for the number 91 Simfreen Pink Esports, who still has a 71-second lead over Paolo Vicente in the Carloni Racing Black Aston Martin, and again just gets run wide by some of the other faster LMP2 traffic. I think one of the things that I mentioned earlier on in the broadcast when Ed and I started commentating him here is the fact that with multi-class racing there is always one sort of main opinion when it comes to overtaking, that if you are the slower traffic, you stay on the line that you're staying on, and it's also the responsibility of the faster traffic to get past cleanly and safely. Am I right?
Yeah, that's correct, because for the GT2 guys, for example, they are doing their own little battles. They have to stay on the racing line, and they have to be ultimately predictable, because they cannot just in guys in the hypercar, they cannot expect to just move in the last minute after the guys start moving. Like here, for example, that is a prime area where the GT3 cars start to drift out a bit. They cannot change direction and then expect the hypercars behind to change with them, so it might cause a big shunt. And luckily, for the time being at least, there has not been the sort of shunt that we've seen in previous seasons, but some of the drivers out there are really cutting it close. And going back to the Simfreen car, that was Cole Brown for a pink car.
Well put. You know what? I'm going to dip out for about a little bit, but Amir, I'll let you be in the capable hands as we welcome back Ed Hunter. Ed, over to you, buddy.
Thank you very much, Alex. But anyway, that was some great insight there, by the way, Amir. We are now 1 hour 45 minutes from the conclusion of what's been a pretty frantic 6 hours of Istanbul, our 4th round of the season. It's been going okay, I think, for Hot Rocket, hasn't it, in the 55 entry, fighting for the top 5 in Hypercar once more. I know you were really disappointed, Amir, to lose out to Grand Effect right at the end of Indianapolis in the closing stages there, as we see Maggiolo set the fastest lap of GT3 AM, 1:55.0.
Yeah, guy absolutely nicked that time around. I really thought that he was not going to go for the outside that time. Was it Alpios that went around the outside that time? Yeah,
it would have been Alpios. They usually put Alari in after George and Sander, or in this case after Sander. But yeah, they're fighting for second at the moment, only 58 seconds down on David Koloksai, doing a pretty strong job considering they had to make an extra pit stop compared to the number 7. So I think losing to a team that's that fast, as we see somebody going very offline there at turn 10 before rejoining.
Yeah, that's one of the same freedom cars, number 7.
That was number 7, wasn't it? Yeah, it was the race leader.
Yeah,
not to get held up.
Yeah, Kaloksai was booking a ticket to Ankara at that time.
Well, Gyro seem to be booking tickets all over the place here at this Istanbul Park circuit. But yeah, there's been a great fight, obviously strategic fight in Hypercar for the lead, and then everyone else sort of squabbling over fourth, essentially. Then we've got with Team Iris have gone from the very back all the way up to fourth, which is very impressive from Ten Lure, Loic Moynier, and Gogo below, of course. We got the LMP2 Pro, which was for a while a freeway fight. Unfortunately, Ricardo Favre's not quite been able to reel in Thomas Vac and Roland Zux like Luca Martino was. But Vac still 19 seconds behind Roland Zux, but Go Team Racing has started to consolidate that lead there. But that's been pretty exciting, and of course we've got David Greco still only less than 50 seconds behind Ricardo Favre and could well get himself onto the podium if there's any mistakes up front.
And some other battles along the entire field. And one that I was actually meaning to point out is the fact that we're in Turkey after all. There is a Turkish team leading the way in a class, as a matter of fact.
Would that be... Oof, I'm trying to figure out which one it is now.
The Sunset Racing team, that's... I think they
well,
were
they're
leading
second at the moment. The
yes,
HE Sports Blue
close to the
Bolt.
sharp point.
But I think that might be because they've pit recently, haven't they? So they're 32 seconds behind, because Akel was fighting for a long time with that 111 car, and it did finally get through just before I went away to dinner. So it's a little bit hard to keep in my head how things are going in all 5 races, but I sort of got a general remembrance of things, I guess. Not that that's a sentence that makes sense. And then you've got Seredani leading by over nearly 60 seconds over Henry Sinnick in Satellite Racing 64. So MR Motorsport 71 have done an absolutely stellar job to really... Satellite Racing 64 have not been beaten yet this season, and at the moment, without wishing to jinx it, Seredani and MR Motorsport have got a big lead.
Indeed, and how big that lead is, because... oh, there we go. It's about a lap ahead of the Satellite Racing team, so Cynic and gang really have to roll out their sleeves here for the next hour and 45 minutes if they want to keep their perfect record alive.
They have done it before. Indianapolis, they were ranked second for a lot. I think that was with MR Motorsport as well, so it might be a continuation of that fight. But yeah, there was I think Carloni Racing are even in that, the GD3 AM entry they have. And at the moment, Simfrim Pink, number 91, with Lucrezia Milanese is still leading by 61 seconds over Paolo Vincenti, who we did see Vincenti and Pastore 26 seconds apart having a big battle as well over second position. So that could still be up for grabs, but I think those are all the big major position fights. There might be a few minor placings that might also be of interest, or might also turn into a crazy fight, but I think it's going to be mainly it's going to be big mistakes really that decide any of the major positions at the moment. I can't see too many faster cars that are out of position that are going to catch up in the time we've got left remaining, and it also depends if we get any more rain as well, which might make mistakes more likely.
Yeah, I got a weather radar that Simon actually gave to me, and it looks as though the precipitation is still quite high. We might still see some more rain here late in the night, Ed.
That could be make things quite exciting indeed, but it's not dried up very quickly at all. As you see how dangerous it is offline at the number 7. A lot of the hypercars will stay on the wets exactly for that reason as well, haven't they? So they can go offline to lap people.
Yeah, and it does help out a lot, especially given the fact that we can actually brake at the same braking point, but not hard on the anchors, because we have to put the brake bars a bit towards the back to prevent the car from locking up all fronts.
Indeed, you really don't want that, because that's how we've seen several different classes bump into each other, with often with big consequences. As you see, Mika Hakimi back in the pits again, and it really seems that Blue Steel Racing, number 1, the reigning champions, their races sort of come apart, and we've seen them have difficult starts to the races and recover this season, but it really feels like this has been sort of the inverse, where they were sort of mid-pack, fighting maybe for the podium for a while, and now near the end, Hakimi and company have started to drop down the order.
Much like where Europe and Asia are basically where Turkey is, it was a bridge too far for the team this time around to make any sort of impact in this one.
Yep, indeed. But they could potentially still. Let's see how far they are. Quite 2 laps down on Hot Rocket, aren't they, at this point? And Hot Rocket are not too far though behind ST Sheeper 320, and they lapped nearly a second a lap, 9 tenths faster did Simon Speff on the previous lap than that squad. So there's every chance that Hot Rocket could get into the top 6 here, and then Giuseppe Pastore is only 37 seconds up the road at the moment. Say only 37 seconds, but that's still with just over 90 minutes left. Certainly possible in the realm of the possible rather than the unlikely.
And the fact that when I was driving just now, Pastore was a little bit of a bit of a wild child, if I could say so lightly, because he was a lap ahead, but I could catch up to him, and then he could go off and have a bit of a wild moment here and there. So he can be fast when he really needs to, but then sometimes he makes those weird offline moments and just makes you want to predict where's he gonna go next. So I would hope that Simon will get to have a good fight with him.
Yeah, a couple of hours ago, Giuseppe Pastore went straight on coming into turn 7, rammed into the back of an LMP2, which was certainly a bit of a blot on the copybook, if I say so myself. But Pastore, to his credit, he's got things under control. There he is, just negotiating some traffic in the that's like the is that the VEM number 33? He's just about to lap there of David Greco, who is 43 seconds behind Ricardo Fava. So, meanwhile, up front, Alari Alpius, as we see ST Sheeper 320 pit, which promotes Simon Speff up a place. Alpius has now got the gap to 53 seconds to David Coloxai, so it was 80 seconds at one point, and he's slowly been chipping away at it. Although I think it's been hard since the driver change, because Coloxai has been in so much longer, feels so much more confident. So Alpius is the one that's really having to push at the moment. He was a second quicker the previous lap, but Ground Effect have put up a really, really good fight here, but it's difficult to see, unless something bizarre happens, how Simfree number 7 are going to be challenged for this one.
Yeah, and they were completely niced by the full course yellow that we had at the first time round, where we had a car go off track. They actually entered the pit when the rain came out and got a fresh set of boots. And once the full course yellow was called off, they were the only ones on a fresh set of wets, where everybody else will have to carry on until the next pit stop cycle. So it really was a case of the race being made there for now. But, you know, not going to jinx it. They really were nice that time. We still have about an hour and a half to go after this, so anything can still happen. But that one really made their race.
Indeed, and it's so many tiny calls, as well as obviously Simfree number 8 and Ground Effect 63 made that early pit stop before the code 80, and that was really what ended up hurting them, of course. So many different strategies to play out there. So Go Team Racing number 21 won the few teams to start on the dry tyres, of course, in the rain. And despite losing a load of time at the start, eventually it did end up playing out for them and working to their benefit. Or at least it was a bit nip and tuck. I think maybe they would have been roughly where they were now if they'd started on the wets. As we see Gogo below come in from 4th in the pits and gets held up a little bit. Oh, that was one of the Carlonis GD3s that struggled on the pit lane entry there. It is a weird entry because you have to turn so much to the left, don't you, with that wall on the outside.
Yeah, and there's a bit of a weird feature there where there's a bit of standing water. So we did get word from race control that entry to the pit lane is slippery, and unfortunately the message, that one came a little bit too late for me, because I did whack the barriers on the way to giving the car back to Simon because of why that was so treacherous on the way in. But looks like another few drivers I found that out the hard way as well.
Yes, exactly. So it's not just you making those mistakes then, Amir, which I'm sure will be of some comfort to you. But
a nice consolation.
It would be nice if some of the ones you're fighting with also made the same mistake, but I doubt it's going to, unless they hit the walls super hard, it's not going to lead to a load of repair time. But anyway, Gogo below is now going to go onto the same lap, I believe, as Giuseppe Pastore. Yep, there we go. He's within 123 seconds then, which is just under a lap. Look at interesting things to focus on in this race. This is Erdim Akyol. I believe he must have entered the name and forgot to put a space between his first and last name, so it's all just one big name, Erdim Akyol. But as we said earlier, he's fought up Sunset were a long way down earlier in this race, weren't they? And they fought their way up onto the podium and now into second. So there's every chance that Sunset could catch up those 14 seconds to Blue Bolt and get in the lead of the Pro-Am class. Because it was the Speed Eagles. Prusak now has gotten back in that car. And is only 4.9 seconds behind Corn Borchers that was leading in Pro-Am. And they obviously had a very, very slow pit stop since I went for dinner or something. Which just dropped them down the order. But I think we need to keep our eyes on Akyol and the Speed Eagles, of course. Because I think you never know. Those two could be the ones fighting out for the championship. Because Pro-Am is very wide open at the moment, isn't it?
Absolutely. And in the midst of that championship fight, this is also home turf for Akyol and the Sunset Motorsport team guys. So if they could get a home win here, that will really be boosting the morale heading into the final half of the season.
Nearly 5 seconds quicker on the previous lap as well. 144 versus 149 for Carlo Ivaldi.
He might be looking over his shoulder anytime soon now.
Yeah, indeed. It is only a less than 9 second lead now. So Akyol has very much got the bit between his teeth and is charging on home turf. So it may be sim racing, but still winning your home event is a big deal. And Akyol certainly had to fight very, very hard to get back into this position. He's used his time wisely. As we see, that looks like Hyperion 45 just lapping the HE eSports Blue Bolt into turn 8, which is not an easy place to lap someone.
Ooh. Yeah, definitely not there, especially some of the other corners that have proven treacherous, including that fast kink all the way to the final sector. Wouldn't want to get 3 cars through there. It could actually end in tears for some.
Oh, and by the way, if we talked in the broadcast about the retirement of the Blue Steel Racing 401, Zulquanin at the wheel, because they seem to have been our retirement from the race at the moment, which is a big shame for the 401 because they were looking for a good haul of points in GD3 Pro.
Yep. After such a strong start in the first couple rounds of the season, but it's just that somehow internet connection in where we're from here this weekend in Malaysia has been absolutely atrocious. So I'm not sure why our internet provider has been really slacking off right now. It's just hurting our races and championships.
Yeah, that is a big shame. You never want to see races decided that way. As the Hot Rocket, driven by Simon Speff, bumps a little bit into Corn Borchers, who flashes his lights in irritation. But of course, you see exactly why Simon was doing that, because there is Gergo below in the Team Iris car about to put another lap on them. It's bad for morale if Hot Rocket gets lapped by the car only 2 places ahead of them in the order.
Yeah, but it's also they're also having a different race, though it will actually hurt the morale when we find out that the 707 was a lap behind at one point due to poor tyre choice in the wet weather.
That reminds Simon of that, yeah.
So it will at least be a good consolation to get a top 5 out of this, but it just shows how competitive Hypercar is, to be honest.
Yeah, and that's good because often in a lot of championships, Hypercar is sort of an afterthought where you don't have that many competitors, and it's great to have a full 8 that are have been relatively close together throughout, and certainly the top 3 all on the same lap as well. It's been a great strategic contest between all of them. Hopefully, maybe it will end in a dramatic move or battle for position on the road, but we'll have to wait and see.
Comes to mind.
I mean, some of these guys are just doing too good a job, aren't they? They're not making enough mistakes. It's the likes of LMP2 and GD3 where we tend to see those, isn't it?
Yeah, the smooth operators here where they just want to get on with the job and finish it quite well. But again, we also have seen some jokers in the pack, shall we say. Moments that really decide races towards the end. And we had a couple of seasons ago when LMP2s were top of the class. Finishes were just decided by seconds rather than minutes.
And I'm thinking big picture here as we look at Akyol, who's right behind and fighting for that LMP2 Pro-Am lead, going around the outside into turn 4, and that makes a little bit of contact. So Erdi Akyol is going to have to regroup as he fights against Carlo Vivaldi in the 111 HE eSports Blue Bolt. He's been closing on inexorably the past couple of laps. The last lap between the pair, it was a 146 for Vivaldi, 142.6 for Akyol then. So another 4 seconds taken out of him as you see Maggiolo continuing to light up the timing screens in GD3 AM, which is he's fighting, of course, with Jerome Prolio. Fourth or fifth. It's for 5th. Oh, and there is a car off track at turn 8. and this could allow Erdi Mekiel to take advantage here.
That's the race leader in GT. Yeah, sorry, Ed, but that was race leader in GT3M.
Oh dear. Well, that is bad news because he had a big gap then, Milanese, and now it's only 51 seconds to Nicky Pastor. Suddenly, ST Shiba right in the mix, but here comes Akel then, going over the crest, trying to go up the inside then into turn 11. Vivaldi weaves this way and that, sticks to the outside in the racing line, but Akel is going to be late on the brakes and through as easy as you like there. He made that look effortless, Amir.
Absolutely, and he actually made use of the dry line that he had, the small narrow corridor that he had on the inside, braked in time, and just took the lead away and says, thank you very much, I'll have plenty of that.
Yeah, and Henry Sinnick sets the fastest lap in GT3 Pro, 154.5. So that was about a second and a half quicker than Seradani in Motorsport 71. I believe Seradani's pit recently, so this is Sinnick, I think, maybe potentially on an in-lap here. Because I think 71 has still got the net lead of that class right now.
Yeah, but that's an interesting battle, of course, to see whether or not the Satellite Racing team can continue their perfect record.
So Ivaldi, his lap times, he was a bit quicker the previous lap, and mainly because he was holding AKL up, 145.4, but AKL 144.3, even having to overtake him. So Ivaldi's got to hope in these last 90 minutes, less than 90 minutes, that he doesn't get overtaken by Naha Racing Team, who are third somehow in LMP2 Pro-Am, despite having a pretty eventful day of their own. And Prusak has gotten through on Corn Borchers and is now 21 seconds ahead of him. So it's Pro-Am where most of the action is at the moment, but that may have died down for the time being.
Yep, and a couple of drivers coming a cropper due to connections, including, most notably was Mika Hakimi just now, that he was running up near the podium positions and suddenly ISP decided to say nope, and he's dropped back. So, well, it's again, we have to say it's very sad that some races
other than Imola, they've not had much luck this season, have they, Blue Steel?
Yeah, including a couple of disconnections as well. So really, then something out of his control, out of anyone's control, to be honest.
Oh, another fastest lap from Zabinski, 140.8 in that LMP2 Pro, I believe. So that's Hyperion 45. Lighting up the timing screens then. Only a tenth slower than Hakimi's last lap, actually. Funnily enough, we were just talking about, Hakimi on actually set a purple first sector, 36.186 as well. So it's not like Mika has given up, but certainly it's going to be difficult to make up 2 laps in a matter of 1 hour, 26 minutes.
Yep, he is coming back. He actually came back from an award ceremony that was being held here for Best Esports Racing Driver of the Year. He was nominated. I'm not sure who won. Probably not going to ask him right now. He's probably not in the mood to even say it.
Yeah, certainly not. As we look at Gogo below, I think about to be lapped by the race leader here in 4th position, which will be putting them 3 laps down, I believe. Or would it be 2?
3. Kalogzai will make it 3 for Balor.
Wow, that really shows you that the top 3 in this race have been in a class of their own, essentially.
Yeah, but it's still even Stevens in terms of how the battles are going on from the rest of the field, from 4th all the way to 7th. So Balor is in a fight with Pastore, Spiff, Zampini as well. So it's still not over yet, not by a long shot.
Nope, not by a long shot indeed. Interestingly, Alpius lapped a little bit slower than the Simframe ahead, the 2 Simframes, but he's 81 seconds down on Terzi, who I think is he's a little bit out of sequence. So I think Ground Effect is sort of hitting first in their stints and attempting to undercut the Simframe drivers, but they could be quite close if it's an 80-second gap when Terzi comes in for his next stop. So we'll have to see how that plays out. But I think Ground Effect should just about be doing enough to hold on to 2nd at the present moment. As we look at Pagani being lapped, or about to be lapped, I should say.
Oh no, actually, they are in front overall of
that's Milanese.
Yes,
that's the GT3 Am Simframe Pink that was in the lead and now seems to pit, handing. Oh no, he had that issue, didn't he?
Yeah, turn 8.
Lucrezia at a turn 8, and now Nicky Pastor has assumed the lead from Elias Poli. Now we see Shane Kortoff pitting in the Fuel Savers number 23 in LMP2 Pro-Am. Who are, I think, second last of the Pro-Am field, ahead of Keenan Liuang for the Kiatstra SR number 619, who have had a very difficult afternoon, it must be said. And there's David Greco, who's cut the gap to Ricardo Fava to just 19 seconds. This has been a very, very respectable drive from David Greco then on, I believe, one of his comebacks to sim racing. He's not been in rFactor 2 in a while, that's for sure. I remember one of the very, very first, in fact, my very first rFactor 2 series that I commentated in was formerly Road to Vegas, which David Greco was a regular podium finisher in, and he did get through to the finals in Vegas, where I think he was involved in a massive crash with Graham Carroll that he won't thank me for reminding him about.
Yeah, well, yes, when the impact was enough to make the cars phase through the barriers that time. And no wonder they didn't put it for me. This is the David Greco, isn't it?
It must be said.
Yeah. So this is the David Greco, one of the guys who was also working for the F1 Kids behind the scenes, if I'm not mistaken.
He was, yes. He was one of their main testers, essentially, and helped with design the physics engine. Looks like Ivaldi has pit from second place in LMP2 Pro-Am, and probably just as well because those tyres were looking a bit past their best in second hand. So a fresh set on will certainly help his cause and potentially put some pressure on Akyol and Sunset Motorsport 84. Who look otherwise to be pretty firm in the lead now.
Indeed, and imagine they can lap all the way to the bank now, knowing that they've gotten a home victory on the cards, but knock on plenty of wood. Stranger things have happened this season already when we have last-minute changes for the lead.
Or even just podium positions. You think back to Indianapolis, where was it Sim3 number, our championship leaders, lost 2 positions like right at the end, didn't they, with a disconnection or something? Oh! And that's one of the Sim-Frames and one of the LMP2s struggling against the behind Alex Beggy, another Sim-Frame. that may have been the race leader being held up a bit there and going very wide indeed. Or is that Sim-Frame number 9 struggling there?
Yeah, that could be number 9 because they have the all-white on the rear end, but the car that they took out was one of the HG Sports Blue Bolt cars, and that might have been implications for the chase in one of the LMP2 Pro-Am classes too.
Oh, I think that was number 9 then, as we look at Milanese, who has gotten back into the race on the podium for Sim4 Esports Pink, but they did have a big lead, and Lucrezia has really got to... First, he's got to get past Pagani, who's got past him, and then he's got to make up another 31 seconds to Elias Poli. So this is looking good for Carloni Racing in the GT3 AM Championship, aren't they? Because I think they are... Carloni Racing Black are leading, and that is the team that Elias Poli drives for as well. So second place, that would be consolidating that lead over MR Motorsport 66 and Flying Goat. So... SD Shiba, meanwhile, winning would help them because they won the previous round in Indianapolis, 2 wins in a row. That would certainly put them right in the mix.
Yeah, but for the Carloni boys, what a turnout for the books that would be if they managed to pull it off and become champions by season's end, because they've toiled for the last few seasons with so many trials and tribulations, as we see a penalty push. One of the Polish
the Musketeers 696, isn't it? And you're still in second.
Oh, Fava just went completely harpooning into the side of number 91.
Oh dear, that's not going to help number 91, is it? Poor Lucrezia. Just having a bit of it. And that's probably why we saw Lucrezia going wide at turn 8 earlier as well. And David Greco, we'll be hearing about this with bated breath indeed, because he's in that fight with Ricardo Fava. Only 18 seconds separate the two, so there is a chance VEM would take a shock podium here away from Arm Cerber 42.
And of course, the BM team have been throughout this championship through thick and thin, from the GTE days now up to LMP2, so they're moving up in the world.
Yeah, that's certainly one of the stalwarts of EES, aren't they? And always great to see that they're sort of always a little bit of a threat for the LMP2 podium. I think they've had a few to their name, but yet to win, to my knowledge. Especially since Hyperion came onto the scene, and we got the likes of Level on eSport. Hyperion and Level on eSports, I've been really enjoying that rivalry, by the way. seeing those. Well, obviously, they came to blows in Indianapolis, and there was a lot of drama earlier while you were driving him here. You might want to check up on the stream when me and Alex were commentating. But that certainly feels like the big rivalry, certainly of LMP2, but potentially of one you can guarantee every race they'll still be fighting for the class lead, and something's going to happen between the two. Either an overtake or a spectacular spin or collision.
Yeah, let's hope it doesn't end up becoming a Red Bull Mercedes 2021 nuclear scenario.
No, it doesn't quite feel that way just yet, but I suppose you've got Hyperion, the Polish team, and then Go Team, a Hungarian team with a lot of the old Mugen Sim Racing guys, like Roland Zux, Gabor Hevesi, etc., taking part there.
Shout out to my Eastern Bloc brothers.
Whoa, and off track goes one of the LMP2s. That's a Sweet Force, not for the first time, taking a very, very wide line off track through turn 7 there. Was there a fastest lap in GD3 AM there, by the way?
I think it was a penalty for Di Maria. So,
that would be Carloni Racing number 4 then. It's down in 8th in class behind Bradley Sellers, and that's a big shame for them because they were they'd only just been overtaken by Bradley Sellers, I think, and that's going to put them behind Bugatti and MR Motorsport 66 potentially if it's a long penalty, but they've got a 106-second gap to Salvatore Zitello, so it should be okay. Jersey now pits, as does David Coloxai from the race lead. So this is going to put Alpius back into second place overall as somebody spins almost at the looked a little bit there at the final few corners. Cork, I think. Giuseppe Pastor.
now, is this a normal pit stop for Terzi because we can't even see his car right now? Hopefully it is, because that would be quite something.
It's annoying we got the, what do they call him in Formula 1? The Pratt perch, essentially, in the way, so you can't actually see the pit lane from this angle.
And Carlos is in the pits too, so both Sim 3M cars are in the pits at the same time. Engines on for both cars, so at least we know that they're still running, but we can't see much behind the Pratt perch, as you said.
Yes. But now it looks like there is, as you say, driver change. Michele Rokon gets on board Sim3 eSports number 8, our championship leaders. And a reminder, if it finishes as is, with Coloxai winning for number 7, Alpius second for Grand Effect, Michele Rokon third, that means that Sim3 number 7 will take the championship lead because they are currently just 9 points behind. And it is going to be, what's the difference between first and third, is it? It would be, wouldn't it? Oh, it would be an 8-point swing, actually. So I think it would just be 1 point between them, narrowly in favour of number 8, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
it's 22nd for third, 25 for second, and 30 for the win, isn't it?
Yeah, for 6-hour races. And the number 7 and 8 is just like a reminder of Toyota dominating the World Endurance Championship, isn't it? It's just between the both of them cars. It's just a matter of,
if it wasn't for Grand Effect being the fly in the ointment, they've certainly been one of the big surprises pace-wise. They've yet to finish on the podium in EES in their first season, despite threatening to do so on a couple of occasions. And it's great to see them have a clean run. But finally, because remember they had that great race in Imola that came undone near the end, and they had all those penalties they had to serve in Indianapolis. And then in Bahrain, of course, they got disconnected while running third. So it's great to see them finally put everything together and really bring it with the big boys here.
Of course, we're not going to jinx anything. We need to knock on plenty of wood that we didn't
yes, exactly.
on them.
Well, there's no guarantee that Sim3 number 7 is going to have a necessarily clean run to the end either. As look at in the background, it's getting very, very tense here. In all these classes trying to lap each other once more. By the way, we have still got Alex Goldsmith, who I believe has returned from a very, very rapid dinner and might be able to join us for the final hour of the race. We are about an hour and 14 minutes from the end. Yellow flag in the final sector. So something has happened over here. I'm not sure what. Oh, and somebody going off at turn 1. Well, that's the first sector. Now we got yellow there. That looked a little bit like one of the hypercars. Was that Black Hawk Racing trying to make up some ground there and having a bit of difficulty?
Yeah, they haven't gone by the first sector timing beam. Oh, and Alex is back.
Yeah, well, if that's Giuseppe Pastore, that's not the first time he's hit trouble this race.
No. We were just talking about that. I think Amir was saying he fancies their chances as we see David Greco sets the fastest lap in LMP2 Pro for VEM. He's now just 6.8 seconds or 7 seconds behind Ricardo Fava in that battle for third in LMP2 Pro, which I think is, in terms of the major class positions, one of the closest battles out there at the present moment then. So Ricardo Fava is looking a little bit up against it recently. Last lap 150.1, so got very delayed with David Greco is out there setting fastest laps of the race. Alex, what's your take? Do you think David Greco is going to be able to do it? Or do you think Ricardo Fava is going to be able to hold on in the final hour?
David Greco is a known quantity in sim racing. Never count him out. I think when you look at the lap times that he's just put in on, you know, what is there? I think probably, what is it, lap 155? Yeah, I think Team Vem have an opportunity.
I think, but yes. Oh, no, you've counted down, of course, because they're a few laps down.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we've got another yellow out in Sector 2. But yeah, David Greco, you can never count him out, but he needs to sort of, if he's getting held up behind traffic, it's going to like ebb and flow a bit like a pendulum head, and that's where the key thing is, because that gap's now gone to like 9.4 seconds in the battle for P3 and LMP2 Pro. So he's just got to try and make the best of it, and if he gets an opportunity to go past Ricardo Fava in the arms number 42 and get P3, then that'll be a pretty well liked result by all the members of Team Vem. It's just dependent on how hungry is David Greco and how hard is he going to push.
Yeah, we're currently looking, and look at the flashing lights here. This is Akyol trying to fight Maximilian Pinto in the AG eSports Blue Bolt for position in the overall order, but Akyol is in LMP2 Pro Am, and Pinto is in a fight with nobody at the moment because he's sort of in no man's land. But yeah, Pinto really not making it easy for Akyol despite being in different classes, as we see Giuseppe Pastore entering the pits once again. Ooh, very wide over the curve for Akyol there, but looks like since I looked away, Pinto has disappeared somewhere. So now he's very much through. While you're away, by the way, Alex, we did lose... we just lost Lucrezia Milanese, who was leading the GT3 AM class for such a while, went off at turn 8, and now he's unfortunately had to retire from the race, which is going to be, I believe, our 5th retirement then. Along with Emily Callison for Iris 77, Borgia Milan for WOSR 151, Enterbank number 48 in the form of Mert Koptaget, Sharik Zolkwanin, and now Milanese for number 91. So that is a big shame to see a few late retirements, but I've seen a few internet connection dropouts. Hopefully Milanese can get back into the race and maybe could still maybe fight for some decent points in GT3 AM. But unfortunately, the fight for the win, it's going the way of Nicky Pastore at the moment, and Elias Poli is going to extend Carloni Racing Black's championship lead in that category.
That's a real shame, because they were the class of the field, and they had pretty much had an uneventful race up until that point. I was eagle-eyeing the broadcast whilst it was all happening, so yeah, I feel really gutted for them, because they hadn't put a foot wrong, and then it just, as I said earlier, it's a case of sometimes races will go well and then there'll be a fly in the ointment, and that's exactly what's happened to them.
Indeed, it's so commonly in endurance races that you get to the final hour, and that's when all sorts of random things can happen. Not only are you fatigued at that point, but also it's where the internet connection might drop out. You might have someone bump into you from a different class in the middle of the night. It's just all sorts of dangers lurking around every corner, and some you can maybe avoid, but some of them are unavoidable, of course. So we're seeing action in the pit lane for position. We're seeing Pastore for Black Hawk Racing and Zampini for SD Shiba pitting at the same time. It looks like Sebastian Pfeiffer has got back on board Black Hawk Racing number 3. Meanwhile, Ricardo Fava has just come out the pit lane. Him and David Greco have pit at the same time, and it looks like Fava has come out just 10 seconds ahead of him.
Yeah, going back to
Cheers.
the number 91. Sorry, Alex. But going back to the number 91 issues, just as we were coming back on air for Alex, the car was actually sat there in turn number 10, spun it around. So maybe it might be a hardware issue as opposed to being an internet issue. But again, they were leading the race comfortably the whole way until that happened. It's just really a punch in the gut.
Yeah, that is a real shame. Yeah, I think that's denied them not only of the win but also a top 3 finish, which is, you know, after such a great race. And I hate to sort of repeat myself, but they were just not putting a foot wrong, and it just, you know, we're into that final, you know, coming up to the final 60 minutes, you know, the golden hour of sports car racing, where it is really about all for themselves. And that's where there's a phrase that I like to use, you get that sort of sense of urgency where someone needs to get past somebody else very quickly. But I think in the last 60 minutes we could see some desperate moves occurring, and at this late stage of the race, whoever's behind the wheel and has done a bit of a long old stint in the car is going to feel tired mentally and physically. And you know from experience, Amir, that like Korthoff just trying to go through there at turn 8 up the inside of one of the MR Motorsport cars, which is actually the GT3 Pro leader, the 71. You know, that was more of a sense of urgency, as if to say, right, okay, I need to put some distance between myself and possibly the LMP2 car that is behind me, or I need to get a wriggle on and try and chase one of the cars in front to see if I can get more points for the team. So we are getting to that stage where more unforced errors, more desperate moves, which will result in other teams and other drivers in other classes' race being compromised.
Yep, to add on to that, you wouldn't want to be the one to spoil a race leader in the classes' chances of victory. And I nearly did that when I was letting UC Norella come through, and it was Kaloxai coming through as well. I locked on the brakes on the wet patch and nearly ran to the back of him, so I just hoped and prayed I didn't hit, and luckily I didn't. I just went straight off through turn 10, but it was one of those moments where you either desperately want to get by somebody or you just want to get out of the way so that you don't cause any trouble. It just so happens to be like that, and even more so coming into the final hour, or I would say the 23rd hour and 57 minutes. Toyota fans will probably be reeling in that one, that it gets desperate.
Don't mention that to Kaz Nakajima, whatever you do. On that front.
Or Sebastian Buemi, or any of their teammates. I think Sebastian Buemi, we didn't interview him, where he said he nearly thought about quitting racing after that because he was so annoyed. And then he ended up winning the Formula E Championship at Battersea Park. We're saying fastest lap, and that sort of made him decide, nah, I'm not going to quit after all, basically. But to summarize, essentially. But also, going back to this race, Romeo Silveira has actually just set fastest lap fairly recently for Sinister Racing Team 99. And that has put that team into third, of course, with the retirement of the number 91, which I believe it was their first race of the season, simply because I don't think they've been on the entry list, or certainly not scored any points in the championship. So Sinister Racing Team number 99 are now looking very assured, actually, if they can just keep going, of that third place for Silveira. As we look at Kaloxai, who himself is starting to just... he's holding the gap steady to Ilari Alpes. 140 last lap around, 138.4 for Ilari, so... full credit to Ground Effect, they have kept the pressure on, but so far Kaloxai and Simpri number 7 have not really cracked, other than the most danger they've been in was the collision with Saracino, we talked about earlier, Alex, and of course the moment that you just talked about, Amir, where you had to get on the brakes to avoid hitting the back of him. That's the only thing that's looked like stopping them today.
Yep, and I would say on that bombshell, I'll have to make my leave because the team's coming back to finish out the race. Oh,
well, best of luck then, Amir. Let's hope it's a good final hour for Hot Rocket. Reminder for those watching, Simon Speff still holding on to 5th and 2 laps ahead of Sebastian Pfeiffer.
Yeah, one of the interesting... big thank you, Amir, for joining myself and Ed. One of the other interesting things is that David Kaloxai has just set the all-time fastest first sector of anybody this race. He did a 35.688 in the opening sector. So that Simfream eSport 7, I think, might also try and steal the fastest lap away from Mika Hakimi, from Dozov Blue Steel Racing BSR1.
We have seen actually on that last stop, Simfream 7 and 8 both went for mediums, whereas Alaire Alpes is still out there on the wets, as are Gogo Below and Simon Speff. But Sebastian Pfeiffer, Andrea Zampini and Mika Hakimi are all on mediums and hards. So, yeah, it looks like Alpius, almost certainly the next stop, is going to put on some dry tyres, you would expect, because otherwise both the Simfreams are going to pull away from him.
I think also with that, going on to the medium tyres at this late stage, because it's going to be the best compromise. You know, you have to sort of look at it from, as I was talking to Amir when you were having your dinner break, it was, you know, what was the compromise? And I was asking, you know, and asking these questions and getting a really good insight from Amir because of him knowing how the Porsche handles, looking at all the different aspects where you got to sort of compromise, not just because of the fastest pedaler in the team, but also how everyone else can compensate by changing their driving style to work alongside them. That is quite crucial, and as he said, there's no I in team, and I went and interjected afterwards saying, well, there is a little me, because at the end of the day, someone wants to get the fastest lap in the team. And really good to see that Amir is going to get back into the Hot Rocket SRT sim racing team number 55 Porsche Hypercar for the final stint. So he'll be happy that we'll be talking about him for as much as we can in the last 62 and a bit minutes.
Yeah, and something else that's also happened here is that Mika Hakimi, who got disconnected, was in the fight for 4th overall in the race, lost 2 laps, and now has absolutely fought back, has gained a lap back to get on the lead, on the same lap as Pfeiffer and Zampini. But he's now only 7 seconds behind Zampini. Not only is he his fastest lap, but he's been consistently lapping 3 to 4 seconds a lap quicker than him.
Well, I just noticed
10 seconds a lap quicker than Pfeiffer the previous time.
Yeah. Well, just to cut across you there, Ed, Mika Hakimi has just gone through Sector 2, 33.9. Zampini being held up in traffic, no doubt, 36.2. So that is another cluster of seconds being ripped out of the gap between Zampini and Hakimi, and the gap is now less. Well, it's about between 5 to 5.5 seconds, and it's fluctuating a little bit at the moment. And he's just taken 1.7 seconds out of Zampini in the final sector. Game on for what will be 7th on the road.
Looking at Gogo Below, right on the edge of falling off track at turn 8. They're going as wide as you can without losing the car over the curb there. That really shows you how much Iris are pushing to get a second podium in a row. But at the moment, they are 2 laps down on Michele Rocon. So I think Iris would be doing incredibly well to hold on to that 4th position. That would be a good result for them, given how just another level that the top 3 have found in Hypercar today.
Yeah, and especially when they're all on the lead lap. So, and you've got them covered by, well, probably what is pretty much
94 seconds or so. Yeah, 94 seconds between Rocon and Coloxai.
Which is, let's say, a couple of seconds off of Coloxai's previous lap, which is a 137.1. I need to get my numbers around the right way this time. It has been a long broadcast, folks, and thank you to everyone that is continuing to watch on Pit Lane TV. So if you do want to give the series and also a follow, you can do on the Instagram link in the description, as we have got another 4 weeks before round 5 at the Nürburgring, another 6 hours, which I'm really looking forward to it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, if this is anything to go by, it's been especially. But all the races this season have had plenty of action. It inevitably tends to happen with 5 classes. As we see a brief yellow in Sector 1 that clears quickly as Bradley Sellers has to let the hypercars through, and does about as good as a job as he can of staying predictable in his movements and getting out of the way. Hakimi, by the way, is now a second ahead of Zampini. So there we go. That's him off the end of the dreaded 8th place in class, I guess. Although technically there are still 9 hypercars going, with Daniel Riglio still gamely battling on, down in 22nd overall.
He's made up a couple of positions since I stepped away. He was, I think that's their.
Yeah, I think he's still got a couple of pro-ams and pros to deal with.
Quite a few, actually. He's got. Let's just put it this way, pretty much all of the LMP2 Pro class and 4 Pro-Am LMP2s to deal with. But even with just coming up to, what is it, 59 minutes still to go, Coloxai still leads for Simfream Esports number 7 in Hypercar. Roland Zooks for Go Team Racing 21 has a 31-second lead over Hyperion double 44 with Thomas Schwach. And then we've got, yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, Guido Seradani and the team at MR Motorsports 71 have done a really good job. You know, they're now going to break the satellite racing winning streak because they had won the opening 3 rounds of the championship. And then, well, Nicky Pastore and the team at SD Shiba in the number 20 Corvette will be very, very happy, because I think at that, just looking at it from this perspective, seeing we've had three different winners from 3 different races in the AM class, and at this rate we're going to have 4 in a row. So 4 different winners. It's a bit like a Formula 1 season a few years ago, where there were 7 different winners from the. Thank you very much. Where first 7 races, 7 different winners. I'm just looking at the. And just looking at LMP2 Pro. So that would be 2. If it goes like it is at the moment, Go Team Racing and the Hyperion Esports, number 44, would both be on 2 wins apiece, but I think probably by not much, Hyperion Esports will still be leading the championship. And then LMP2 Pro Am, round 1 was won by Red Eye Speed Eagles Racing, round 2 by Sunset Motorsport, and then Level 1 Esports number 27. So that will be 2 classes at the just gone past the halfway point. So LMP2 Pro Am and GT3 Am, where we will have 4 different winners from 4 different races so far, and we've still got 4 to go.
Yeah, and we just saw confirmation on the screen, by the way, that David Greco has managed to get his VEM 33 past Ricardo Favre, and he's already pulled a 7-8 second gap on him in the previous 2 laps, essentially. So, and now Ricardo Favre is coming into the pits then for a fresh set of tyres. So VEM back on the LMP2 Pro podium, thanks to David Greco's hard work, but he's now 112 seconds behind Thomas Vack, who's 31 seconds behind the class leader Roland Zuk. So Simon Speff comes into the pits to hand in Hot Rocket 55 to Amir Hizik.
Yeah, still interesting to see. Michele Roccon has just put in the fastest lap for Sim 4 of the race, a 1:35.906.
Almost the fastest. It's a 10th off of Hakimi's best effort.
Almost. So I think Simfream Esports, whether it be Caloxai or Roccon, are looking to get the overall fastest lap of this race, and Roccon was less. Well,
he's also trying to catch Alpius, isn't he? Who's 26 seconds up the road now. It was 36 seconds. He's taken almost 10 seconds out of him in the last few laps. So Alpius might need to be looking over his shoulder then, because he's not been making too many inroads on Coloxai. They've just been matching each other blow for blow, haven't they?
Yeah, and it's been very much a combined team effort. I think one of the biggest rules that we know in motorsport, Ed, is that it doesn't matter whether it's IRL or sim racing, is never take out your teammates. And I think Simfream Esports have gone about it completely the right way. They have just gone, okay, if there's one car that's leading and they're comfortably ahead of the other car by a country mile, then just let them run their own race and see what happens behind. So Michele Roccon just got the gap down to about 26 seconds, just went up to 28 ever so briefly. So whether Michele is getting stuck in some traffic at the moment. There's Nick Mora for Level 1 Esports in, that would be the Pro-Am class? No,
it's the Pro class in 7th.
So yeah, it's not going to be an easy one for Level 1 Esports, because they will, just having a look at what else is happening.
Oh, by the way, just for your benefit, Alex, if you look whenever it changes camera, you'll see a little tiny, like Carlo Vanley, there's a little tiny purple stripe next to his position in the class. That tells you the purple stripe is for Pro-Am. The blue is for Pro, LMP2 Pro. Green is for GT3 Pro. Sort of orange-brown is for GT3 Am. And red is for Hypercar. So
Thank you very
if you
much
get
for
enough
that,
like I
Evan.
have, you can just instantly recognise from that alone. So I thought I'd just
I
help you
might
out.
have to put I might have to put that on my spreadsheet for future notice.
Sure thing.
Yeah, it's really sort of. Oh, that's 619 off again. I've
dear.
recognised that livery now. I recognise that livery straight off the bat. So, yeah, they've had a bit of a
Oh dear.
disastrous race, to be honest with you. They've been involved in incidents probably when they were either planning not to be in them or they were just unfortunately an unwilling participant. And a couple of times when they've been off the track and they've gone off. This is the number 66. Oh, Foligati getting it a bit crossed up going through turn 9 and into 10, but luckily enough catches the back end quickly to keep the car pointing in the same direction. So very, very lucky was Giampolo on that particular occasion.
Yeah, and that was the race leader, I think, coming through to lap him. As there is Federico Soave on his way in 8th in the Pro class. As we see another yellow in the first sector, which clears quickly, thankfully. I think people just tend to run wide at turn 1 a little bit, but or as much as they can get away without losing time. But we have a couple of interesting fights going on. So I think Zampini is still within about 5 seconds of Mika Kimi at the back of the hypercar field. It's also in GD3 AM. Bradley Sellers has overtaken Jerome Prolio for 4th in class. So rookie monsters. Bradley Sellers has put in a very, very strong stint to really get that car from 8th all the way up to 4th. So he's really halved their position in the race in a positive way, I guess. And that's really good for rookie monsters to be just off the podium. Well, I say just off, about 110 seconds and about a lap away from Romulo Silveira, who Sinister Racing Team, we heard a couple of comments in chat from their team members that they had a really, really bad start where they were last in the order at the start, made the wrong choice on the tyres, and they're now up to 3rd in their class. So I think that's a really, really solid drive from them. As we see Henry Sinek hit from 2nd in GD3 Pro. So this could be Satellite making a last-ditch bid to try and undercut Seridani in MR Motorsport 71 and try and gain some time there.
Well, Henry Sinek has always been Satellite Racing's go-to driver when you need someone that can really push to the limit of adhesion and also beyond. I mean, I've seen some absolutely masterful drives from the Estonian, and you know that's why Satellite have kept him for as long as they have, because he's a known quantity to them. They know how he operates. He helps to push and motivate the team along. And you know, you need someone like that in every single crew, someone who can either be able to start the car when the race gets underway, and then also if you decide to change your strategy and put him in at the tail end of the race itself, you know, just vary your running order of drivers. It was oh, and I've just seen Gianluca Scalvini just put in the YouTube chat, engine not KO after a crash with an LMP2. Oh, and that's to do with the number 91 Simfree Pink eSports Porsche.
So that was why we saw them going off at turn 8 then. So it wasn't a hardware disconnection, it was an incident with the LMP2 then. Interestingly, Gianluca is quite coy about which LMP2, so maybe they're having words with them in private. We don't know, or maybe afterwards, because they're probably still out there driving, aren't they?
I would imagine so, because sometimes you have to be very, very careful in sim racing what and how you say it, particularly if it's on a YouTube chat, on a Twitch stream, on social media.
Or if you're one of the commentators, of course.
Exactly. So the thing is, I'll be completely honest with you folks, we don't always get, you know, we don't always have all the information to hand. So sometimes as you viewers are watching what we see, we're finding out as we're able to tell you the story. And that is one of the things I like, that sometimes knowing less is more, and it helps us to concentrate a lot of the time on what's happening out on track, because we're both myself and Ed and Mariano, who's working 2 PCs at the moment, bless him, behind the scenes. We've got a lot of screens that are providing us with a lot of information throughout a race. So we can, in some ways, give a sort of a neutral opinion on how we look at it from one perspective, but we won't always see every single camera angle that you'll get on a replay on a simulator, like say rFactor 2 for instance. And the rain has come with 49 minutes to go. Oh
joy.
my god.
Well, this is good news for Alari Alpis and Jagogo below, because they're the only hypercars that sticked out on the wet tyres, and this could really put a spanner in the works as Zux sets the fastest lap, the LMP2 Pro class. He's 29 seconds ahead of Thomas Vack. He's going to need that gap now with the rain making things very, very tense once more. Let's see how quickly the track becomes wet again, because this is going to really mix things up potentially with in our final 50 minutes. Do you pit for wet tyres, or do you stick it out on dries? I hope you can just keep it out on the island.
I think it's more a case of, excuse me, you know, you've got to, sometimes you've got to deal with the cards that you've had dealt. Also, I did see that there was one particular car, Simframe eSports 47, Federico Suave came in and they went to softs on their LMP2 Pro car. And that was just as the rain was falling.
And they were the ones who stayed out longest on the wet tyres in the LMP2 field. As you see yellow in the final sector, just at turn 11 and 12. By the way, Nicky Pastor has pit from the lead in GD3 AM. Well, it'll be interesting to see what tyres he pits onto, but he's going to come out very, very close to Elias Poli, who's just 33 seconds behind him and closing.
Yeah, that Mateusz Pruzak for the...
Wozniak getting on board the Speed Eagles, you're right, and Pruzak handing over.
Yeah, so yeah, Red Eye Speed Eagles Racing. This could give them the opportunity to just really solidify a fourth place finish. Because
they got really unlucky. I think they got disconnected. They were fighting for the win, as we see Alari Alpus just absolutely going for it, with weaving between three GD3s in one corner there. He knows he is in an absolute battle with both of the Simframes, but especially Michele Ocon, who's still keeping that gap stable to 31 seconds behind. With the rain falling down and him being on the wet tyres, this could be where Simframe potentially could slip up. As we see, oh, that's the Mouseketeers car that spun around at turn 4 there and is right in the middle of the road in front of everyone in Sector 1.
They just got to be, hopefully they've held the brakes, and then hopefully that somebody... Nella Pastorino.
Sternikzuk in that car.
Yeah. Nella Pastorino's gone toothpaste car. I think he's making a reference to the Colgate livery style that we've got on the on the Satellite Racing 64 with Henry Sinek behind the wheel. They have over the years used a variety of different variations of the colours of the US flag, which is the red, white and blue. Of course, for those wondering, they do have a tie-in with real-life GT3 Mercedes Works driver Daniel Murad, who has his own company, Muradness. So you can actually, on a couple of the times when we were actually on, as David Calaxai is in, has switched to wets. So good call by the race.
This could put Alpius in the lead.
It has.
It does. There we go. So big change for ground effect. I was going to say, by the way, because SD Shiba had pit from the lead in GD3 AM, they've not only pit, they did a driver change. So Simone De Sanctis comes on board. I feel sorry for him because he's come out 5 seconds behind. He's got to get accustomed with the car as the rain's falling, and then he's got to fight with the lead with Elias Poli, who's been in the car quite a few hours now. So,
Amir now pits in the Hot Rocket 55 Porsche, so he's going to switch to wets. Michele Ocon now pits from 3rd position, so we have had as you said rightly there, Ed, Alari Alpers for Grand Effects Sim Racing Team number 63.
Grand Effect have been saved a bit by the rain here, and we'll have to see how long they can get the fuel to last, but I think Coloxai, only 30 seconds down, he should be able to close on those fresh wets.
But it also depends on how long Alpers' tyres are going to last for, because we haven't had any significant rain for quite a time, as Dan Lipinski for Redemption 7 Racing racing team gets a bit of a tank slapper in the Callaway C7 Corvette. And yeah, wipers are definitely very much de rigueur here at Istanbul Park. But yeah, this is really gonna again just. I think it's whoever does the best decision now, as there's the 619 off again at turn 9. Spotted. Or I should say the word standard. Standard.
I don't think Ksatria SR number 619 ever covered themselves to particularly any glory in this race, but they're doing well just to stay in it. And they're not last in the Pro-Am class because Sweet Force are 46th and last overall in the race, or 45th of those still running, of course. But there is Ivaldi, 63 seconds out down on the class lead in Pro-Am. But Rokon has emerged 92 seconds down on his teammate David Koloksai. Koloksai came out the pits 36 seconds behind Larry Alpes. He's gained 3 seconds back on his outlap. It'd be interesting to see what Ground Effect do here, because if they get this strategy right, if they take a gamble here in these last 40 minutes or so, they could either come away with a win, or potentially they could come away down in third if they lose the position to Rokon as well. So it's a case of, do they pit for come out in second and hope that they can get to the end on enough fuel and tires, or do they take a gamble here and try and extend and maybe hope there's a code 80 or something that can, potentially allow them to win this race?
Yeah, Pfeiffer and Zampini and Hypercar have just pitted from 6th and 7th, so this could put
all
Mika
the Hypercars
Hakimi
back on wets then.
Yeah, well, Mika Hakimi at the minute has yet to pit Smeriglio in the Simframe eSports number 9 car, is already on wets. So yeah, Hakimi goes ahead of Zampini. Balog is now switching for... Balog was on wets anyway for Team Iris in the 707 and has just pitted from 4th, but is 3 laps ahead. So Amir Hazik, our learned friend who has been in the commentary box with us for the best part of just over an hour in the latter part of this race, might be able to gain a lap or 2, depending on how long Team Iris are in the pits for, because now we've got 42 minutes. They're not going to need to put so much fuel in. If they decide to do a driver change, not a problem. They won't lose too much sleep over it, to be honest with you, and they'll still come out in 4th, probably by the time that pit stop has been facilitated. But yeah, it's now a case of, I'm just wondering, when did Ground Effect last pit? That's the main question here, because it depends on how much degradation the wet tyres on that 63 have had on this first part of the stint before the rain came down.
Now 32 seconds.
And the number 4 Carloni Racing red car went off just a second ago, going through into, I think that was turn 8.
Oh, and is that Carloni Racing 104, you mean? Of Elias Podley, the class leader?
No,
21
that's the Aston Martin. Whereas they've got the Carloni Racing black, which is the Aston Martin.
Oh, it's Di Maria, you mean?
It's the,
in the red.
Paolo Di Maria in the Carloni Racing red Audi 04.
Always get the 104 and the 4 mixed up. I apologise. But there we go. Rain, as we say, continuing to fall just over 40 minutes, I should say, to be strictly accurate. Although that will change in a matter of seconds, I'm sure. To go, and victory very much on a knife edge here. Alpius, I think, is just trying to extend as long as he can in this stint. But potentially he has fresher wet tires near the end. Ground Effect think it's going to dry out before the end, because I don't think it's going to change in the last 40 minutes here. From what we've seen before is going to, I think it's going to be wet to the end. As there is Seradani in M1 Motorsport 71. How is he getting on? He's 2 laps ahead of Henry Sinek then, so Sinek has actually lost quite a bit of time in his pit stop phase, and Seradani has opted to stay out. So,
the thing is between Sinek and Seradani is that even though Sinek is on the harder tyres, he's not that much quicker. He's about a tenth and a bit quicker.
GD3s went off at turn 10 there, sorry.
Oh dearie me.
I think it might have been the Redemption Racing again, without wishing to get too cruel.
Yeah, Matej Poruzak has just come into YouTube chat. He says, why does it have to be us? 3 out of 4 rounds, we get a disconnect. The RF2 gods don't like us.
It's ruining the bad luck of the Speed Eagles.
Yeah.
Not much to really add to that, I'm afraid. But they are 3 laps down on Naha Racing, number 46. That would be quite a shock podium for them if Emmanuel and Batista can pull this off, especially in treacherous conditions now, as they continue to get worse. We're definitely nearing the sort of 40% kind of margin at the present moment, according to the timing screens. But meanwhile, up front, Coloxai's not really closed very much on Alpius. They've been lapping within about half a second of each other. He's been closing the gap now 30 seconds, but at the current rate of knots, Alpius, if he can just keep going without having to pit, but I'm not sure the fuel tank's that big, he might be able to hold on.
Or whether those tyres are going to fall off a cliff before he knows it. He'll find
I
that
think
out
he's
when-
banking on a code 80 here. He's got to be. And with the
He's
conditions
got-
getting worse, it could happen.
It could happen if someone goes off and fires it off into the barriers inadvertently, and that is always the way that you've got to look at it. You've got to look at the positive outlook on any situation. Whereas Coloxai and everyone at Simfream eSports number 7 will be thinking, hopefully they'll know that they won't have enough fuel in the tank, or they know that, well, if we start pushing, which Coloxai has just done and has just gone on his previous lap, probably the best part of 9/10 of a second quicker than Alpeos in the number 63 Grand Effect Sim Racing Team Porsche. Stranger things have happened, let's say.
Hakimi, by the way, is now pit for wets. So that puts BSR back into 8th position behind Zampini. So staying out longer on the dries, hoping the rain would stop and dry out, didn't work out for Blue Steel Racing there. And that puts them in a pretty unenviable position, having to make up those 50 seconds to Zampini once more and SD Shiba. As we look at Philippe Brugenet, Le Cassicou. Not talked about Le Cassicou too much, but they've actually had a quietly solid run, haven't they? In GD3 Pro, 5th in class. Sort of in no man's land, a couple laps down on ERT69 and a couple laps ahead of Arm Super number 41.
Yeah, Thibaut Mathieu, Brigenet actually had a couple of moments earlier on. He actually carried a bit too much speed.
And there's a moment for Simone DeSantis, who's now 28 seconds behind the GD3 AM lead. And this is frustrating for Shiba because they're seeing the win slip through their fingers and into the hands of GD3 AM points leaders, Carlini Racing Black, 104.
Yeah, Romulo Silveira for the Sinister Racing team, who are now 3rd in class, and they're 32nd overall. So this has been another strong performance for the number 99 Ferrari 488 GT3, and they've really been able to profit when we had like Flying Goat having moments, Rookie Monsters having moments, and Silveira just trying to keep it on the black stuff. And try not to.
And Alpius pit from the lead. Sorry, I just noticed that Alex Alpius pits from the lead, so he couldn't go any further with 36 minutes remaining. And now he's pit to put some more fuel in and some fresh tyres. So we'll have to see where he comes out relative to Michele Rocon. But this puts Simfream number 7 back into the lead of the race. And Alpius comes out the pits then 33 seconds ahead of Michele Rocon. So it's actually worked out okay. They didn't gamble. They didn't lose too much by staying out there. And in fact, now 62 seconds, the gap's about what it was to Simfream number 7. So Alpius on the fresh wets can now afford to go like hell in the last half an hour.
And hopefully not get caught up in too much backmarker traffic. Carlo Ivaldi has just pitted from, what is that, 2nd in LMP2 Pro Am. And that's in the 111, the HG Esports Blue Bolt Pro Am car. Having partnered with Stefano Lanza, Peter Enrico and Mattia Bossoni. So will that cost them? Probably not. Well, that depends on how quickly Naya Racing Italia are giving the hurry up to Emanuele Battista, because they're rounding out the top 3, but then Battista is probably the best part of a lap behind in 3rd position. So the 46 might decide.
Was 151.7 for Batista, so he's personal best in the final sector, but he's been sort of hanging around, not really making too much progress on Ivaldi in the last couple of stints, unfortunately. But if this pit stop's a long one, and it's not actually, so he's come out about 70-80 seconds behind, ahead rather, of Batista as Ivaldi.
Yeah, I think that's going to be good, solid points for the number 46. And they're currently 8th. They had a no score in round 3, so this could actually help motivate them going into the second half of the season. We've got a yellow out in sector 3, as there's Michele Roccon.
Oh, no, that's the level 1 and it's the level 1 and the 619, as you say, have Kisatria of Li Wang have collided there. And that's about which level 1 car is it that he has hit? I think it's Corn Borchers in number 27.
Oh, who is in Pro-Am, and at that point, Riccardo Di Marchi in the Coloni Racing prototype number 29 has now dropped behind Karol Wozniak, so they've just gone in for a pit stop. So, well, they've just gone in for a pit stop, but we're behind Wozniak. But yeah, Corner Borchers 6th in LMP2 Pro-Am for the Level 1 eSport number 27, as we see Origin Racing's Thiago Monteiro still running in 9th place in their class. Ziubinski running 4th in the Hyperion number 45, about 63 seconds behind David Greco in the Team VEM 33 LMP2 Pro entry. So the way things stand, I think LMP2 Pro Hypercar are at the minute very much.
That's the Fuel Saver Motorsport car losing it at turn 10 there on the exit, and finding itself in the green runoff and having to collect himself there. So who was driving? That was Chaim Korthoff then, running second last in LMP2 Pro-Am, but that was a scary moment there. Lucky not to collide it or be collected by anyone.
Yeah, Code Brown for the 23 LMP2 Pro-Am entry. They've had their peaks and troughs as well. I mean, a lot of drivers, are trying to do their best. You know, this is the stage where the fatigue really starts to set in, Ed.
Certainly, and as the rain actually stopped, indeed it has, but I imagine not many of the hypercars will want to make an extra stop. That must be really annoying for Akimi. A couple of laps after he pits, it tries out for wets, it tries out, and he's suddenly not got the advantage that everyone else did of getting for them immediate as soon as they did. Alpius riding on, he was 0.8 of a second faster that previous lap, but the gap's 64.8 seconds. It looks like Koloksai in the final half hour has really just got to keep going and lap consistently and stay out of trouble, and he should be able to hold Alpius at bay. So the rain gave a little opportunity, but the way the strategy worked out, it was a good gamble for Ground Effect to stay out on the wets and hope that there'd be a code 80 or something, but sadly it didn't quite work out for them. As Thomas Vack has looks a little bit, goes a whirl over the curb on the inside there, but somehow manages to save it, as Ricardo Lopez also has a little moment while being lapped by the MR Motorsport car, I think.
Yeah, being a bit too greedy on the loud pedal as the blue flags, the blue DG flags are flashing away as a couple of LMP2 cars trying to split these two. That was the number 66 MR Motorsport car I just spotted with Gianpaolo Foligati behind the wheel, currently still sitting in 6th position. Michele Rizzo for the Virtual Drivers Alliance in 3rd place in the GT3 Pro class for Virtual Drivers Alliance. They've had a very, very solid run in this race, haven't they? As we see Emanuele Battista fire his way past, I think it was Le Cascou with Philippe Prijonnet behind the wheel of that one. Sparks flying from the undercarriage of the 46 as it literally bottoms out through the dip after the bump at turn 11. So yeah, I think that'll be very, very good for them. Gogo Balog for Team Iris, still 2 laps down off of the race leader, currently setting 141.9s at the minute. So hopefully Team Iris, they've got, oh no, you don't want to do that, Gergo. That was right off coming out of turn 8 and heading into turn 9, whereas
don't go over there.
Oh dearie me,
it's late in the night. It's 30 minutes to go.
It is late in the night, but Ricardo Fava needs to be very careful how he brakes for turn 1 in the number 42 Sibra LMP2 Pro car. Yeah, don't forget, we're here all week, and whilst you're at it, don't forget to tip your waitress. after that joke, Ed.
Yeah. In that rain phase, it's really not worked out for Fava because not only did Greco get him just before, but Zubinski has also been able to jump in by a long way as well. He's lost a lot of time here. Those, luckily, for a lot of the LMP2s and the GT3s, none of them went for wet tyres, whereas the hypercars kind of had to because suddenly the small amount of grip was just starting to be available offline, completely evaporated. So everyone apart from Hakimi probably made the right call there in hypercar. Look at how much even the LMP2 was having to get offline there and get into the into the spray. But yeah, there's our race leader then. Go on.
Yeah, well, I mean, looking at it at the moment, Simfream eSports. Let's have a look at where the respective teams started. Riccardo Corazzari for Simfream eSports pitted on pole. The car with 28.5 minutes still to go.
I think they're the top three in exactly the same position as where they started.
Yeah, Sander Callis and Christopher Klanek were the three drivers that put it on the top three in qualifying. Shvakowski for Hyperion Esports took LMP2 Pro pole position. I'm trying to find out who was... well, Marco Santoni for the 71 MR Motorsport GT3 Pro car started in pole position, and still at this moment, with 28 minutes to go, was on pole in their class.
Indeed. So we'll have to see how it all works out. But like you say, not much time left in the race now. So anyone who wants to make up a position has probably got to get a move on because there aren't too many small gaps. There was a little battle between Bradley Sears and Jerome Trulio.
Riccardo Di Marchi.
We're just talking about him, weren't we?
I was talking about where they were in the point standings, and he just absolutely drops it and spins it around through turn 12 on the approach.
Interesting.
So...
I've not noticed this, but it looks like Vincenti, the Carlini Racing Black 104, had to make another stop. So Simone De Sanctis, he was struggling. He's still lapping in the 201s at the moment. But with Vicente having to make a very, very recent pit stop, that's actually given them back the lead then. So Vicentini, he's really going to have to push potentially to steal the win off of SD Shiba here.
Yeah, they're about 40 they'll be 40 seconds behind De Sanctis and the SD Shiba Callaway Corvette in the battle for the GT3 AM win. There's Salvatore Zitiello for Cyber GT. Currently.
Oh! The LMP2 spun on the inside there, and that looks like the fuel-saving motorsport car.
And Keenan Li Wang has ended up in the pits and is now showing as a DNF.
Oh, that's a shame for the 619, the yellow car that we've seen in so much difficulty today for them to retire right near the end. They are still ahead of Sweet Force 37, but perhaps maybe the internet connection just couldn't last. That is a big shame because despite everything that happened to them, it would have been nice to see them finish because they deserve that much. Just sticking with it. And we see Erdi Nakio from the LMP2 Pro Am lead as well, sorry.
Yeah, there's Bradley Sellers for Team Rookie Monsters. 1 point, the car had no rear wing on it, and they are still running fourth in the GT3 AM class. So at the moment, with Li Wang becoming the 6th DNF, we will have, at this moment, 44 cars, rounded out by Daniel Carmen in the Hot Rocket 88 Ferrari, possibly, well, and Camille Stencil for Sweet Force 31 being the last two cars that will be classified. So with these mixed weather conditions, we haven't seen as much as of a race of attrition that some people would probably appropriate to mixed weather, that you'd have absolute chaos, pandemonium, and quite a few hefty code 80s as a direct correlation. But the race has provided its shares of thrills and spills, I will admit, Ed.
Yeah. So at the moment, in the battle for GT3 AM lead, Vincenti is lapping at the moment 2 seconds a lap faster, over 2 seconds a lap faster, quicker than Simone De Sanctis. But with the time left in the race, like you say, just under 40 seconds down, it's going to be, he might just about catch by the end, but has he got time to pass? Meanwhile, David Greco has made a late pit stop and come out just 10 seconds ahead of Mateusz Zabinski in the battle for third in LMP2 Pro.
Yeah, I mean, basing it on this, when you look when we hit 24 minutes to go on the timer, effectively, if you look at the GT3 AM lap times from the likes of De Sanctis, Vicenti, give or take 2 minutes, divide that 2 minutes per lap, that's 12 laps. So if Vicentini is at least 2 seconds a lap quicker, then De Sanctis could be told by the team, okay, Paolo from Carloni Racing Black is closing. Keep your eyes on your mirrors just in case, but they'll also update him with real-time deltas such as splits. So the Sinister Race team, who are now rejoining on their outlaw lap, Romulo Silveira, behind the wheel of that car, still sitting third in class because Bradley Sellers is 3 laps behind them. Won't challenge for a podium on this 4th round out of 8, the season 6 of the eSport Endurance Series, live here on Pit Lane TV. Thank you for everyone that has been with us and has also been in the chat on the official YouTube channel. And whilst you're at it, if you haven't liked this video already, please do so. Why not? Whilst you're at it, give us a little bit of a subscribe and hit that notification bell. At least, right, who was that diving into pit lane? As I was just about to say,
I think it might have been the fuel savers car.
Yeah.
Courtoff. And I'm just having a look. The other thing that's happened in GT3 AM is that Michele Rizzo is in between the two. He's only less than 10 seconds behind, and he's closing like 4 or 5 seconds a lap on Simone De Sanctis. So De Sanctis is struggling compared to the pro drivers, but also compared to the rest of the AM field. So, like I said, I do not envy Simone De Sanctis because that's a huge amount of pressure for the final hour or so, just 50 minutes or so, just to not only survive the rain that's now passed, it seems, but to just hold on to that lead because there's so much riding on whether he can get this over the line ahead of Vincenti or not.
Yeah, I'm looking
He's
at
only
the
30 seconds down now. He's taking
Yeah,
10 seconds out of him.
Yeah, I'm looking at the first sector that De Sanctis just put in. Well, Vicentini is trying to close in by about the best part of nearly a second by every sector. So that's 3 seconds a lap. You times that by 8, you get 24. So that'll that could be. I mean, that's a 30-second gap that he's got to decimate. Got 20. He's going to. Vicentini has got to absolutely grab the Aston Martin by the scruff of the neck, and as I say that, he's just done it. 1 minute 58.730 plays 2 minute 1.719. That's 3 seconds that Vicentini has been quicker than De Sanctis in the run to the line, with 21 minutes and 20 seconds to go for the GT3 AM class lead, but also inevitably the victory, as that's Mika Hakimi off the circuit.
Oh dear, a long way off as well. He's almost in the wall there. So that really tells you a lot about how Blue Steel Racing, the reigning champions, afternoon has gone, really. It's not been the fairy tale comeback they would have hoped for. And I think Hakimi's going to be struggling to keep up with this LMP2 unless he has successfully blocked it here. But yeah, a little bit off track again then through the exit of 10, and the steering not looking particularly stable. So Hakimi is really just trying to get it to the end at this phase. It's such a shame though. 48 seconds down on Zampini. That rain really cost him there, staying out on those hard tyres.
Yeah, now he's going into the pits. Vicentini is again charging. Differential between him and De Sanctis on the first sector, 1.8 seconds. Sector 2, 1.2 seconds, and he's done another 1.2 out of sector 3. So I think now SD Shiba are starting to worry a little bit, and they're trying to say to Simone De Sanctis, bring the car home. Just concentrate on that. Don't concentrate that the fact that we're on the lead of the races. We've got 20 minutes to go. This, I think, is going to be very, very close. And you see in the bottom left-hand corner of your screens, folks, the delta differential between SD Sheba in the number 20 and the Carloni Racing Black, Aston Martin, the 104. That gap is coming down slowly but surely. But Vicentini will have been given the hurry-up, Ed. I'm 100% 100% on that one.
Yeah, totally, because he's only about... Rizzo has actually started to up his pace too, and Vicentini is only a second slower. De Sanctis, really, even though he's setting 201s, if he's just consistent and doesn't make any mistake and doesn't lose loads of time on a lap, then he's still got a very, very good chance of winning this one here. So the team effort from the other drivers in that squad has put him in this position, and he just needs to make sure he doesn't falter at the final hurdle here. Rizzo's now less than half a second behind, but he can afford to let that go. It's a different class. The Virtual Drivers Alliance will be more than happy to get out, just deal with him quickly. But the problem is, once Rizzo's out of the way, there's no buffer for De Sanctis. Suddenly, Vicentini, if he's got no cars between him, that 20-second or so gap is going to start to evaporate. And it's all just a matter of keeping it consistent, keeping it on the island for Simone De Sanctis. It may be a big gap, but things can change so quickly, even in the dying minutes of this race.
Yeah, and when you've got a driver that's got nothing to lose but everything to gain, I mean, Carloni Racing Black, I'm just going to have a look at the standings at the minute in the, well, they're leading the championship standings, so this could be, I mean, SD Sheba had a great round 3 last time out, but they are down in 7th. I think what Carloni Racing Black can do with Paolo Vicentini is that just say to him, look, try and close that gap as much as you can. Try and do so. It's more the case of, if they get to 15 to go, we've got a yellow out in sector 1. If they get to, let's say, 5 minutes to go, they're not going to close the gap. They're going to say to Paolo, hold station, bring home big points, because then that will expand their lead, most specifically over MR Motorsport in the 66, who have got, at the minute, Gianpaolo Foligati behind the wheel. And they are on 57 points, as there we see Foligati, who's 1 lap behind Jerome Priolo in the Flying Goat McLaren. Some very interesting.
He's a lap ahead, and crucially, of Carloni Racing 4, driven by Di Maria, who's just behind him on the road. So he's just put a lap on him. So eSport 66 doing as much as they can to maximize this result at the moment. But the 66 isn't going to do any better than 6th, it seems, at the moment. As Go Team Racing, we did see Thomas Vack pit not too long ago. It looks like Roland Zirks has decided to follow suit and make sure he does a splash and dash in the final 16 minutes so he can get to the end. Mika Hakimi, though, looks like on the timing screen still in the pit lane. So this has either been a very, very long stop, or Mika Hakimi just sort of has had enough and the car is just too damaged to continue.
Yeah. So Roland Zux has been in the box for about 50 seconds. So, and has
hopefully
Roland
he's coming out soon. There he goes.
Yeah. So let's see what happens between him, and there is Tomasz Vak in the Hyperion. He's just making his way through 13. So this could be very, very close as we see the number 44 Hyperion eSports LMP2 car go through turn 14. Roland Zooks out comfortably in front of his rival.
Yeah. Simone De Sanctis, by the way, has upped his pace. He's at a 1:57.2 last lap around, so that was 3 tenths quicker than Rizio. But Vicentini is setting 1:56.6s at the moment.
That's not going to be enough. That isn't going to be enough for Vicentini to close that gap unless...
De Sanctis is doing exactly what he needed to do. He's
yeah, he's just not panicking under what will be a big, a big amount of pressure. Because
yeah, I think Sheba have finished on the podium before. I'm not sure. I can't remember. They've certainly won the last round, but I can't remember if
not this
he
season
was part of that team. And I'm pretty sure they won last round because they didn't score in the first race. They got 2 points in round 2, I think, for just finishing near the back, and then they won last time out in Indianapolis.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's been their best round so far. So this will be or, you know, 2 on the bounce. That will be another 30 points to their credit as we ride on board in cockpit with David Kaluxai for Simfream eSports number 7, who with just under 15 minutes to go have a 55-second advantage over Alari Alapeas for Grand Effect Sim Racing team in the number 63. Michele Roccon rounding out the top 3 for Simfream eSports number 8. As, yeah, Kaluxai is just doing exactly what he needs to do here in the Porsche 963 Hypercar. Yellow out in Sector 1. I think those slight unforced errors where people are just going off track, then rejoining, that's what's bringing the yellow flags out onto the circuit. Kaluxai and the rest of the team at Simfream eSports, including Corazari, have just done an absolutely sterling job. It's been a textbook race for this crew.
Indeed it has, and it's not the first time we've seen them do that this season either, but bad news for Timone DeSantis. Michele Ruzio in the Virtual Drivers Alliance has cleared him, so now DeSantis is very much at the mercy of Vicentini, but DeSantis has really done enough to limit the damage here. It's still a 20-second gap with 13 minutes left to go. Michele Ruzio may have got through, but it's a little bit too late to really hurt and destroy the AM race of ST Shiba.
Yeah, I think it's just that Vicentini has just got to try and do everything he can and get that gap down. He was 1.2 seconds quicker in the opening sector on that one. 43.0 on DeSantis on Sector 2. So very shortly, Vicentini, we'll see him cross the timing beam to go into Sector 3 in about 10 seconds. So I'll keep an eye on this GT3 AM battle in terms of the deltas, but Vicentini, if he catches traffic, that's it, game over, and ST Shiba will get their second successive GT3 AM class win.
Yep, and it would be a big deal for them in the championship, certainly. Also, Rookie Monsters in 4th with Bradley Sellers, 37 seconds ahead of Jerome Prudio. That would be great for them because that would double their score. They've only got 20 points at the moment. Getting 4th will get them another 20 points. So in the first 3 races alone, they did score in all of them, but the total is only 20, whereas the top runners are on 60 points at the moment in the form of Carloni Racing. So yeah, Carloni would desperately love another win, but I think it's going to take quite something special from Vicentini or a big mistake from DeSantis to make that happen, and it's not happening at the moment. But I don't see any other battles to really get too hyped up about, unfortunately. I do notice, by the way, GR Wildfire number 70 put one of my own drivers, Eric Kimedi, who's a big part of my team, Hunterbird Simulation. So great to see Eric out there on track finishing the race for that team down in, I think, 8th or 9th in class.
Looks like Nello Pastorino, Luca Martino, and Christian Margala have been discussing fused tea. And Nello's just said to Luca, sorry, Christian's already decided the flavour for you in the YouTube chat. Obviously, someone's very thirsty, aren't they, Luca Martino?
Yeah, I think it's a bit late in the race to start drinking tea and coffee, and for my opinion, but
oh no, that's just like, it's like just normal, like, say, a really good sort of like
well, which is better sort of conversation.
Yeah, so like which is better or which one do you want? And I have to agree with Luca, you know, the fused peach tea, if it's got hibiscus in it, that's even better.
Okay, I've not really got any skin in the game or dogs in the fight, as it were, because I'm a coffee drinker, so like my dad, which the rest of my family, the other half of it, my mum and my brother are completely pro tea and drink it all the time. So yeah. Oh, yellow in Sector 2 as you ride on board with Algpius as he goes into Sector 2, funnily enough, and it clears by the time he gets there. And oh, there we go, that's the explanation. It's Dan Lipinski who spun it on the exit of turn 8 then. Redemption Racing car desperately trying to make its way to the end. Have Redemption Racing finished any races? They finished the last 2. So they're certainly good at finishing races, but their pace and consistency is certainly a work in progress for that squad. But Dan Lipinski doing well just to keep going then with 10 minutes to go. Hopefully he can cross that checkered flag, and that would be something to celebrate for Redemption Racing.
Yeah, it'd be a win-win for the entire team as we've got a yellow out in sector number 1. We are coming down to the final 10 minutes. Oh, Daniel Carmen for Hot Rocket Sim Racing team in the GT3 car goes spinning, and that was off the circuit.
Very wide.
He was trying to apply the power, and the back end was just being a little bit too tail happy, and he gets a bit of a tank slapper again, so it's not been easy for this crew. But one of the things I like about sim racing, Ed, is the fact that, okay, you're going to get your top teams that we'll be talking a lot about, but you get the teams that never quit, they never give up, they just keep on going, even if they have a lot of these moments. And it's also character building if some of the drivers are racing for the very first time. Like Amir said, it's the number 88's first time in wet weather conditions, so they've been pretty much learning on the fly as they go. But I'm sure that both Amir and Simon Speth will be giving them advice as if to say, okay, well, if this does happen, don't panic, just try and get the car under control and point it in the right direction and you'll be fine. Just watch your rejoin, watch your spatial awareness, and that can be quite crucial, because it's also to help teams that come through and start from, like, say, the lower tier of the ladder here on the EES, where you start from GT3 AM and then you progress up the classes until you're right up at the sharp end with the big boy players, and then you've just got to you just start on an evolutionary learning curve as you go up the ranks, and here in endurance racing, that's no different.
Yeah, and even the big teams like SimFrame, they will tend to keep their toes in the water, as it were, in the lower classes, where they'll keep. We saw the 91 was doing very, very well up until it got taken out by one of the LMP2s, destroyed the engine essentially. They've also got the squads in LMP2 as well, or they used to at least. Yeah, they've got the 47 still going, of course, with Suave at the wheel near the back. So that's a good way is also to train drivers for that can eventually become good enough to take part in your hypercar squad, and getting experience of those conditions, as you say, is a good way to do that. We know Hot Rocket have something similar with the hypercar in their GD3 squad, and there's a couple others as well, like Blue Steel Racing, of course, our reigning champions. But like you said, there's also those independent teams that do climb over the years. Your likes of your Into the Points, your Virtual Drivers Alliance, your Satellite Racing, that of course have become a very big team in GD3 specifically over the years. Anytime that team enters a GD3, odds on they tend to finish on the podium, although not quite going to be able to win this time. MR Motorsport is going to pull a shock upset, being a lap ahead of them as well. What an impressive drive they've done. They've certainly been up there with the most impressive performances in all 5 of our classes today. As we look at Vicentini, who's got the gap down to 15 seconds, but there's less than 7 minutes remaining, so the laps are running out here. Vicentini needs something big to happen here. 2:05 for De Sanctis last time around, 1:58 for Vicentini. So De Sanctis' pace has dropped off again. He's clearly gotten hold up in traffic, or is just desperately trying to, stay out of trouble here and get to the end and doing the absolute best that he can. But Vicentini knows there's just a small ember of a chance here if he absolutely pushes it.
They can't push it too hard, because otherwise he'll fall off the circuit, and then that will
there's nothing to lose at this point, because look how far behind third is.
Yeah, it's
56 seconds. It's not nothing, but yeah.
Anything can happen, folks. I've seen it many a time before, both in sim racing and in IRL, where there's been like 10 minutes to go and someone drops the ball and then all hell breaks loose. And yeah, I think it's just the case that De Sanctis is probably, as I said, just being told by the team, just bring it home. Don't need to push. You've got enough of a gap. They know what the gap will be between De Sanctis and Vicentini. To know that if it was like, say, 16 minutes, there'd be more of a chance for Vicentini to go after De Sanctis and really, really push. But Vicentini has just lost nearly 4/10 in the opening sector, so I think that's game over for the AM class victory, and SD Shiba in the number 20 looks set to do 2 in a row.
Yeah, even if they lose 2 or 3 seconds a lap, then Vicentini's only going to catch him right at the end then, and it won't be enough. So that, like you say, that pretty much seals it. But I think we'll reflect in these final few minutes on the race as a whole. We've had a great fight between the top 3 in hypercar of SimFru number 7, Grand Effect, and SimFru number 8, and it's got big championship implications. It's going to end with the number 8 just 1 point behind the number 7, Grand Effect 63, who are down in, I believe, 9th and last in the points, are going to rocket up the standings to, I think, 5th or 6th. which is great news for them. Then LMP2 Pro, we had that freeway fight earlier, but mainly it's been about Go Team versus Hyperion, hasn't it? And it looks like Go Team are going to finally get revenge after a couple of difficult races in Indianapolis and Imola, where that didn't quite go to plan for them. So that puts their title defense back on track. LMP2 Pro-Am, a great recovery from Erdim Akyol to climb back up the order past Ivaldi and Wozniak, of course, who was himself a bit unlucky, but will still hold on to 4th in class. Then GD3, of course, I talked about Seridani in 71, really putting in a faultless drive to beat Henry Sinek and Satellite Racing 64. And then GD3 AM, Simone De Sanctis is going to just bring it home. A little bit like in cricket when they get down to the last man who has to just not get out and make sure they make it to the end of the game. That's what it feels like a little bit with poor Simone De Sanctis, but he's done everything required of him. 9 seconds is the buffer then, with just under 4 minutes left to go. And the gap, it is falling, but not quickly enough. 1:56.9 for Vicentini. He's throwing everything at it right now. 2 minutes 0 almost exactly for Simone De Sanctis.
I think this is also the time where we are going to see some pretty fast pedalers out there. I mean, Vicentini, no exception. Just really just trying to just go as hard as he can. And okay, the team might say, well, we could have had that win. But look at it on the brighter side. We've got big points on our side. So there's an upside and there's always a downside to every equation. And now the gap has gone, well, it's going under 9 seconds now, and that is dropping rapidly. So, De Sanctis, I just noticed a big differential just change. I think it was a drop of about 2 seconds, as De Sanctis is having to just be very, very careful. He's treading on eggshells at the minute, and that gap has now gone up because Vicentini will have been caught in other traffic that he's either having to get out of the way of LMP2 and hypercars, and De Sanctis is in the same boat. So they're both between a rock and a hard place, and they're both stuck in 1st and 2nd respectively. Sorry.
Yeah, De Sanctis is if he can pull this off, he will remember it probably for the rest of his life as well, because it does not get more pressurized than this right now. Indianapolis, they did win fairly comfortably, if I recall correctly, but this is not the case at all. They are absolutely under pressure from the championship leaders in GD3 AM, who are going to extend their lead, but over MR Motorsport 66. As we look at David Koloksai, who's now just got a couple of laps to go. 2 minutes separate him from his 2nd victory in a row for that squad after their win in Indianapolis. Just 60 seconds to Alari Alpius, who's nonetheless put up a sterling challenge to sim for him today. Look at this. 5 seconds then separates Vicentini, who just agonizingly has to let the Black Hawk hypercar through. And he knows he's going to run out of time here. It's not happening quickly enough. But nonetheless, he's going to throw as much as he can at this screen and hope that the cards fall in his favor, because that's all he can do at this phase.
Yeah, he's just hoping and praying for a miracle, Ed, and no matter how hard he crosses himself and hopes that something is going to happen, De Sanctis, if that gap was half of what it was when we were 24 minutes away from the time hitting 0, but this is again another point on the circuit. Turns 12 to 14 are really a big pinch point on the circuit here, and it's just about doing what you can. And we are, I think, by my reckoning, just looking to see where
Koloksai is probably going to start one more lap then.
Yeah.
Unless he really backs off here, which he could do, I suppose, if he wants to end the race early. But anyone who doesn't want to have to do another lap is probably going to let David Koloksai through. I can imagine that. I can't imagine everyone apart from, of course, Vicentini, I imagine.
Yeah, De Sanctis will probably be, but right, I've just seen the gap has gone down to 3.7 between De Sanctis and Vicentini. Oh, he's lost it! Seconds lost it!
Oh dear, Vicentini, and is that the rear wing gone? Oh, and the LMP2s have to scrabble onto the grass to avoid him there. And there's somebody else that's gone off on the hypercars in avoidance as well. So everyone just getting on the brakes when they see the 104 off. But that was Vicentini pushing that a little bit too hard. The rear wing is okay, but the time has elapsed. So what a dramatic end. And Vicentini, you can't say he didn't try everything he could, but he asked us that little bit too much of the rear tyres through at turns 3 and 4 there. And ultimately that cost him.
Yeah, he got the gap down to just under 4 seconds, as there's Guido Seredani for MR Motorsport in the number 71, and they'll have led from lights out to checkered flag. So they've done a really, really good job. 1 lap ahead of Henry Sinnick and the team at Satellite Racing.
Simone DeSantis will breathe a very heavy sigh of relief now. But here is the man who will probably be leaving here with one of the biggest smiles then, him and the entire number 7 team, because this has been a flawless race for Sim3 eSports number 7, and it puts them within a point of their teammates, the championship leaders, as the Sweet Force car just rejoins ahead of them and is no doubt going to let them through. David Koloksai, only 1 corner to go now, and victory at the 6 hours of Istanbul goes the way of Sim3 eSports number 7 and David Koloksai. What a fabulous performance from that squad. There is Roland Zux. He wins for Go Team Racing, their first win since Bahrain. And boy, they had to fight for that one against the Hyperion squad. It's Erdim Akyol and Guido Seredani who are going to win in LMP2 AM and GD3 Pro respectively. Akyol, of course, a popular home win for him. That's going to be incredibly sweet. I believe Olari Alkpius is just about to cross the line as well to finish second for Grand Effect, their first podium in Hypercar. Akyol, the Turkish squad, the Turkish driver, victorious at home. And after being nowhere at the very start of the race, they had to fight through the entire field. And victory in the LMP2 Pro-Am class is theirs. And that puts them right back in the title hunt.
Yeah, and then we just, there's the number 1, Guido Seredani of MR Motorsport coming through turn 8. There's Simone De Sanctis for SD Shiba, who, despite the best efforts of Paolo Vicentini from Carloni Racing Black, will now get their second win in the GT3 AM class in succession. Seredani on his way down towards the bottom part of the circuit through turn 11, sparks flying from the rear diffuser. And here's Simone De Sanctis through into turn 12, 13, and then just turn 14 to go around this 5.3 kilometer circuit. It's 2 for 2 in GT3 AM as SD Shiba, Francesco Banardi, Parade Di Vico, Simone De Sanctis and Nicky Pastore take the AM class win, and Guido Seredani for the number 71 of MR Motorsport with Marco Mazzetti, Marco Santoni and Davide Ragni pick up their first win of the GT3 Pro class season here in the eSport Endurance Series Season 6. Well, we've had it all tonight, haven't we, Ed?
Yep, it's been a long 6 hours, but certainly an entertaining one. An important victory as well for MR Motorsport 71 because they were 4th in the championship, so this should put them ahead of Arm Sebra GT and Le Cassicu in the overall points, and it breaks the satellite racing streak of 3 in a row. But anyway, a reminder of the final results then. David Koloksai triumphs for Sim3 number 7 that puts them within a point of their teammates in the championship lead chase. Larry Alpius takes Grand Effect Sim Racing's first podium of the season after a fantastic performance from the entire squad to finish just over 55 seconds behind them on the road. Michele Rocon finishes third to round out the podium and just hold on to that points lead for Sim3 number 8. Loic Moynier takes a second top 4 in a row for Team Iris after a great comeback for them. Mir Hazik takes his second top 5 in a row. Well, actually, no, they just lost out on the top 5 last time out. So second top 6 in a row, I should say, for Hot Rocket Sim Racing team. And one of their best results of the season in that. Sebastian Pfeiffer gets the Black Hawk Racing number 3 home in 6th position ahead of Andrea Zampini for SD Shiba. And then, of course, our reigning champions Mika Kimi, a distant 8th, sadly, after ending the race in the pits. Very spin on track. And Danilo Smeriglia, after being disconnected, does at least get the car home to the end. in 9th position. Then LMP2 Pro is won with Roland Zux taking Go Team Racing's second win of the season to put them back in the title hunt. But it is Thomas Fack and Hyperion number 44 that leave in second, maintaining the points lead. David Greco takes VEM's first podium of the season in a fantastic return to sim racing for him. Mateusz Zabinski in the second of our Hyperions ends a good day for the Polish squad in fourth. Ricardo Fava, it promised so much for Arms Zerber with Luca Martino putting in a great stint, but Fava, the best he could do was get it home in fifth ahead of Maximilian Pinter in the HD Sports Blue Bolt. Nick Mura gets the level 1 car home in 7th ahead of Sim from eSports number 47 of Federico Suave. Thiago Montero, though, failed to finish for Origin Racing, as did Mert Koptaget. LMP2 Pro-Am then, and it's victory for Erdim Akyol, which is great news for Sunset Motorsport, of course. The championship leaders now pull away in the standings from Level 1 Esports, who they entered level on points with on 77 going into this race. Carlo Vivaldi is second for Blue Bolt. And then it is Emmanuel M. Batista who gets a surprising podium for Naha Racing Team. Their best result of the season. They will be thrilled with that, but not thrilled will be Karol Wozniak. After a great drive, they are undone by disconnection, which limits them to 4th position. Riccardo Di Marchi gets the Carloni Racing prototype home in 5th ahead of Korn Borches for Level 1 Esports. Chaim Korthoff for Fuel Saving Motorsports. Keenan Li Wang, after a interesting, eventful race for Kisatra Sim Racing. They do finish, as does Camille Stenzel for Sweet Force number 37. GD3 Pro. And for the first time this season, it's Guido Seradani for MR Motorsports that gets a Mercedes home ahead of Satellite Racing, breaking the streak and beginning their championship chart. Cynic finishes 2 laps down in second ahead of Michele Rizzio, an impressive drive for the Virtual Drivers Alliance. Nicola Pagani gets the Tamelli ERT, the reigning champions, home in 4th ahead of Philip Briganet for Le Casacu. Salvatore Zitello is 6th for Arms Zerber. Shriek Zolkanin, though, and Emily Callison for Iris fail to see the checkered flag. And finally, in GD3 AM, it is Simone De Sanctis who, against all odds, takes a second victory in a row for SD Shiba, but it is Paolo Vincentini, despite that late spin when they were so close to victory, that come away extending their championship lead. Romulo Silviera gets the Sinister Racing Team, who had a great recovery drive. They finished 3rd ahead of Bradley Sellers' Rookie Monsters, getting their best result of the season, doubling their point score ahead of Jerome Prulio for Flying Goat, who also had a pretty solid drive himself. Giampolo Folgatti takes 6th for MR Motorsports. Then it is Pirlo de Maria in Carloni Racing Red in 7th. Eric Kamedi gets the GR Wildfire Racing home in 8th ahead of Ricardo Lopez and Grow Racing Team. Then it is Daniel Stanitskuk for the Mouseketeers, the WSL car, in 10th, rounding it out the top 10. Daniel Lipinski gets the Redemption Racing car home in 11th. And our final finisher is Danielle Quarman for Hot Rocket. But sadly, Lucrezia Milanese did not get the Simframe Pink that led so much of the race home. They are our only retirement in GTM. So, Alex, that leaves us with 45 finishes in the end, at least 6 or 7 rain showers, and loads of great battles throughout the 6 hours of Istanbul. But I'm sure you agree, worthy winners. And our next race then, 24th of February at the Nürburgring. That's going to be 6 hours, another 6 hours in store at one of the most famous tracks in all of motorsport. I'm sure you're looking forward to it. I know I certainly am.
Yeah, I'm really pleased that I'll more than likely be back for that race. But yeah, to get the first experience here on the eSport Endurance Series Season 6 for Round 4 here at Istanbul Park, it's been an absolute pleasure. A big thank you to the entire team here at Pit Lane TV, and also a big thank you to you for asking me if I was available. And I'm really, really pleased to have come along. Yeah, we did have some trials and tribulations, a lot of rain showers, a couple of code 80s in the first hour and a half, but some great battling, and that's the beauty of multi-class endurance racing. It's very much alive here at ERS.
Yep, a fantastic evenings racing then here in Istanbul for round 4 of season 6 of the EES Endurance Championship. But our victors, of course, Simframe number 7, of course, taking the big prize in Hypercar. Thank you very much for watching. I've been Edward Hunter. He's been Alex Goldschmidt. Thanks, of course, to Mariano Callo and Amir Hazik for joining us in the broadcast direction and as our race driver / commentator insight. That's been extremely helpful. Thanks to you, of course, for watching, and we'll see you in about a month's time, or just under a month's time, I should say, for the 6 hours of Nürburgring. Don't miss it, and we'll see you soon for round 5 as our championship fight continues.